What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm HasanPiker. This is the HasnAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and Emmys are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday. It's Tuesday, lads. It's Tuesday. It is Tuesday. And wow, once again, I have realized that I was just doing a conversation with a Canadian broadcaster, and automatically my microphone audio levels got low. Why does Windows automatically do such a thing? I don't know. But anyway, I've just fixed it immediately, recognized it, and I fixed it. We're live and alive, ladies and gentlemen. It's Newsday Tuesday, lads. It's Newsday Tuesday, November 12th, 2024. Yeah, fucking hell. I'm live and alive right on fucking time, yeah? Are you going to Japan with March? No, I am not. I am going to Japan later, though, in the next year. Fear not. We will be going to Japan. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, I'm live and alive, and I hope all of you are having a fantastic day, regardless of your circumstances, regardless of your material realities. Okay. Newsweek posted your titties 3 hours ago. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah, baby. Anyway, folks, we're live. We're alive, and I hope everyone's having a wonderful time. We're going to be talking about my personal news. This is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. Okay. And yeah, we got a lot. You got some dust bunnies on the floor? Yeah, I know. It's because I gave Farty Pants over here a new toy to chew on, and she loves ripping its guts out. Folks, banger react why living in Canada has become impossible. Okay, we'll do that later. Okay, folks. Personal news wise, let me tell you, okay? This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. And let me tell you, okay? A lot has happened. Last night, I ended the broadcast. I was tired. I was talking about way too much politics. We're going to be dialing back the politicking to like hopefully 4 to 5 hours rather than the full 8 that I normally do. Maybe do some drama coverage, maybe do some do some other stuff that people are into, people are interested in. That doesn't mean I'm not going to stop talking about politics, obviously, but we got to lower the stakes a little bit, get back to the normal world. You say this every month. Come on, Unc. Yeah, but that was like the election. You know what I mean? That was a build up to the election. I will feed the gaming frogs as well. Don't you worry about that. Don't you worry. Fear not. Less drama, more collabs. Yeah. No, when I say drama, I mean like wholesome shit. Yeah, Zach Bryan and Barstool fighting each other. That kind of shit. Okay. Anyway, does Kaya fart a lot? I gotta know. She didn't used to. She never farted until I swapped her meals to the adult. She now eats adult food because she's like now officially old enough to eat adult food. And oh my God, dude, she farts so much and it's like unfucking bearable. It's very, very frustrating. It makes me feel like I should go back to the puppy food, honestly, because it's unfreaking bearable. Anyway, chat, you don't listen to the Fear and podcast and it shows? Yeah, exactly. Fear and podcast covered this extensively. Tim Pool Gang bashes HasnAbi starting at 2:30.
From Wired.
Oh hell yeah. They shit on me, they dookied on me. I love that. Anyway, folks. Where was I? Why? Okay, so yeah, I went to bed last night. I've been watching Arcane season 1. I can't believe I never watched Arcane season 1 when it first came out. Everyone kept telling me it was good, but on principle, because of my because of my firm committed stance against League, I actually never touched it. Right? I never touched it because I was like, no, I don't want any League propaganda. I don't want anything that's even ostensibly pro League. And oh my God, do I hate Jinx. Holy shit, she sucks. Yeah, I have a BDS protocol instituted just for League, but I broke it. Light heart to the stream. Hasan being baby girl. Okay, we'll look at that in a second. Anyway, watch Penguin is peak. That Will has been very much in support of Penguin, so we'll see. Anyway, Jinx hate will not be tolerated. Whatever, shut up. Yeah, Arcane is incredible. It's really good. It's really well animated. It's just like fucking. I hate to admit it, but it's made me like it a lot. So, regardless. Watched Arcane, went to bed, woke up, and I had a very early morning where I had to go and ball my freaking face off as quickly as I possibly could, specifically because I had a interview with the CBC, Canadian Broadcasting, for an entire hour where we talked about a bunch of different things, young men, what the crisis of masculinity looks like, yada, yada, yada. So yeah, I bawled a little bit. I mean, it was bad. You can see some of it here. Workout so truncated, they call it the Kamala campaign. I had to, like, you know, get as much of a run out of this short period of time that I had as possible. Coldest fall of the rest of our lives, probably. Yeah. What's up, folks? I'm live and alive, and it's okay. And you know, this is the fit. If you want to see a fit pic, there it is. Did you talk about where you got that sweater? I think it's a Our Legacy sweater. It's not even a sweater, it's a jacket kind of, but it's really nice. I like it. Grandpa fit. Yeah, thank you. Fit's actually pretty fire in my opinion. But yeah. That's what's going on. Not a lot happening in my world. I'm trying to make stuff happen in Texas. I'm probably gonna fly out to Texas Thursday night. I need you to get in the blocks and post on your and work on your post footwork. Yeah. So yeah, I'm probably gonna go on and engage in the OTK game day for basketball. So Nick invited me, and I love Nick. So yeah, and then I might do something with Maya as well potentially. We'll see. But yeah, Joe Rogan collab in Austin. No, I did hit up Lex Fridman. After not realizing that I had not responded to him for almost a year after the last time he asked me a question. And he has not replied to me this time. When I was like, normally when I'm about to go to Texas, I'll hit him up and be like, hey, I'm in Texas. And he's never in Texas when I'm in Texas. But yeah, that's where we're at. So anyway, tell Lex Fridman unblock me. Okay, I can't. You should go on Rogan so you can give the dumb listeners a glimpse of common sense. Yeah, I doubt that Joe Rogan is ever going to have me on. Let's be real. But it doesn't matter. Deserved, you left him on red for a year. What is wrong with you? I agree. It's my fault. Hasan, Return of the Bat when? You should go on Asmon's stream. I mean, I have gone on Asmon's stream, and Asmon has gone on my stream. You're a hot topic at the moment. I think Joe Rogan might consider you. No, people presenting me as the Joe Rogan to the left is not going to make him want to talk to me. It's going to make him want to talk to me less. He's going to be like, fuck this guy. This guy's liberal asshole. Fuck him is the way he's going to respond to that, in my opinion. Anyway, we got the streamer awards. Obviously, I'm going to be talking about that as well. Apparently, I am up for a streamer award. Just chatting. We have fallen off, folks. Not even streamer of the year this year. So, you know. Yeah, ID on the hoodie you wore this morning. It's a gifted thing. Has been seething all day because of Frogan and Mike. Yeah, I can talk to him about that too. The chatter is saying that because Asman is going to have that freak loser Dan from D's podcast on because Mike was on band after 3 days. Drama farmers. Yeah. I like that people that went for, hey, I don't think anybody should be banned, have so quickly flipped that and been like, no, my enemy should stay banned for, permanently. Yeah. Anyway, let's blast off and let's get started. No streamer of the year this nomination. We're about to do our own version of January 6th. This is a steal. I know. Stop the steal. Stop the steal. Stop the steal. Anyway, yeah. Blue and on. Blue and on election conspiracies. Trump's Warhawk cabinet. He told his chat to go check out the slur book on /poll. That's insane. Anyway, the clip that was used from the DNC. What do you mean? Zach does double to triple your numbers. Why would you get streamer of the year, Lamau? Wait, I didn't realize it was streamer of the year simply even to be nominated for streamer of the year. I didn't realize that it was just about how many numbers, like raw numbers, you get. That's cool, man. That I guess Kai should win it every year for the rest of time then. I mean, this is not even about me versus Asmongold either, but what is this? Here we go.
Shock and fear.
Oh, dude, don't worry. We got I'm going to be doing some stuff with CNN too. You didn't promote the nominations? Yeah, I've fallen off. That's what I'm saying. I'm done. Streamer awards nominations. Kai Cenat breaks. Kai Cenat breaks sub record. Drama news. We got it all. Congress is back and it's ass. Get in now. www.okay. Okay, here it is. Posting it, blasting it, posting it, blasting it. We're live. We're alive. Get in now. Okay. Mike Huckabee named as ambassador to Israel. Yeah, I know. We're going to talk about that. Hold up. Here it is, folks. Blasting off. Bring all the Normans in here. Yeah, the Europa League match between Turkey's Beşiktaş and Israel's Maccabi Tel Aviv has moved to a neutral location. It's understandable that they were going to do this because that would have been fucking devastating for the game, the sport, Israel, Turkey, relationships, possibly World War III. So, okay. But yeah, here it is. Smotrich announced that Trump's election gives him the opportunity to claim sovereignty over the West Bank, pair that with the Sanders appointment, Palestinians have no hope. Yes. Trump just announced the U.S. ambassador to Israel. Yeah, I know. He's going nutty mode on it. Huckabee, who's an evangelical Zionist, has spent a fair amount of time in Israel. In 2015, he told the Times of Israel that Israel's claim to the occupied West Bank is stronger than the United States' claim to Manhattan. Important to note that when he said this, he referred to the West Bank as Judea and Samaria, a name that Palestinians see as an attempt to undermine their ties to the land. What in the ever-loving fuck does an evangelical Christian have to do with Israel? Yes. This is, people are going to understand where I've been coming from. Philip DeFranco had his own.
Oh my God, I love this. Oh, wait, no.
He had his HasnAbi moment.
Moderator, why did you delete that dude's comment? Vex Holly, he's allowed to share his opinion. No, go in there. I can't do it for mine. No, let this person have their opinion. Especially because he called AOC stupid and then misspelled a thing in the thing where he was calling her stupid. Come on. What are you doing?
This is he's so me.
Come on.
So me. He's so me. It's crazy.
Bad mod. Bad.
He's so me. Did you see Austin's clip? No, I haven't seen any of this.
Okay. Shout out to Emmy Rule. Hey, I appreciate y'all voting for me. Shit. How the fuck? I'm not winning that shit though.
Wait, hold on, Mr. President.
This is why Donald Trump won. Okay, this is why he won, bro. Yeah. I hope you're feeling proud of yourself, Austin. I know you phone banked. I know you fucking phone banked.
I want to be able to.
Okay. I know you phone banked for Donald Trump. Got him. What is this? Oh, we got Mike Huckabee. Hold on. Before we do that, this is Cutie.
Make fun of his small ass head. He's getting too strong. I was on my For You page the other day. I saw so many people being like, a picture of them like this. With a caption of what I looked like before I met my boyfriend. And then a picture of their boyfriend. And it's just Hasan streaming. And they're like, what my silly, goofy boyfriend looks like right now, but he just doesn't know it yet. And I said, what is going on? I came across 10 of those on my For You page. I was like, I didn't deserve this. I specifically push do not for me. I push the button, not for me. He's too powerful. I said
crazy.
Not for me, and he's everywhere. Well, I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
That's crazy.
I feel bad as soon as I said it out loud. I feel bad.
Hater.
I felt because he's gonna
hater. Oh my God, the hating, dude. The hating. It's crazy. It is out of control, man.
Personally, he always takes things so seriously. He's like, life is so
yeah,
serious.
I do. I am.
And then he'll be like, cutie, you hurt my feelings. And I'm like, again, we're doing this again.
Yeah, my feelings are hurt. My feelings are hurt. My feelings are hurt. Okay, straight up. Fake friends, phony friends. You should be hitting like on those, and then saying we need more of this, please.
Smart.
Like this. It just kind of sucks that now she's such a farty girl. Like she went from such a perfect little sweet angel baby to just like a fart monster now. Ugh. Ridiculous.
But anyone can see and anyone else. But here is the
Let her new diet regularize. Yeah, I know. Anyway, I was on Newsweek's they put my titties on Newsweek, which is crazy. The Aiden Rosses of the world. A lot of these guys are right adjacent, maybe. They organically found themselves in this space. And I think the Republican Party took advantage of that very well. That same ecosystem doesn't exist on the left. It's not necessarily flooding the market with like a bunch of liberals. Like, oh, if we had like 8 more Pod Save Americas that kind of look like me, for example, like more bro-y, right? Then that would be fine. It's like, no, you can't podcast your way out of this problem. There was a list that looked at who had the top like election night coverage, who had the most views. And that list was populated exclusively by right wingers except for me. So I'm out there. I'm here. But obviously, I'm not directly aligned with the top of the ticket or with many of the establishment Democrats and their attitude towards consistently and stubbornly defending third way neoliberalism. There is a divide here that does not exist within the Republican base of support that will develop a relatively conservative audience. So I think this is an issue that has to be solved top down. I think first, it's not about like 10 more podcasters or 20 more liberal podcasters. I think it's more so about the Democratic Party looking within and doing the correct autopsy after this 2016 style defeat. I think not addressing the economic hardships that people were experiencing with direct policy prescriptions in a way that separated yourself from Joe Biden was probably the #1 problem. Yeah, I cleaned the microphone. You're so well spoken about this shit. I don't understand why they'd make you repeat it so much. It's good. I will always repeat it. You already know. I will never stop repeating it. You can hate Hasan, but he's speaking facts. Whether you want to believe it or not, Democrats try to run on vibes instead of giving people genuine policies that would run. Hasan really does have such good takes when he's being serious. Law. Lamau, posting a HasnAbi clip makes you lose all credibility. Wow, Hasan actually got something right. He does that quite often. Yeah, that's my favorite thing to see in the comment section of like every single video is always like, wow, incredibly rare HasnAbi W. And it's like, yeah, dude, Hasan, but 90% of the reason people are watching you has nothing to do with what you're saying, Law. Yeah. Hasan, Harry, and the others are on the other team. 100 TikToks of different Hasan takes. Finally, he got something right. Yeah, it's always so funny because it'll literally be like, it'll always be something that is like, you know, thing I've advocated for my entire life. I saw this. I saw this. Hold on. Baby dog ban. Jim Justice's bulldog can't visit the Senate floor. As you guys know, I hate Jim Justice, but I love baby dog. I am a baby dog defender. I'm a baby dog believer. Okay? And free him and make the Senate better. Okay? This is unacceptable. This is now my liberal January 6th moment. Okay? This is my liberal January 6th moment, folks. We did it. We got here. I'm here. I'm there. What's a baby dog? Baby dog is Jim Justice's dog. This is why people watch me. Baby girl, I'm finna like it. I don't know if you care about all this, but MKBHD is being canceled for doing 96 in a 35 school zone. That's pretty funny. Yeah, let the man live, dude. Look, I think what we need also is not just girly pop content, but people need to make these like fan cam style fucking clips of me just like popping off or making like a good statement with like lo-fi you know, yeet in the background, that type of shit. Like that's what also responds so positively for the bro space. That's what we got to do more of, honestly. Like the things that I was, you got to do like you got to do what all those fucking idiots do, where some guy will be like, the riverbank, words mean something. Like the river, it flows in one direction, and the riverbank is where money is, and it's like lo-fi, hard bass fucking music is playing in the background, like those deep videos. You know what I mean? We just need to make some more shit like that. Yeah, funk edits, exactly. Like slow and reverbed yeet playing in the background. Do a quick PSA to not burn houses down. Everyone's celebrating it on TikTok, but innocent people who are anti-Nazis could get harmed or worse, die. Wait, what? Yeah, it needs to be this.
Which is the biggest predictor of people's long-term financial well-being is their reference group, which is, and this is important, is that it's the 5 people you compare yourself to, not the 5 people you spend the most time with. And I think that's a huge difference. You want to
Play
take
and move.
advice,
TikTok is the best. Can you please
not
watch?
from the people who are closest to you, but the people who are closest to your goals. Take advice from them. And people are like, oh yeah, I'll take advice from them. But when you're about to make a big life-changing decision, who do you talk to? If you're talking to the people closest to you, none of them have relevant experience. And if you don't want their lives, then definitely don't listen to what they say, right? And it's very hard because that's what makes it feel so lonely, I think, in the beginning, because you have no one to talk to. And so that's why I'm such a big believer in heroes and mentors. So mentors are people who actually interact with you, but heroes are just like, what would Warren Buffett do? You know, some people are religious. What would Jesus do? Whatever your thing is, right? Like, who's the
Hear me out, self-help, but with materialism. Yeah, that's what I got to do more of, honestly. And I mean, I do that already. You just got to clip it. The Democrats lost because you didn't do Chad Vice enough. Yeah, that's why. My favorite is the I've changed and manipulated time guy. Yeah, that guy is the best, dude. He's always cooking. What the fuck is this?
If you are nervous while speaking to a female, communicate that to her. By saying this out loud, it will automatically calm your nerves. And if she is a good person, she'll provide comfort. This will in turn relax you even further and allow the best of your personality to shine through. A player does not keep his fears inside. He lets them out and faces them.
This is a bit, chat. I mean, it's pretty good. Anyway, let's get to the news. Now that we talked about the best pathway forward for propaganda, I assume there's a The Macy's playlist that I have not seen, but a Trump guy talking about he only wants to date libs and how he does it. Oh, there is a playlist. Nice. The Macy's, thank you for the playlist. We're going to do Trump's cabinet picks in a second. We're obviously going to be talking about, you need more planted questions in the chat. People asking like, Hasan, how do I get a cute girl to care about my material conditions in the face of rising fascism? Y'all are such fucking nerds, dude. Okay, I take it back. It's not happening for any of you, okay? Yeah, dude, that's how we're going to fucking solve this crisis, this messaging crisis. Okay. Hasan, nerdiest shit you've ever heard, okay? I saw a TikTok that addressed this so perfectly, and it's really funny because like there were people immediately in the comments being like, fuck you, he's talking about you actually. This is, hold on, let me see if I can pull this up real quick. I was thinking about this last night, and it's like a pretty big part of my method, my strategy, my outreach in general. Okay, here, I'm gonna let this run real quick.
I feel like if you can't talk to a group of teenage boys with like very extremist, crazy views and have them walk away like, that guy's pretty cool, you're not capable of leading a movement. Like, there's so many swaggerless, no charisma having ass niggas out here thinking they can just debate their way into making people feel the way they feel about certain topics. It's like, nah, man, you can't be on TikTok live debating niggas all day thinking it's gonna change the world, bruh. You gotta be a little cool, bruh. I don't know, man. Watch some football games. Get into like sports.
And a lot of you nerds don't get it. Look, never educate. Got it. No, dumbass. Education doesn't come from fucking debate. Okay? Shut the fuck up. He's right. He's 100p right. That's why whenever I fucking collab with like the Phase Boys or whatever, so many people chirp. They're like, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? I've heard them being insufficiently leftist. Excuse me. And it's like, yeah, there's a reason. When I do those collaborations, literally the entire chat's like, damn, Hasan is actually quite cool. I had no idea, because everyone's constantly fucking telling me that he's the worst person that's ever existed on the fucking planet. Be fucking normal. It goes a very long way.
Anime. I don't know, some.
You've never watched football a day in your life, not even football? Yeah, but he also talks about anime here. It's just like I have a lot of normal fucking I have a lot of normal interests. That's my point. I love playing basketball. I love watching anime. These are things that are important, okay? I think we have forgotten what it's like to be normal and to talk to one another, even if you fucking disagree with people. God damn. I can't believe how much I have to like communicate this to not only my audience, but just in general.
Some people actually like, stop being a nerd. I don't know. I feel like,
yeah, I said yes to this, and immediately, you need to take this advice, Goofy. He don't debate, bro. No, he don't. Yeah, you're right. Me and these other 700 people just wrong. Yeah, sorry, buddy. I forgot TikTok likes automatically validates your opinion. Go look it up yourself, bro. He debates every stream. You don't debate live on stream. What are you talking about? He deconstructs other people's videos and points. You don't debate him. God, nonsense in bio, opinion discarded. You don't even have a real argument. It's okay, man. He's talking about you, dude. He's talking about you, dog. Rogan was an MMA actor, comedian before begging on the internet. You were a Nepo baby UCLA frat boy. Was it Lambda Jank made you, but you failed because you're lame? Hasan, look at the mirror. You're basically as bad as Destiny at this point. You call people pig dog. What the fuck is, I don't even know what the fuck that's about. TikTok comments, dude. The people that like love debate, okay? Baby dog. People that love debate, and there is definitely a space for that, for sure. Okay? There's definitely a space for people that love debate. It's just you're going to convince a lot more people just by being fucking normal and being a chill ass dude, okay? I've explained this a million times over. It's about creating permission structures. Okay, the more you have, man. Yeah, I love this one when he Jokic, Joe Star is Bizarro World Asmongold. That's my goat right there. TikTok comment sections like how you talk to Bradley, like how you didn't go aggro or too nerdy or embarrass him for not knowing basic stuff. Yeah, no shit. Did you ever do policy debate or any other kind of formalized debate in high school and or college? No. Okay? No. And you want to know why I didn't do that? Because that shit is nerdy as fuck. Okay? It's nerdy as hell. That's the reality. Okay? No. I was not doing that. Like, there is a time and place and a space for debates, okay? It's mostly for pure entertainment. You can actually change people's minds that way too, but like the environment that fosters is going to be people making tutorials on how to find icks about you. What? If you need an ick to detach from a certain sexy socialist streamer, here you go. What? I block Hasan every single account. He's on another type of fake ally. The whole Turkish thing, they all have went astray. Yes, but I think they have a strategy. What? My girl, you've released me. Thank you. What the fuck is this? What is the ick?
33-year-old man talk to an impressionable 20-year-old that way was really gross. Like, it's so gross. Also knowing that Jason the Ween and him have large young male followings, that's the type of messaging he's putting out to young men constantly. It's not usually that direct, it's not usually that obvious, and usually, like I said, it's obfuscated by other political beliefs that you can agree with. But that shit was not cool. Like, he's still gonna keep going and pushing out whatever content he wants, and if you like that, you like that. If you're looking to detach because you don't like how he talks about things, might I recommend that one to just kind of be the final ick you need to fully detach.
What's your body count?
I have no idea.
Do you have like a notepad of everybody? No. Damn. So you
when I was young, like up to like the 20th, I think I had it.
Okay. Higher or lower 100?
It's probably higher.
Yeah. Yeah, damn. Have you ever gotten a STD?
No. Do you practice safe sex?
Oh, no, I don't use condoms.
That's not good, bro. I mean, I don't either, but...
Oh, shit.
At least get checked up. You get checked up?
I don't have sex. I lied.
Wait, what?
I don't have sex.
What about all the girls you're always hanging out with? You're lying.
I literally have sex. I do get that a lot.
That was the ick? Me saying you should practice safe sex and get checkups? Like what? Or that I have, like he presented it to me and I literally, so she's slut shaming you and saying Jason, a 20-year-old is an impressionable young man as if he's a minor? The fuck? Yeah. I mean, look, all I'm going to say is I feel like there's a lot of people who are, I don't know, antagonistic to my worldview. But I mean, this is the type of shit. I'll be honest with you. This is the type of shit that is like, you know, keep yelling into the fucking void. But Like that interview, ironically enough, was exactly what I was talking about, of me being just like a normal person. Okay? Yeah, it might be an ick for you, but I think that there's a lot of people that you didn't watch the whole thing. There was something in the beginning. No, I just assume it's like it's just appeal. Yeah,
just rampant misogyny. Okay, I got into him because I saw the clips online. They seemed good. I watched the streams, and he's hot. Like, let's not fucking deny that. You know, that's part of the appeal. Because he was so hot, and because I believed in like a lot of the core political things he was talking about, I excused a lot of misogyny or just like let it pass by, right? But post-election, I'm not feeling it anymore. I'm not. It's very obvious that he has not done the work to interrogate, unpack, and rectify his own misogyny while he's espousing whatever political beliefs he has. Like, misogyny is integral to his political...
If I catch any of you dumb motherfuckers in her replies being annoying to her, I will shoot you out of orbit, okay? I will blast you into space on the first fucking rocket ship to Mars. Don't you ever do that shit. I hate it so much when you guys go and fucking brigade random, like, small-ass TikTok accounts. I hate it because I don't think they should face the severe repercussions of like drawing ire from my community. I despise that shit. Okay, there are people who are big boys and big girls who can fucking who say a litany of unhinged things, and you know who they are. Okay, I'm not gonna tell you the same thing about like Ben Shapiro, for example, right? But this is a random person on TikTok. I probably shouldn't have even looked at this video. It's got like 900 likes or whatever in one day. I think it's odd that I think it's just like odd and awkward that this is like a major, like this is like the type of thing that you're interested in doing, where you're like, hey guys, I know we have a crisis of facing young men and trying to get them on the side of progressive politics, but there is a guy who has done that successfully for the past 6 years, and I think we should comb through his political conversations or even non-political conversations with young men with massive young male audiences, and then comb through it and be like, you are not sufficiently woke in this process. And then the thing that she posts and the thing that she presents is like me being myself. Like, I'm sorry. Yes, dude. I don't have qualms. I'm sorry that like you think it's gross that I have had sex. You know? Jesus Christ. It's not like something that I present personally or flex personally. I'm not like, yeah, I fuck a lot. Like, I don't do that. I'm fucking an incel, okay? I'm an involuntarily celibate person. Central Committee, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Central Committee is back. Okay? Anyway, that's the whole problem. That's the problem. People don't fucking understand. Like, everyone just thinks like, no, actually, what we have to do, don't worry, as on misogyny is why I stayed in the community. That's what I'm talking about, baby. I don't know why this feels like she's projecting some sort of parasocial something here. The thing is, I do have a healthy dose of misogyny, certainly. Like, I'm a man, okay? And yes, at times, I do have a tendency to say certain things that are misogynistic. And I recognize it, and I try to dial it back, okay? The reality is that's the best expectation. You know what I mean? What the fuck? Don't lower your standards. That's not what I'm saying at all, okay? If that's not for you, and that's fine. I have a mostly male audience, okay? A lot of white dudes in here. Ironically enough, a lot of white dudes that happen to fit the mold of the people that the Democratic Party has left behind. I'm in a space that is dominated by white dudes, okay? Young white men. This is all it is. This entire space is young white men. Be fucking normal. Make sure that I think people cannot address their own view of aesthetic versus actual material issues. I think this is a case where a bro guy talking about sex is all being essentialized as misogyny. And that is a part of the issue with why libs can't message to young men who are open to progressive messaging. I know. You do that shit, people are going to be like, what the fuck are you saying? Especially if you do that shit to someone like myself. Okay? I didn't say I'm young. I'm saying that like my audience is younger white men in general. Nah, that's unnecessary capitulation. You're a bozo sometimes, but not misogynist. Don't give the chirpers anything. They're bad faith. No, there's definitely moments where I say shit that is like definitely misogynistic. I recognize it. Sometimes I'm like being sarcastic and it reads as me being like openly and overtly misogynistic, and that happens quite a bit. But like ultimately, I spend a whole great deal of time, advocating for women's rights. I don't know what the fuck you're saying. If you're like, oh, it gave me the ick that he fucks. They're not mad you fuck. They're mad you admit you don't use condoms. In my opinion, kind of valid. Should have admitted that to an impressionable audience, but this is over the top from her, Lamau. I mean, first of all, yes, I'm not gonna get into this. Yes, I do use condoms. Okay. Of course I use condoms. When you're, I don't want to talk about my private life. And I usually don't talk about sex in general. Okay. I think it's fucking stupid to talk about it. As a woman in here, I'm going to make myself lunch while you guys debate this. It feels better. Pregnancy is a skill issue. True.
Young men, ages 17 to 21-ish, I'm being so genuine right now, it does not have to be this way. There are entire industries built around getting you to misdiagnose the causes of your loneliness and insecurity.
Chat's kind of proving why there isn't a Joe Rogan on the left. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's funny to look at two grown-ass men having a fucking conversation that is like so normal and infinitely more progressive than the type of shit that normally goes on, and being like, that's the shit. Go watch a fucking Fresh and Fit video, dumbass. The fuck do you mean? They're over there advocating on like medieval methods of torturing women and shit. And you're over here being like, well, you said you like to have sex without a condom because it feels better. Yeah, dude, you're right. You're right. I do. Shut the fuck up. How crazy. Ironic, because that conversation I was like literally telling Jason, okay? Ironically enough, I was giving him advice. Like, he was asking my advice about like his relationships and what to do. In that larger conversation, I explained to him that like it's definitely healthier to no longer be in a relationship. Like a lot of relationships like fall apart. Okay. A lot of relationships sometimes fall apart for good reason. And then like trying to pick that back together is oftentimes not the productive thing to do. Life is better when you move on, yada, yada, yada. But no, sex without condoms. I can't believe this 33-year-old man is talking about sex to a baby girl who is only 21 years old or 20 years old. Is crazy.
And seek out help for those problems, seek out treatment for that stuff from people who only look to exploit you for power, from people whose entire business models or election strategies or whatever are built entirely around getting you to continue feeling that way and then directing your subsequent.
As a woman, I hate that most women dislike you is because they heard one thing and assume 50 more things after that. I don't think most women dislike me. I have a pretty fucking solid base of female watchers as well. It's wild. And ultimately, it doesn't matter. It's the same principle all the way down, okay? My job is to de-radicalize people. That is the number one thing I'm here to do. So what do I always tell trans folk, for example, sometimes when I'm talking about trans issues, that's not for you. That's for transphobic people, okay? And I tell my black HasnAbi heads, when I talk about like when I talk about issues that pertain to the black community, that's not for you. You already know that. You're black. You know, this is for a white guy who's never heard of that before, who's never heard an alternative perspective. You know, it's not for you. You know that already. It's your existence. And the same thing goes for like misogyny as well and women's rights as well. It's fucking crazy. And there's not much I can do in terms of like overcoming the aesthetics. And it's especially funny because like those broy aesthetics is partially why I have such a fucking large community that is relatively diverse, right? Why don't you have more blacks on the stream? Oh, come on. Come on. The weakest bait of all time. You're so fucking stupid. Take an hour off for this dumbass take, okay? Chatter said blacks. Also, the fuck do you mean? That, what do I always tell you? That's always a losing argument when someone says, why don't you have more black people on the stream? And then we just start naming black people. It's like, what the fuck? It's so dumb. Shut up. Shut up, idiot. No, that person is doing the, yeah, don't do the fucking, the whitest thing you can do, which is to immediately start naming black people, okay, that have been on the stream. It's so dumb. No, you don't understand. That is a trap, okay? And black chatters such as that one that said, why don't you have more blacks on the stream? Okay. Obviously are doing that as bait, as a joke, as a meme, even though I banned them for an hour. Okay. And they're saying that as a joke. But then when you respond with like, you know, you respond with in the most Caucasian way possible, you go, oh, here are all the black people that have been on the stream in the past week. Like you're being super Caucasian. Okay. As a woman, it's not the condom part. It's the term body count specifically because it gets used against women, but you didn't bring it into the conversation. Jason did. Yeah, also, I have routinely talked about how under a patriarchal structure, the body count conversation doesn't harm men, or even objectification doesn't harm men in the same way that it harms women. So the fuck are we talking about? Go find someone else to yell about, you know? That wasn't a black chatter. We don't say blacks. No, the chatter was joking when they said that. They were very clearly baiting. They weren't being serious. They were doing the meme, the common meme that people go, why don't you have enough? Yeah, you literally talked about it on the Fear M pod yesterday. I know, it's so dumb. Look, man. I'm sex positive. If you got an issue with that, you know, you got an issue with that. There's not much I can do about it.
Anger or rage or intense feelings, a desire for action, whatever, in directions that suit their needs, that further their causes. That's all you are to them. There's a lot of people that are too far gone, completely convinced that happiness is going to trickle down once we get this guy another term and we accomplish all these things on like a macro national scale. I, tomorrow as an individual, will wake up feeling fulfilled. The hollow feeling inside me will be gone. That is never going to happen. And for all of the people who are like on the fence, undecided, floating around, looking for something real to grab onto, that is my message to you. You are never going to fix your anger or your loneliness or your insecurity by joining a movement that specifically recruits you for feeling that way and then is fueled by the continuation of those feelings. It's not going to happen.
Activists campaigning for the release of January 6th rioters pop champagne outside the DC jail. Oh yeah, Donnie's got some pop off stuff. I mean, he's got content lined up for years at this point now. But yeah, Jokic Joe Star,
the solutions
my
that you're
goat,
looking.
Okay, love him. This was posted before the election.
I love all the Democrats telling me that I'm the single issue voter and that if Kamala Harris loses in November, it's my fault. You guys are supporting.
Okay. I don't want to get further into this stuff. All right, we got. As a woman, what rubbed me the wrong way was deciding to broadcast Bring It Up now during the Hassan is anti-Semitic campaign. Like, sure, we can have this convo. Seems like weird timing. Yeah. First of all, once again, like. There is a level of like there is a level of misogyny that I sometimes will demonstrate. Overall, I am a feminist and I am an advocate for women's rights. That much is clear. But having said that, I'm far from perfect. Okay, that's something that I readily recognize. But in terms of like anti-Semitism, that's fucking ridiculous. Okay. Like, I would say that it is probably, it is so unimaginably ridiculous. It's like saying I'm transphobic, okay? Get the fuck out of here, dude. Like, that's, and me even recognizing that is just me demonstrating that I am self-aware and I try to do my very best, right? And ironically enough, all of this shit that people fucking chirp at me about in terms of like, my unrestrained like ableism, misogyny, sexism, transphobia, anti-Semitism, like 98% of people would be massive fans of mine if I actually was that. Okay. The people that are saying that are cynically saying it for the most part. They just have like, usually they have a disagreement with one political opinion or the next. And then they just like kind of couch their criticism in something else, like a broader point. It is what it is, you know? I like how understanding and normal you are about this stuff. Twitter from like 2017 era made me so afraid of saying something wrong by accident. I like that you have a grounded approach. Yeah, because I understand people are fucking imperfect, you know? As a Jewish person, I understand the difference between criticism of an entire group of people versus the government that represents them. You are 100% not anti-Semitic. Jew brawn lames. Excuse me. Jew brawn lames. That is an unacceptable username. Okay. I read the first part and I was like, haha, that's funny. And then I saw the last part and I thought to myself, well, someone is being a little racist. Change your name. Baja blast my brains out. Thank you for the 10 community gifted subs. Wait, when have you been genuinely misogynistic? No, it's not like there's different layers to it, okay? There's different layers of misogyny. You have to understand, like I'll give you an example, okay? Sometimes I pop off on like conservative women, right? Like calling Marjorie Taylor Greene ugly, okay? Which she is. Like, she is a freak, okay? She looks like a goddamn Titan from Attack on Titan. Now that technically is misogynistic. Why is it misogynistic? I say men are ugly too. Doesn't matter. It impacts women differently. It undermines women. Women are supposed to, it comes with a lot of baggage, okay? It comes with a lot of baggage. The baggage is systematic forms of oppression that I am using against a woman. So some people are going to see that and go, he's being misogynistic there. I have been undermined in the past because I don't fit certain, standards of beauty, and men have undermined me in the past for that reason. Is the immediate feeling that a lot of people are going to have. I guess it's a bit of a microaggression, or maybe even a macroaggression. It's just an aggression, right? That right there is a inherently misogynistic statement. Okay. That rant clip of you during the Tate debate time was big on TikTok. Or here, I'll give you another example. When I say I fucked your mom to a chatter, okay? You know, people are going to read that as misogynistic. And to a certain degree, it is. Okay? And it's true. That's where the like, it's not people saying like you're misogynistic because like you want to control what women can and can't do to their fucking bodies or anything like that. Like the unrestrained, unrestricted misogyny online ranges from the likes of people being like, lol, get back to the kitchen jokes, okay, to women, and they mean it when they say it, all the way to like the Nicholas Fuentes neo-Nazi who is celebrating and like going crazy on his fucking live stream on the night of the election coverage, where he is like celebrating the fact that, you know, your body, my choice, your body, my choice. Like that is like the highest level of misogyny, in my opinion. That's like you've reached like maximalist, a maximum position. You know? As a woman, the way you discuss topics can sometimes feel abrasive, especially since many of us are conditioned to respond better to softer, more indirect communication. Your approach is, this is how it is, which works with the guys, but I can feel a bit blunt for some women. It's not that you're rude, just that the directness can be off-putting at times. Yeah, I know. I understand that. Right? I get that. But I can't change myself. Like, I can only restrain certain aspects and re-examine my approach, but I'm not going to fucking like, I'm not going to become like a fake ass fucking male feminist archetype from like 2016. Okay. Like, ooh, I just not who I am. It's not going to happen. I think the disconnect is between people from inherently liberal circles and those from more conservative backgrounds. Yeah. Like, I have found me being my authentic self to be relatively successful in converting people away from reactionary politics. And that absolutely pertains to, you know, people re-examining the patriarchy and the systems of oppression that come and you know, undermine women with regular frequency. And that is, but you can stop talking about MGT being fuckable or not. Now you're making excuses instead of introspection. Please stop this. Yes. First of all, I don't think MGT is fuckable or not is ever been a real question. Okay. No, I just say she's horrible to look at. Okay. She is horrifying. She's a monstrous piece of shit that also ends up reflecting the way she looks. Her insides have turned out, you know? You're the one who is making it seem like whether she is sexually attractive or not. I'm not talking about that. A lot of people on the left also need to understand that, you know, you got to be... Look, if you have... everyone has a different thing. Everyone has a different layer of acceptability. Okay? Everyone has a different thing. Like, everyone has a different limit, right? If your upper limit is like me being like, MGT looks like a Titan, and you're like, wow, this is the most like unrestrained misogyny I've ever heard, then yeah, I'm not going to be for you. This is not the content. It's far from the most significant thing I talk about, right? It's far from the most significant part of my commentary, but there's like 98%. If you agree with 98% of the shit that I say, she looks like an unethical dog breed. You know, if you got issues with that sort of commentary, then yeah, this is not a space for you. You can find other places that are infinitely more understanding, infinitely more open-minded to that sort of sentiment, but like, you know, online bitching at Hasan but voted for Trump and as a crusty boyfriend. No, a crusty boyfriend who voted for Trump. Yeah. She's not going to do that. I think you've made your point. Now the only people disagreeing are going to be the people who have a horrible time interpreting what you're directly saying. Yeah. Yeah. The funniest thing you said was when you said she was going home to celebrate something with a Kong full of peanut butter. I think that was... Did I say that or did Felix say that? Okay. All right. What is this?
Like dude that likes Trump but is only into liberal women is a lot like being in the closet. Because it's like they're going to ask you about it eventually. And you have to say what we all say, which is, yeah, I don't really follow politics. But like, there's levels to this, man. You got to be discreet. You got to be really good at it. And it's not that hard once you get used to it. You just like lie a lot. If you can just lie really well to liberal women and just like make them think that you aren't really into politics.
Dog, I think everyone from 7 miles away, unless they are car crash victims, can directly clock you as a conservative and maybe even other shit. Okay? Like, come on, dude. What do you mean? Oh, yeah, lie to women. One thing that people always tend to forget is that, like, listen, you know, we're pro women here, but that doesn't mean all women are, you know, well equipped with a radar or even care about your internal politics. Some broads are dumb, okay? Many men are dumb. And certainly some women can be dumb too, you know? They're going to fucking fall for you regardless. What is this idea? Like, pretty sure everyone can tell exactly where you're coming from. And some people are overlooking that because, you know, they've given up.
Politics and everything works out. It's totally fine.
Of all the things.
Has anyone thought about the fact that a man saying they don't like Donald Trump is probably going to be a lie they use to get women?
That's crazy. It's true. Oh, Jesus Christ. God damn. That didn't take much. Okay.
Has anyone thought?
I think, I'm going to be honest with you. I think like we got, God, I'm worried, dude. We are reaching the peak of gender wars, I think. This scary stuff happening, okay? Is also usually not like the truth, okay? That's the other thing. It's just not the truth. So many people will say this in a heated moment, in a passionate moment, and then go and date like a Trump supporter who is the most racist man you have ever encountered. You know what I mean? That's it. That's what's so annoying. It's like all the fucking... I had a pop-off moment for this inconsistency when I was talking about, like, I don't know, like a Stan account for fucking Harry Styles talking about like men and the choices that men make in terms of like you know, people's bodies or whatever. And it's like, well, you're a fucking Stan account for Harry Styles. Like, you like the way he looks. Like, we often have the capacity to refuse to look at our own personal imperfections and just kind of have this like outward presence of infallibility. We're like, oh, these people are not perfect. Like, they have stupid ass opinions that I don't agree with. And many of them are stupid, right? But you have some stupid ass opinions too. We all do. Anyway, remember when you clocked this Trump supporter?
Somebody said I look like a gay guy that would vote for Trump.
You don't even look like a gay guy. You look like just a guy that would vote for Trump.
Wait, really?
Yes.
Hasan has this like camo sweatshirt merch.
Yeah, but it's like
no,
patched
but I
up
get
and
dirty.
stuff.
looks when I land in California because they think that I'm like neurotic conservative dude that's like wearing camo. But anyway, yeah, I do have a lot of privilege. So much so that people don't even believe that I'm gay when I tell them. Not until I am inside of them do they understand.
Yeah. It's
Somebody
so funny
said-
because I saw some comments. Bet they both voted for Trump. I could tell you Hasan did for sure. I did not, however. You fucking piece of shit. Yo, this fucking son of a bitch. Oh my God. This is slander, bro. I'm suing your ass, okay? I'm done. I'm done with this monster. What the hell, dude? How dare you? Chill, brother. I told you that in confidence. Why are you fucking telling people? I told you that as a friend, Austin. I can't pay. Always thought Austin was a Trumpy. I campaigned for Kamala Harris. Was at the DNC. Interviewed Bernie Sanders and phone banked. I campaigned for Kamala. I was at the DNC. Yeah. Well, so was I. You fucking asshole. And I voted for Donald Trump in your mind. So how does that work? Anyway. Okay. Lolo's message to Austin. What? Post has been deleted. Speaking of gender wars, what do you think about trad wives being an idea sold to women and more people are biting? A lot of trad wife videos are oftentimes not even explicit about it. I keep seeing it more and more. I mean, a lot of women have unimaginable levels of internalized misogyny. And I think that trad wife stuff is so perfect because, one, it leans into that. Okay. On the train, watching Hasan the Hun stream, and he keeps pausing it at the worst frames of Jack. I feel so bad, but it's so funny. He's just sitting here being upset about it. Oh, that's hilarious. I also call him Bizarro Asmongold, which is not great. I mean, I really like him. I really like him a lot. HasnAbi thinks the trad wife stuff is perfect. No, my point is, if you have internalized misogyny, okay, as a woman, and you see the trad wife shit, you're like, damn, I don't want to fucking work. Work sucks. Like it quite literally flips the class position on its head. You know what I mean? Especially because they're showcasing like this traditionalist lifestyle in all of its glory when it's like there's a whole bunch of stuff that just absolutely sucks about it. You know what I mean? It's just the aesthetic allure of not having to work and thinking that like work at home, you know, maintaining a home is going to be much better than going to work for some fucking shit ass boss. It is pretty funny though, because, you know, I think everyone is basically looking for the same thing.
You are gay, 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 you are gay.
Yeah, I wonder why he deleted that TikTok. Yeah, trad wife is displayed as idealistic. Most of her is subject to 9 impossible standards, so I could say either sex could use a break in many respects. What? Are you talking about the 4B shit? Unemployment hitting Lolo hard? Yeah, he posted a photo of Yahya Sinwar, and I texted him this tweet, and I was like, bro just gave up on the job search. I was like, he's done. He just gave up on that shit, dude. The fuck are you doing? Bro has a better understanding of America than most
about
Americans.
Trump winning the election?
He's a fucking goose.
Why?
He's too fucking arrogant.
What do you think about his policies? Well, he hasn't got any. I think change would have been good, seeing a female. She probably would have got up if she had more time to get out and, do her thing, but unfortunately, they cut their losses too late. And Trump, God help us all, he's going to get democracy the way he thinks it should be running.
Which is?
How he sees things to be running. He's going to try and change the democracy of America, don't worry about that. They all say that their sovereignty and all that's all safe, but he will fucking try his hardest to change things slowly. I don't even know why Pick isn't even in jail. He should be in jail like anyone else that does that shit.
Well, thank you for your opinion, sir.
No worries. But on the bright side, he's just a wanker. Putin and all that, they'll be back rubbing their hands, happy that he got in, thinking that everyone will be saying, well, democracy doesn't work.
You think Putin's happy that he got in?
Of course they all are. In running office, you can't even run his own business, mate. So how's he going to run the fucking country? God help the rest of the world. Because he's just a dickhead.
He's a dickhead. You talked about it years ago. Yeah. Trad wife TikTok. I also think trad wife TikTok is like sex work for the most part. It literally is. Like for most people, for most like trad wife TikToks, like it's watched almost entirely by men who treat it as like, I mean, it's sex work. It's like sex work for conservatives, right? It's like OnlyFans content, softcore. It's fetish. If it's sex work, you support it then. I mean, I think the trad wife content is again a fantasy and I have no issues with it. But if you think that it's like going to save you or some shit, then yeah, I'm going to tell you that is probably not the case. The entire purpose of feminism is like, if you want to do that shit, you can do that shit. Go off, It's more so about like not restricting people. I remember that video. That's when I started watching you. Oh God, maybe I should have never done that. No, I'm just kidding. Like, that's such a liberal feminist take. What do you mean? It's a normal take. Dude, the fuck are you talking about? If someone wants to be a stay-at-home mom, then yeah, great. What the fuck? What do you think? I'm like, no, get back to the fucking salt mines? Like, you think that's my attitude? No, you also have to work at a marketing job, okay? You also need to get a PR degree, a communications degree, and go work in some fucking dumbass PR firm, okay? No, like, if you don't want to do it, you don't want to do it. It's great. Who cares? The entire point is women should still have the fucking choice to choose whichever path they see fit, okay? I'm for equality. I hate y'all motherfuckers. Supporting the degradation of women through sex work is pretty misogynistic. Degradation? Degradation of women? Dude, at the end of the day, it's other women that are going to tap into it and be like, that's great for me. I like that. I'm going to do that. Like, what are you talking about? I do not support any kind of systematic restrictions that stop women from going to the professional workforce and pursuing a career. The fuck? 2016 too, we're having sex work discourse. Yeah. Swerves have been so loud lately on TikTok. No, now that the gender wars is coming, the gender wars have been, it's been getting worse and worse overall. It's going to get choice feminism isn't real feminism. The majority of porn degrades women. Yeah, I'm not having this conversation. You're right, dude. Okay. I don't want to have this conversation. It's so fucking boring. You guys literally end up handshaking with the grossest incels, by the way. The fucking, yeah, we're going to do cum retention. Like, good luck. Have fun. Yeah, no more gooning. BRB dusting off my women's study degree. Yeah. At least according to the sex workers I talk to, they feel more degraded during retail than they did in a fucking strip club. So, and have more protections. Now, that is not the case for every single sex worker. Okay. I would never say that. But you often forget Oh my God, I'm diving into it again. I'm diving into the sex work discourse. Oh my God, it's so 2016. Yeah, this is the reason why Donald Trump won or Donald Trump lost. You talk to sex workers who are millionaires? No, I don't. The fuck are you talking about? No. Yeah, every stripper in Ohio is a millionaire. There's literally strippers in this community, dumbass. You think they're fucking caking? You think they're caked up? Anyway. I want to do the Tim Pool video of them tackling me and talking about it. But before we get to that, yeah, we're going to do Mike Fuckaby. We're going to talk about how the State Department has decided that today, the State Department has decided that, and this might come as a surprise to absolutely nobody in this community at the very least. Okay. That turns out, you know, things are not going to get better. And it turns out that the Democratic Party's own internal assessment is that Israel was not actually violating humanitarian rights, you know? Turns out that was going on. Turns out Israel wasn't actually violating human rights, you know? Shocking. But before we get to that, let's do Trump's cabinet picks. One
in
by
Washington
one.
For the incoming Trump administration, President-elect Trump has made a flurry of additional picks for top jobs, including Secretary of State and National Security Advisor. Some names you know, some names are new additions. Weijia Zhang joins us now from West Palm Beach, Florida, with more on all of it. Weijia, good morning.
Good morning to you, Tony. Good morning to everybody. President-elect Trump is prioritizing key administration roles that really reflect his top campaign promises, securing the border and boosting the economy with energy independence. And all of the appointees have at least one thing in common: fierce loyalty to Trump.
Just 1 week after his resounding victory, President-elect Donald Trump is filling out his top posts.
This is a nice crowd.
Yes, they love you.
South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem is Trump's pick to become Homeland Security Secretary. Once considered a vice presidential contender, Noem faced controversy over accounts in her memoir, but remained a strong Trump ally on the campaign trail.
Those criminals, murderers, rapists that are threatening safety in our communities, they're going to be the first ones on the list to go.
Trump is also expected to name Florida Senator Marco Rubio as his choice for Secretary of State.
We want an America that dreams big again, and for that, we need to elect Donald Trump. That's the stake in this election.
It's a long way from their rivalry for the Republican nomination in 2016.
Little Marco Rubio, he's a total disaster.
Rubio isn't the only member of Congress who could join the new Trump administration.
I have never in my lifetime seen the world falling apart like it is under Joe Biden.
Florida Congressman Michael Waltz is Trump's choice for National Security Advisor.
I fully believe in his America First agenda.
Waltz.
Law that Trump's numbing any number of Jewish conservatives who'd be equally qualified for the Israel ambassador job. I'm sure all the people like Greg Gutfeld who concerned trolled about Harris not picking Shapiro over anti-Semitism would be very upset about this. No, but that's also partially because Israel is not going to be upset about this. So, of course, that's not, if Israel is not upset about this choice, then that's going to read as not anti-Semitic, right? That's the main point here, because Mike Fuckaby is perhaps the absolute worst person for this position because he is a absolute psychopath. Okay? In general, but certainly an absolute psychopath when it comes to Israel. He is one of the loudest voices that I have been chirping about endlessly in terms of conservative Christian far-right ultra-Zionism, okay? In the United States of America, are there Jewish Zionists? Of course, okay? You got, Miriam Adelson, for example, or Sheldon Adelson. And they are massive donors to the Republican Party. Okay? And then there are liberal Zionists who are also Jewish, like Haim Saban, who are massive donors to the Democratic Party. But they all pale in comparison. Sheldon's dead, exactly. But Miriam is carrying the torch. But they all pale in comparison to the rabid nature of an evangelical Protestant Christian who is an ultra-Zionist. Because their goals are not specifically tied to Jewish people or a false understanding that like Jews will only be safe in Israel, yada, yada, yada. Their goals are insane. Their goals are immaterial. They are cultists with an understanding, with a theological understanding that like the apocalypse must happen. And the only way to do that is if Israel maintains that land that is exclusively comprised of Jews, okay? It is the most insane, like you can't reason with a person like that. You know what I mean? I mean, you might not be able to reason with an ultra-Zionist Jewish person either, but at the end of the day, it comes from a different kind of social conditioning. And worst of all, and I've said this many, many times over, there are a shitload more ultra-Zionist, white nationalist Christians in the evangelical base in the United States of America that have this theological understanding, this theological justification, demanding that the rapture occurs in raw numbers, then there are Jews, Zionist and anti-Zionist alike. Okay? There are almost 10x the number of rabid evangelical Christians who believe in the apocalyptic reasons for why Israel must exist as a Jewish nation state than there are Jews across the board. You feel me? You smell me? You understand? And it's so funny because people just like completely forget that for one reason or another. I think on the liberal Democratic Party side, they conveniently ignore that because they want to run a defensive position for Israel by maintaining the position that like Israel is they do the pro-Israel anti-Semitism, the woke dual loyalty narratives. Okay? Or they'll be like, no, you don't understand. Like all Jews are Zionists and it's anti-Semitic if you fucking criticize Israel. Right? But that is a major reason for why there's so much motion on this, okay?
The decorated Green Beret veteran talked to CBS News about how he views U.S. priorities less than 1 week ago.
Let's end this war in Ukraine. Let's pivot to deal with China. Let's secure our border. Let's rebuild our military.
Stephen Miller will play a big role.
Yeah, anybody that says the West Bank is called Judea and Samaria is like an insta red flag. When Bill Clinton did it, it was unacceptable. And when Mike Huckabee does it, you're like, uh-oh.
America is for Americans and Americans only.
As Trump's pick for Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy, Miller helped mastermind the so-called Muslim ban and the zero-tolerance policy that separated families at the border during the first Trump presidency. Trump has also announced Lee Zeldin as head of the Environmental Protection Agency. The former New York congressman has been criticized by environmental groups for his voting record, and Zeldin has already promised to roll back Biden regulations.
Through the EPA, we have the ability to pursue energy dominance, to be able to make the United States the artificial intelligence capital of the world.
When someone says we got to do AI shit, just know that they want to they want to create new ecological disasters that you had not even comprehended before, okay? Every time you see one of those ugly ass AI art, all that AI art that you see that's ugly as fuck, they're basically boiling the fucking coral reefs to be able to get that, okay? Oof. Yeah. Yes, we started a new denaturalization project under Trump in 2025, expected to be turbocharged. Justice Department establishes an office to denaturalize immigrants. That's what Stephen Miller said in 2023. Oh. Do you think the heavy use of AI over the last few years had a hand in the hurricane season insanity? I mean, certainly. Yeah, even oil companies are saying Trump is too extreme on climate change. This happened literally under the Trump administration as well. Oil giant ExxonMobil opposed President-elect Donald Trump's plans to pull out of the Paris Climate Agreement, a company spokesperson told to a CNN statement. A second U.S. exit from the Paris Climate Agreement will have profound implications for the United States' efforts to reduce its own emissions and for international efforts to combat climate change, an ExxonMobil spokesperson told in a statement. We advocate for policy that accounts for security, affordability, reliability, and environmental stewardship, not drastic changes that could hinder the progress being made today. I mean, it's performative for the most part. They much prefer the Joe Biden method, which was, aesthetically do the right things while still, increasing our over-reliance on fossil fuels. And, it's great. Good stuff. Great stuff. Overall. Wonderful.
To bring back American jobs to the auto industry and so much more.
Trump is heading to the White House tomorrow to meet with President Biden. It is a post-election tradition that did not happen back in 2020 because Trump did not invite Biden over when their roles were reversed. Tony?
We should thank you very much. Washington correspondent Major Garrett. Major, good morning to you. These picks matter because of the ideas people will bring to the White House, also because they're going to be overseeing huge budgets of American taxpayer dollars. But the order of these announcements tell us something, too, about Donald Trump. What does it say to you?
2 words, speed and sequence. Things are moving very rapidly. I would expect more announcements today, possibly Treasury Secretary, possibly Energy Secretary. So there's tremendous speed. There are PowerPoints presented to President-elect Trump. He's like, I don't need PowerPoints. I know what I want to do. Let's just move, move, move. Why do I say the word sequence? Because it's important as we are, as a nation, digesting these moves that, for example, Tom Homan was named the border czar before the
Yeah, I mean, he was, Obama's border guy, too, for the record. Expect liberals to get really mad about Tom Homan when, and you should get mad, but just remind yourselves, maybe quietly, that he worked under Obama as well.
There was an announcement about DHS Secretary or even Stephen Miller going in the White House as Deputy Chief of Staff of Policy. Why? Because Tom Homan, everyone knows in the Trump inner circle, will have direct access to the president, and that sequencing, naming him first, makes him more important on border matters than the DHS Secretary-to-be, Kristi Noem, or even Stephen Miller. Same thing I would say in the sequencing of announcing Elise Stefanik as the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations before naming Marco Rubio as Secretary of State. That's a very odd sequencing. Usually you do it the other way around. UN ambassador, much less important than the Secretary of State. Not for Trump. He wants Elise Stefanik, a staunch defender of Israel in the UN, to not only talk about America First diplomacy, but also have Israel's back. Not just Israel generally, but the Netanyahu government. So speed and sequence really matter.
I never paid attention to sequencing.
Thoughts on Stephen Miller? He is a very prominent neo-Nazi whose entire family despises him. He has no family. He has no friends. He has nothing in his life. The only thing he has is this resilient white supremacist, white nativist attitude and an agenda that he wants to follow through on that purges this nation of anyone that is like not white enough.
Sequencing before.
He has a
now
wife?
I will. Major, what does it tell you, the people
Does
that
he?
he's chosen so far, what does it tell you about the cabinet he wants to build and the administration he intends to run?
Does he still have a wife?
So I covered the Trump transition in
I guess he
2016
does.
going into 2017. And back then, there were 2 great questions. What do I do, and how should I best do it? Trump didn't have answers to that.
He's had a wife since 2020. And 3 children now.
He's never been president before. He knows the answers now. What he wants is loyalty, and he wants direct reporting. He knows the cabinet secretaries have to go through a Senate confirmation process. What he wants, though, is czars or people who have direct report power to him, who he can basically create a straight line of accountability that doesn't run necessarily through that agency's bureaucracy. It goes straight to him. You're going to see that shape many of his appointments. Obviously, there will be cabinet secretaries, but there'll be others who have direct report power to him, and he will try to use that to go around the bureaucracy when and where he can.
All right, Major, we've seen Trump talk about bypassing Senate confirmations with recess appointments. Between that and naming the czars in positions, what does he accomplish with that?
So it's worth pointing out, and I know this is ancient history, but during the Obama administration, congressional Republicans accused then-President Obama, who wanted to use recess powers to fill held positions, of using brazen, unconstitutional powers to do that. Now they're basically saying Trump should do that right away. So there's a disconnect there. Using recess appointments is something that the Supreme Court has basically restrained in a clash during the Obama administration. So there's Supreme Court precedent that will limit President Trump's powers to use recess appointment. But what he's trying to signal...
Oh, they'll definitely do that. This Supreme Court will definitely follow suit and act accordingly and maintain their this Supreme Court will certainly maintain their original position. Yeah, famously, they always do that.
To the Senate Republicans and to the nation broadly is he's going to move as rapidly as he can, and if he's challenged in court, he may be set back, but he's going to move as aggressively as he can, and he wants Senate Republicans to get on board and help him as much as they're willing to.
All right, Major, he's moving very quickly. Thank you so much.
All right, Donald Trump's second administration is starting to take shape, and it is full of names you might recognize. Lee Zeldin, he's going to be running the EPA. Elise Stefanik will be the U.S. ambassador to the UN. Our friend and frequent guest, Stephen Miller, will be the deputy chief of staff for policy. And just breaking earlier tonight, there are multiple reports out tonight that Florida Senator Marco Rubio will be named Secretary of State. Now, Donald Trump is also naming former acting ICE Director Tom Homan as the new border czar. He will be in charge.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, any Democrats in Trump's cabinet? Yeah. RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, maybe. No, of course not, dude. Are you crazy? Are they reclaiming the word czar? Guys, that word never went away, okay? I tried to explain to you guys when liberals were like, well, Kamala Harris is not a border czar. That's not an official position. It's like, no, that it is an unofficial way to describe that you are tasked with working on that position. Like, it's a very normal thing. Every administration has done this, okay? A border czar just means it's an unofficial designation for a person that's working on that. You do health czar, right? Yeah, it just means like border boss, the boss of the border, boss baby. How much government do you think we're gonna have after this administration? I don't fucking know. Anyway. By the way, Elise Stefanik literally doesn't have a JD, doesn't even have a Bachelor of Science, just a careerist moron who straight out of college joined the Bush admin and never left politics since. She has no policy chops and has no diplomacy experience. You literally couldn't find someone less qualified if you tried. She literally is just a dumbass. Yeah. yeah, her qualifications are that she bullied university presidents for not being sufficiently pro-Israel, and she popped off big time, and that's it. It's gonna get worse. It's gonna get really, really, really bad. And after here's some more dumbass shit. Border Patrol morale soars after Trump's victory, higher than the first time he won.
Was announced as borders are. We heard all these sound bites have turned out to be false.
Frustrated because no matter how good they do, the migrant flow doesn't stop. And you know, the border security mission is being completely neglected because there seems to be no light. And
yeah, totally neglected. And then let's look at the fucking dumbasses on the Democratic Party side, right? So we looked at like all the awful picks coming from Trump's cabinet, all the awful things that they are salivating to do. Okay. And I will dive a little bit further into the Mike Huckabee situation, who is an evangelical Zionist. And these guys are the absolute worst of the worst. Like, they are hallucinating. Okay. If you are an evangelical Zionist, you are the most insane person. Like, you legitimately, I'm going to describe it one more time, and I'm probably going to have to describe this a lot more. This is something I've talked about quite a bit. These guys have the most motion, okay? These guys have the most motion in American politics. Evangelicals do, okay? They have an outsized level of support from the motherfucking they have an outsized level of support from the motherfucking Republican Party. They always feed that base, okay? It always feeds that. They always feed that base. Their belief is that Israel must, like, that entire Holy Land must be returned to God's chosen people, the Jews, so that the rapture can happen, so that Jesus can come back to earth and fight the devil and the devil's army in Megiddo. It sounds like a fucking anime, but that is literally what they believe, okay? This is a very real thing that a shit ton, like tens of millions of Americans unironically believe. That's why when you go to the Deep South and you're like, what the hell is this? You got like a King Rancher with truck nuts, and you got one sticker that says like Blue Lives Matter, another sticker that's like MAGA, and then the third sticker is like Am Israel High. Okay? And you're like, why the fuck is there like, why is this Christian man who is the most anti-Semitic person you've ever encountered so invested in Israel maintaining its Holy Land status? And that is because they believe in this fucking anime understanding of the world. Okay? Straight up. Mike Huckabee is one of those people. In 2015, he told the Times of Israel that Israel's claim to the occupied West Bank is stronger than the United States' claim to Manhattan. Important to note that when he said this, he referred to the West Bank as Judea and Samaria and named the Palestinian Sea as an attempt to undermine their ties to the land. Okay?
Judea.
Here is Mike Huckabee talking about Israel, the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews.
I never use the term West Bank. I find it offensive. We're talking about Judea and Samaria. Yes, and I never use the term West Bank.
Speaking of evangelism, what do American Jews think? New poll. The majority of American Jews demand stop offensive weapons, offensive U.S. weapons to Israel, 62%. Resume funding of UNRWA, 66%. Sanction Israeli leaders, 66%. Increase aid to Palestinians, 72%. Establishment of a Palestinian state, 72%. Remember when I told you every single American Jew could be an anti-Zionist tomorrow and America's opinion on Israel would not change? Well, Time and time again, I have told you this, but no one fucking listens to me. Now, you know, since October 7th, I've repeated this. One thing I regularly repeat. Even if every single American Jew, I should say American Jewish person, became anti-Zionist overnight, every single Jewish American, the State Department over unconditional Israel would not change. Not these people polled, but clearly their wishes opinions don't matter. Opinions clearly doing him dirty, chatting. I'm dog shit at video games. Yeah, it's fucked up. If HasnAbi ever decides to write a book, that shit's taking him 12 decades for sure. At least we're halfway through the Trump presidency while you were typing that tweet. Okay, everybody calm down, all right? Calm the fuck down, okay? This is not a time to yell at your allies. I'm glad we're back to our roots and making fun of how slow you type. I know. We're there. We're there, okay? We're freaking there, baby. Huckabee in 2021 said that he identifies as Chinese, mocking race. Yeah, or mocking trans people too, I think. Chatters act like they've never workshopped the email before hitting send. I know. Huckabee guided private tours in Israel, 2015 article. He is like a real freak, okay? He's a real freak. He's a real one. Mike Huckabee, tour guide to the Holy Land. Trump has nominated Mike Huckabee as U.S. ambassador to Israel. Time for a quick review of the views agenda regarding Israel-Palestine that his nomination effectively endorses. Mike Huckabee, there's no such thing as Palestinians. Mike Huckabee, Palestinian state is a fantasy. Mike Huckabee, U.S. should fund building in Judea, Samaria. Former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee says Washington stop funding Gaza, divert funds to Jewish communities. Mike Huckabee considers buying a home in Judea and Samaria. Mike Huckabee declares West Bank to be a part of Israel during settlement visit. Republican presidential candidate includes Judea and Samaria. Biblical name for the West Bank is a part of all of Israel during visit to discuss Iran nuclear deal. Mike Huckabee, Israel's claim to Judea and Samaria is stronger than U.S. tie to Manhattan. Yeah, another tremendous victory for the anti-neocon faction. Time for regime change in Iran, he says. We should empower Iran's democratic opposition to topple the regime. Yeah, what happened to the Trump will end the wars people? I fucking told y'all. Okay? I told y'all he wasn't going to do that. Even the people who were like worried about, where the war efforts will go for Ukraine. I told you, like, this is not about Donald Trump. These are not decisions that come from Donald Trump. Okay? That's it. America is uniparty when it comes to its foreign policy. One party pushes the needle further, the other party caves and capitulates and consolidates support, making that the American foreign policy. Okay? Yeah, we're going to do Colin Allred's shitty ass campaign in a second. Various updates from Washington Post. Trump is expected to name 4 deputy chiefs of staff: James Blair, Taylor Budowich, Jan Scavino, Stephen Miller. Washington Post confirms the notice scoop that Senator Joni Ernst is interested in Secretary of Defense. Trump is looking to appoint William McGinley for White House counsel. He is White House cabinet secretary in the first administration. Now, the most important role in the Trump administration, no matter which side you're on, Matthew G. Whitaker, is likely to be Trump's pick for U.S. Attorney General. Many of you likely seen Whitaker on TV defending Trump. He was acting Attorney General during the first Trump administration and a harsh Mueller critic. The goal has never been more clear. Okay? I'm telling you right now. The goal is to basically destabilize the entire region, okay, and pack it up to the best of their ability in the interim, in the short term. I'm talking about the Middle East, so they can change the crosshairs towards China, okay? They will try to very quickly deal with Iranian influence in the region. They'll beef up Israel. They'll probably go to war. It's not going to be quick enough. They're never going to be able to deal with this in a fast-paced manner, I think. But the ultimate goal in the upcoming decade is to basically re-envision the Middle East to suit their desires, to control it completely, and then turn around and set the crosshairs against China. Now, Iran is not like Iraq or Afghanistan. Those conflicts were legitimately harmful for America at the end of the day, and they were obviously unsuccessful. We shall see what happens, but I think that their goal is to basically give Israel as much land as possible and as much control over the region as possible, and then turn around and move towards China. Okay? The Arab Americans who backed Donald Trump in Dearborn, Michigan sent him his letter today, but addressed the White House, urging him to fulfill his promises to the community and work on an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and Lebanon. I've already mentioned this, but I do personally think that Netanyahu might give him a gimme, offer a brief period of ceasefire, a cessation of hostilities, that comes with a permanent annexation of at least North Gaza. Okay. In an effort to have a quiet period where they get to beef up their military as fast as possible, lick their wounds, and go back for a permanent annexation of the West Bank. It's bleak, it's terrifying. I don't even know if Israel has the capability of pulling off something like this. I don't even know if America has the capability of pulling off something like this alongside Israel. And I certainly don't know how the United States of America is going to respond and how hard they're going to go for Israel. Okay? We shall see. But Hamas wouldn't agree to that, right? I mean, for their goals at this point is to have any kind of ceasefire whatsoever. They've been demanding a ceasefire from the jump. Whether they agree to it or not, I think doesn't change that dynamic. Israel could stop the halt. Israel could cease fire right now. Okay? Israel could cease its hostilities tomorrow, yesterday. It's entirely up to them to stop the pain. We ain't doing shit, dog. Oh, yeah. Meanwhile, this is the current state of affairs in our current State Department. Just so you understand, this is the Democratic leadership. Remember Biden's red line? That's supposed to materialize in the next 3 days. So when asked the question, a direct question, the State Department says it doesn't know how many trucks have entered Gaza in the past 30 days, despite demanding that Israel allow 350 trucks a day or face policy consequences. And in a notable shift, the spokesman characterized the demands in the letter as simply suggestions for Israel to take. BBC's Tom Bateman pressed further, reporting that the UN says only 37 trucks have entered each day, about 1/10 of what was requested. Have the Israelis ended the isolation in the north? Here's Patel's answer.
November 1st through November 9th. I don't have updated metric beyond that.
I don't care about watching Piers Morgan versus Dan Bilzerian. Yes, I know Dan Bilzerian is anti-Semitic. Okay? If you think that this is news to me, you are delusional. If you think that while I'm doing real fucking news coverage, you want me to watch some fucking drama shit where I don't like either of the parties involved, you're out of your goddamn mind. Be serious for a moment. We're literally covering State Department briefings right now.
But at least from November 1st to November 9th, we have seen 404 trucks cross into Gaza. Again, Tom, the point is not that this number is satisfactory. We certainly don't feel it is. But the point here is that some of the steps that we've seen taken, it is our hope that those steps have created the operational conditions to allow for an additional influx of trucks, to allow for an additional influx of aid.
It's not what the letter said. The letter says enable a minimum of 350 trucks per day to enter Gaza. And this is in the context of a letter that says you've got 30 days to do it. And failure to demonstrate a commitment to this may have implications under US law. The United Nations says an average of 37 trucks a day have entered in the month of October. That's 1/10 of what you've asked for.
Certainly, there needs to be more progress when it comes to the metrics for trucks, Tom. But again, the point that I was making, and I'll reiterate it here, is that our hope is that these kinds of changes have allowed for the operational adjustments to see an additional influx of trucks and to see if that metric can be met or not. And if it is not, of course, we're going to press and continue to raise this with our partners in Israel. And ultimately, as you heard me say, the government of Israel and the United Nations have a responsibility to do everything they can to make sure that that number.
I like how nobody took this 30-day deadline serious. Everyone knew they were bullshitting. Yeah, I mean, I said it back then. It's not real. Not only is it not real, but it's also like a fuck you to the current order of business. Like, it's a fuck you to Kamala Harris too. Yeah, we'll do a red line that we won't enforce after the fucking election.
Is met. As you just heard me say at the top of this, we have seen, this reopening of Erez, this new crossing at Kisufim. We've seen some additional routes open up within Gaza. These things we think will help, hopefully help create the space to allow that to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard that about the measures, but I'm just asking about what you demanded in the letter. So then we had end the isolation of the north. That was a specific demand in the letter. Have the Israelis ended the isolation of the north?
We have seen some restoration of deliveries to the north that had been closed for a few weeks. First, as you heard me say, to Gaza City, as well as this week into some areas surrounding Jabalia as well.
Well, you said around Jabalia. You didn't say in Jabalia.
Areas around Jabalia and then first to Gaza City.
So that's not inside Jabalia, which presumably remains under siege.
Tom, I'm not going to get into a specific tit for tat on every item in the letter. The letter was a suggestion of steps that we think that they should take.
I mean, they're just, it's so cowardly. It's so shitty. Meanwhile, watch Biden to Herzog. He had a conversation with Israeli President Herzog, who was anti-miscegenation, by the way. Real progressive voice out here. Mr. Anti-miscegenation himself. You might remember him from putting up like copies of Mein Kampf to be like, this is what the Palestinian children are reading in Gaza. Here's what Biden had a conversation with Herzog over. What the fuck? Why is this so quiet?
Archaeological artifact from the foot of the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, which has the word.
Okay, I'm just going to fucking read it. Biden to Herzog says, I remember how I got in trouble back then when I said years ago as a senator, you don't have to be a Jew to be a Zionist, and I am a Zionist. Herzog, I know you are. Clearly a Zionist. Well, God love you.
Remember how I got in trouble? We were friends even back then when I said.
Israel President Herzog to Biden. I'm here on behalf of the people of Israel, the nation state of Israel, and the state of Israel to say thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much. As we say in Hebrew, Toda Rabbah, we will never forget how you stood up with us in our darkest hour. This happened at the meeting too.
Biden, do you think that you can get a hostage deal by the end of your term?
I think you can get hit in the head by a camera behind you.
If he thinks that he can get a hostage deal done by the end of his term, he answered, commenting on the number of cameramen in the room. Do you think you can get hit in the head by the cameraman behind you?
All right. Thank you all.
Interesting. This happened at the meeting too? Yeah, I just covered it. They don't even care anymore? Yeah. First of all, it's not because of his senility, okay? He's not senile when he says that. He's coherent when he says that. That's just him saying, fuck you. Suck my fucking dick. Fuck the hostages is what he's saying. Okay? And they never cared. Of course they didn't care. You think Israel fucking cared about the hostages? You think the Israeli government gave a shit about the fucking hostages, dude? Benjamin Netanyahu's psychopathic fucking jackbooted thugs, the Likudniks, the Bibis, were already ripping the fucking hostage posters in Israel. I repeatedly explained it to you. Hostage posters in America play a very different role than hostage posters in Israel. Hostage posters in America and in the Western world was to say Israel's bombing campaign must continue. Hostage posters in Israel, on the other hand, played a significant role in disrupting the bombing campaign because the people that were putting up the fucking hostage posters were immediately related to the fucking hostages. So they were like, remember the hostages, stop bombing Gaza.
Humanitarian situation. We have 8 aid groups who came out today and said that the situation has not only not gotten better, it's gotten worse over the past 30 days. So how do you square?
Saudi Arabia started shifting its policy towards Yemen after Trump was elected president, and now they're not interested in a peace deal. It looks like they will turn around to war against the Houthis. Yeah, this is where China comes into play, because the reason why there was a ceasefire negotiation that China executed between Saudi Arabia and Iran was not specifically because, China is a great peacemaker or anything like that. It was in the Saudi interest to maintain a better relationship with Iran because the Houthis and Iran were directly targeting Saudi oil refineries. They already failed to defeat the Houthis. They already failed to defeat the Ansar Allah administration once, okay? And they suffered far worse repercussions in that process. Yes, they did a fucking genocide, okay? But it doesn't matter when all they know in the poorest fucking nation on the planet is being dominated regardless. This is the thing that I keep repeating to people that they refuse to understand. The penalties that you incur as a developed nation in the confines of luxury in the Western sphere of influence is very different than the human cost and what kind of dramatic attitude swings occur when you're, a Yemeni citizen. Okay, that's why the Ansar Allah administration's actions against Israel, instituting a blockade on the Red Sea, was so overwhelmingly popular for everyone in Yemen that armed factions that were killing each other prior to this event put down their arms and said, we are all one nation. We stand with the Ansar Allah regime. So that's it. Like, these people do not have the same perspective that you do living in fucking the United States of America or in a nice neighborhood in Europe, okay? All they've known is war. That's all they've known. And that is precisely the reason why killing a shit ton of these people is not going to stop them. That's why America is lost time and time again. Okay? Barack Ravid says, I don't want to depress you, but because of the Israeli government, we are much closer to Israeli settlements being built in Gaza. At J Federations, Barack Ravid says, the Jewish Federations of North America, I don't want to depress you, but because of the Israeli government, we are much closer to Israeli settlements being built in Gaza than hostages coming home from Gaza. Shocked murmurs, lots of oh my God from a crowd usually solidly pro-Israel. Yeah, liberals are going to hit the fucking liberal Zionist exit ramp now when they could have pulled on that cord under the Biden administration but refused to do so. Just wait. The acclaimed British surgeon testifies to the UK Parliament detailing how idea of quadcopters could arrive at the scene of airstrikes in Gaza, pick off, shoot the injured, including children.
Was that a bomb would drop maybe on a crowded, tented area, and then the drones would come down and...
Please take your time. We're incredibly grateful that you're making the time to be here today, and I can only imagine just how it has impacted you and will continue to impact you. And I feel, because you can't unsee what you've seen, but being able to share that with us really helps us hold.
And before liberals turn around and say, what did you expect? These people voted for Trump. They deserve it. You're a fucking piece of shit, okay? Because what they're talking about, the gruesome details that this doctor is talking about, happened under the watchful eye of the liberal international rule-based order. And that's why I showed you Biden's reaction and Biden's conversation with Isaac Herzog. That's why I showed you that the current State Department, under Democratic leadership, has overseen this genocide and has defended it tooth and nail every step of the way. Okay?
Continue to pay close attention
But
to.
it's important, isn't it? Because
What happened to that fucking red line that they were supposed to enforce? Nothing. Everybody knew it wasn't going to be enforced.
That with this assessment that you have, or non-assessment that they are in violation.
Jenny, I can't speak to the kinds of assessment that these groups made. Certainly have seen that reporting. But to Matt, I just laid out some of the metrics that we saw. We saw the reopening of Erez. We saw a new crossing opening.
Measure. You're saying, okay, they did this, but we were told, you guys said it would be based on the results on the ground that have not borne out here. So I get. Can you talk us through the deliberation here?
I'm not going to get into the deliberative process, Jenny, but specifically when we're talking about specific metrics or specific actions or things on the ground, the hope is that the operational changes that have been made through some of these things, for example, just the waiving of the customs requirement in the Jordanian corridor or the reopening of certain crossings, the additional internal routes that we've seen open up.
How is there any way to be remotely optimistic about this? Seems like nothing is ever going to improve. No, it's not. It's going to get worse. That's it. And not only is it going to get worse, at the domestic level, you are going to see a lot more right-wing commentary everywhere. It's already everywhere, but it's going to even grow. I'm just letting you know ahead of time. And then in that process, I think there will be left-wing mobilization as well, but that's neither here nor there. I don't know. I don't know how we get out of this situation.
The hope and the desire is that things like that will make it possible for an additional increase in humanitarian aid and trucks to get to the places where it needs to go. And of course, if that doesn't end up being the case, this is something that we are constantly evaluating and constantly assessing. And if that...
Please, can you offer anything besides guess you better die to chatters, me freaking out? The fuck do you mean, man? What are you saying? What do you want me to say? You want me to fucking lie to you? Like, no. The only thing you can look forward to in the upcoming 4 years is protecting yourself and protecting your communities and protecting the people around you. Okay? Organize. That's it. I can't fucking lie to you and be like, no, shit's going to be great. It's not. Okay? It's just not going to be great at all. And as I said, I will keep trying. I will keep working. And I urge you to do the same thing. And in times of, in moments of weakness, okay, in moments of insecurity and vulnerability, remember that the only thing you can change is the only thing you have control over is your own body, is your own life, okay? So improve your immediate circumstances to the best of your ability so you can be better at organizing for others, okay? That's it.
That doesn't be the case, we of course are going to make sure that how they are conducting themselves is in compliance with U.S. law. There is no doubt about that. But we also have seen some steps taken that we think will address things like throughput, that will address things like capacity, that will
join an organization, talk to your neighbors, okay? Join a fucking intramural league, talk to normal human beings. Get the fuck off the internet if you have to. That's it. The only thing you can rely on is other like-minded individuals, okay? Yeah, join the DSA, join PSL, join local organizations that are issue specific. Okay? Join non-political organizations as well. The only thing you can rely on is your community in times like this. Okay? And never stop the pressure. Because the one thing that you always have to remember is that, at least in all of my years of advocating for Palestinian emancipation, the one thing that I've always seen is that these guys who have only known death and destruction their whole lives since birth, okay? Palestinians living in Gaza, Palestinians living in the fucking West Bank, the only thing they've ever known is Israeli domination. The apartheid regime, and its most violent and its most humiliating, ritualistic humiliation that they subject the Palestinians to. And in spite of all, they have existed and continue to exist and continue to resist it. Okay? So if they can do it, You can do it too. All right? That's it. You can't let people, you can't let systems destroy your life, even when they're actively working to erase you. You have to still put your best foot forward. You have to still organize. You have to still advocate for others. And instead of sitting around online and crying about it, you have to keep enjoying yourself as well, no matter what happens. That's it. At moments like this, it's very easy to find yourselves in the throes of nihilism. To be like, nothing is going to change, so why should I care? Nothing is going to change, so why should I do anything about it? This shit sucks. Okay? And the reality of the matter is, you got to do it for other people, and you got to make sure that you are standing on firm ground. Okay? Yeah. This was a funny thing that I saw. Remember when Post Left Watch posted this Will Menaker tweet? Or this Will Menaker moment from Chapo Trap House?
Felix, I think another thing at work here is like the fact that like every evil thing, like for instance, like if you're a liberal Zionist, you have to be against the West Bank settlements. And then like as long as Netanyahu's in charge, those are never going to stop. And in fact, they're going to intensify. I think you see a similar dynamic here in Democrats when they're confronted with the fact that Arab Americans or Muslim Americans are maybe withholding their vote from Joe Biden. And you see how immediately the Seldowitz jumps out of them.
Yes,
they're like,
yes.
enjoy being in a camp. And I think for the liberals, they need to have a bad right-wing guy carrying this out so they can displace onto that figure the evil things that they secretly want to take place.
Absolutely.
You know, like threatening, like for Democrats to be threatening Muslim Americans with deportation under Trump, wink, wink, is just like they just want Trump to do that for them so they can say, oh, we didn't actually do that. We support Muslims.
Absolutely.
But as soon as they become inconvenient.
Yeah, Stuart Seldowitz is who he's referencing, the famous racist Obama administration guy who did a hate crime and was like doing daily harassment to this Egyptian fucking food cart guy in New York.
Like, for instance, whether they are voicing a political opinion in America as citizens of this country or inconvenient in terms of like they live in a part of the world that Israel thinks is theirs, that their lives are forfeit. And they don't want to hear anything about it.
Arabs and Muslims, like more generally, have their use as long as they're firmly within the Democratic camp. And then once if they make any attempt to stray from that, or like or any advocacy for anything but like
we need like an ethno-nationalist threatening to like ethnically cleanse the country to keep everyone in line. And to keep the good, to keep the liberal side, to keep our good minorities in the tent pitching for us.
Will is describing why liberals will always hate us more than they hate the hogs. The hogs give them what they desire most, which is moral superiority. We treat them like they treat the hogs. They'll always fight us harder. Exactly. That's why there was so much resistance to Bernie Sanders internally in the Democratic Party. Obviously, the material reasons was Bernie Sanders was showcasing a method that was ultimately disruptive for the corporate donors within the party, and they care about that a lot more. But also on the messaging front, Bernie Sanders showcasing that like there is a different, very populist message that you could push for, that you could put forward, was the scariest prospect for the Democrats. Why was it the scariest prospect for the Democrats? Because God forbid you get a bunch of progressive-minded individuals that are the base of support for the Democratic Party, and there are plenty of them, okay? Some of them vote reliably, some of them don't vote so reliably, but it doesn't matter. They exist, right? all of those people would go, wait a minute, I agree with that guy. And that is the most terrifying prospect. That is the scariest prospect for the Democratic Party. It's not a strong Republican Party. It's not a Republican Party that is doing a shit ton of fascism. Because they can always present themselves as like the counterbalance towards that. As things get worse and worse for them, as things get worse and worse for marginalized populations in this country, they can always point to how much worse things are under Republican leadership and collect nice ass fucking pay stubs or nice ass paychecks and farm donations, right? To quote unquote resist. MSNBC is supposed to be the Fox News equivalent for the Democratic Party. And for every one radical leftist Bernie style person on there, there are a million former George W. Bush administration PR professionals. Okay? Understand that. They are more afraid of the actual left because the actual left makes them look cowardly and weak. The actual left makes them look like they have no real interest in defending people. That's why you see so many of these like out of touch DC consultants that are stuck in this fucking idiotic bubble consistently going on television and being like, it's actually woke that caused the Democratic Party to lose. Okay? They didn't go woke at all. As a matter of fact, they were significantly more even annoyingly woke, aesthetically woke, closer to the Latinx narratives in 2020 when they did win. Okay?
Because that threat of being, even more egregiously victimized or oppressed is just held over their head. Not actually listening to them or doing anything that would actually win their vote. But no, like they need to be disciplined with the threat, whether it's Netanyahu in Israel or Trump in America.
Well, I mean, and like the simple calculation that the White House has made, which, maybe makes sense for them, right? Is that there is a much more moneyed and influential block of voters, and those are people who are pro-Israel, whether they're mostly on the Democratic side, Jewish or Christian, that compared to the Muslim lobby and the Muslim voting bloc is completely outweighs them.
Anyway. When Israel annexes the West Bank and its 3 million Palestinian residents and refuses to give them equal rights, there will be no argument left over whether it is an apartheid state. At that point, it can either go on as an apartheid state and face international isolation or grant equal rights. No third party since they foreclosed Palestinian statehood. They already don't have an argument. They are already an apartheid state. The West Bank has already been annexed in practical terms. They may make it formal now, which would mean the end of the two-state paradigm. It would allow a shift to working towards equal rights for all citizens of Israel in one state. And they 100% will absolutely do Jim Crow style apartheid shit once the West Bank is permanently annexed. They're just going to keep deporting as many Palestinians as possible, and maybe even Palestinian citizens of Israel, as they are doing right now, okay? As they are increasing the pressure upon the Palestinian citizens of Israel that have been granted citizenship since 1967.
Legislators particularly to account. So we do appreciate the time that you're making for us today. Thank you.
So, anyway. I know you criticize me, but I do think the accelerationist perspective is super valid now. It's our only option to work harder and faster. I already told you this. It is the Democrats that fucking accelerated, okay? Yes, I didn't finish that clip. I don't want to watch a doctor talk about how quadcopters assassinated children, Okay, I know that the doctor is going to say that. I don't want to watch it. Okay, I've seen it a million times over. Enough. The U.S. State Department says it's not made an assessment that Israel is in violation of U.S. law in reference to the 30-day U.S. deadline. It says there is no policy change to announce. The U.S. State Department is saying it has not made an assessment that Israel is in violation of U.S. law in reference to the 30-day U.S. deadline for Israel to improve conditions in Gaza. Comes after 8 humanitarian organizations announced the opposite. Here are the 8 humanitarian organizations that find Israel failing or being insufficient on every single demand the U.S. gave it last month to improve the situation in Gaza over 30 days. Enabling a minimum of 350 trucks per day to enter Gaza. They didn't do that. Instituting adequate humanitarian pauses across Gaza as necessary to enable humanitarian activities, including vaccinations, deliveries, and distribution, at least for the next 4 months. They didn't do that. U.S. won't suspend military aid to Israel as Gaza deadline expires. My story on Axios. In a surprise to absolutely no one. In a surprise to absolutely fucking no one. There is no change, and Biden's red line was fucking nothing. Who could have thought? Who could have foreseen this? Who could have seen this happen? Israel's liberal opposition. Okay. Pay attention to where the U.S.-Israel policy may be heading. Former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee, who President-elect Donald Trump nominated Tuesday to be the U.S. ambassador to Israel, previously argued that there was no such thing as a Palestinian. Huckabee, who has been a strong defender of Israel throughout his career, made the statement in his 2008 presidential campaign asserting that Palestinian identity was a political tool to try and force land away from Israel. In a CNN video obtained by Andrew Kaczynski during Huckabee's 2015 run for president, Huckabee suggested that if a Palestinian state were to be created, it should be in neighboring countries like Egypt, Syria, or Jordan, rather than within Israel's borders, which he includes Judea and Samaria in it, which is the West Bank, occupied Palestinian territory of the West Bank, which Mike Huckabee refers to as Judea and Samaria. Basically, there's really no such thing as, I need to be careful about saying this because people will get really upset. There's really no such thing as a Palestinian, Huckabee said at a 2008 campaign stop in Massachusetts while speaking to 2 Orthodox Jewish men. There is not. Yeah, I don't want to watch it. A thread by the head of the opposition, Yair Lapid, explaining how he supports collective punishment against the families of terrorists and banishing Minister of Knesset Ofer Kasif from the Knesset. The real opposition in Israel is about 5 to 14 members of the Knesset out of 120. This is the liberal opposition to Benjamin Netanyahu saying this. I'm in favor of deporting families of terrorists, just as I was in favor of the removal of Ofer Kasif. Today, I sat with the Hagavor Forum, a forum of bereaved families identified with the right and the demand to continue the war in Gaza. We had a good and fair conversation, even about the things that we disagree on. Israel is full-blown fascist. Anyone that fucking tries to say that that's anti-Semitic is a delusional fucking loser coping with their own personal commitments and their own personal idealistic understanding of what Israel represents. That's it. And no, I will never fucking stand down from openly recognizing that reality. Okay? You can suck my dick. Sick and tired of having to fucking deal with people's own personal biases. Like, this is just cognitive dissonance in full fucking display. I don't know if you saw this. I mean, it's the least shocking thing this piece of shit has said. Anyway, let's get the fucking... oh, by the way, where are we at with... before we get to Colin Allred, okay? And before we get to Tim Cass, like, making fun of me, I guess, and all this shit, and the Streamer Award stuff and more fun shit. It's not just personal. It's going to be hate speech law thanks to Schumer. I know. Trita Parsi went on CNN to talk about Trump's war hawk cabinet.
Trita Parsi, an expert on US-Iranian relations, author of Losing an Enemy. It's good to have you both.
Will you ship to Canada if that law passes? What do you mean? Canada and England literally are already ahead of the United States of America in terms of like aggressively pursuing anyone and everyone that says anything about Israel. Yeah, Canada's really going to be a safe haven for me.
Teresa, let me start with you. What should we take out
Canada literally adopted the IHRA definition already.
Of the meeting in Riyadh yesterday?
I think it's a very strong indication of where some of the Arab states in the Persian Gulf are leaning towards. The analysis among some of the hawks in the Trump circle is that they can go back to the situation in 2016 and 2017, where they laid the groundwork for some form of an Arab-Israeli alliance against Iran, which the Arabs at the time were quite in favor of. Things have changed, however. At this point, it's very clear both the Saudis and the Emiratis want to make sure that they absolutely stay out of any war that involves the United States, Israel, and Iran. And part of the reason for this, of course, is the anger amongst their own.
This is what I mentioned. Mohammed bin Salman yesterday, despite his own personal disagreements, openly recognized what Israel's doing is genocide. Okay? Just so you understand. So it's a unique predicament, and I think Americans are operating on the OG, like on the old school assessment of the situation. And yes, Mohammed bin Salman, the crown prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, would be very knowledgeable on genocides, you know. Anyway, so yeah, here it is at the Arab Summit. The kingdom reiterates its categorical rejection of the genocide committed by Israel against the brotherly Palestinian people, which has left more than 150,000 martyrs and injured, most of whom are women and children. Now, the other side of the story, regardless of Mohammed bin Salman's own personal convictions that it would be so much better if all Palestinians ceased to exist, which he has openly recognized time and time again, because he just wants fucking Neom. He just wants like Saudi to be in the sphere of influence of the Western world. He wants tourism. He wants to diversify the Saudi portfolio. These are things that he is trying to do. For him, it's like, yeah, the Palestinians present an issue because his own people, understandably, have a very different mindset on the emancipatory struggle of the Palestinians. Now, having said that, he still has to obviously optically be against Israel, regardless of what his own personal ambitions or his own personal convictions might look like. Now, having said that, okay, the other side of the story is not just about Saudi Arabia. It's not what MBS is saying. Mohammed bin Salman is saying. The other side is China. China does not want instability. China does not want Iran and Saudi to be at each other's throats. So for China, he wants energy to keep flowing. And for that reason, because they need oil for their projects and their developmentary projects. Okay. China has already instituted a peace negotiation between Saudi Arabia and Iran. This happened before. This happened before October 7. China brokered a ceasefire between Saudi Arabia and Yemen, and Biden was the one opposing it and wanting to continue the blockade of Yemen. Having said that, okay, the major pressure point for Saudi Arabia in coming to the table for this wasn't just because China wanted it. It was because Saudi Arabia does not want their oil refineries to be lit on fucking fire. That's it. Okay? That's it. They saw during the Formula One thing in their, sports washing initiatives, they saw in the backdrop their oil refineries on fucking fire. That is never going to be good. That's not a good look. That doesn't say this is a safe country that you can come to, white tourists. And that certainly is not good for their economic interests, regardless. That picture is the real reason why they came to the table. That picture is the real reason why they haven't been so fucking over the top with their support of Israel's defense, even though they have supported Israel's defense, specifically over the Red Sea.
Populations with what Israel has been doing in Gaza and the West Bank and increasingly in Lebanon, but also because of realization that Iran's ballistic missiles are so effective that they penetrated Israel's many layers of air defenses, and as a result will also be able to penetrate whatever the United States has provided these countries. So they're much more vulnerable vis-a-vis Iran as well than what they thought they were back in 2016. All of this is adding to their desire to stay out of any type of a conflict and help de-escalate the situation.
Anyway. So, let's get to Colin Allred. Colin Allred ran a cowardly campaign for New Republic. I wrote about the Southern social media strategy, Olivia Giuliana, Isaiah Martin, and the rot of the core of modern campaigning. Okay? Now, Colin Allred still, in spite of all of this, okay, what the fuck? Ran better than Kamala Harris did. Okay? When imagining the platonic ideal of a Democrat running for national office in a red state, the party's old guard expects certain boxes to be ticked. The first among them is always the same. They have to be tough, a trait often signified by military service. Think Amy McGrath, the Kentuckian Marine, self-described as fiscal conservative who challenged Mitch McConnell. Or MJ Hagar, an Air Force veteran who took on Texas Senator John Cornyn the same year. Next, you must cut an ad that receives tremendous national attention. Then watch the money faucet flow. McGrath, for instance, outraised McConnell by more than $32 million. Hagar, in addition to outraising Cornyn, cut viral ads that had previously received vocal support from Hamilton creator Lin-Manuel Miranda. The latest high-profile iteration of this brand of politician was Colin Allred, a Dallas native, a civil rights lawyer, and a former NFL linebacker who took on Senator Ted Cruz. His statewide strategy was codenamed Texas Offense, and his ads were spliced with mentions of his glory days on the gridiron. He grabbed attention and nearly outraised Cruz, a prodigiously unpopular candidate in what was one of the most expensive races in the country. And like McGrath and Hagar before him, Allred lost by a humiliating margin. Okay? Ted Cruz, one of the least popular Republicans in the entire Senate, was able to put numbers on the fucking board. Okay? He was able to put up 970,000, almost 1 million more votes than Colin Allred. Okay? Literally. While Cruz underperformed Trump in counties across the state, Allred also underperformed in almost all aspects of the state's most populous counties, most of which already swing Democratic and have barely won more than Beto O'Rourke's 2018 total. The loss was so bad that Texas' longtime Democratic Party chair, Gilberto Hinojosa, stepped down, but not before he partly blamed Democrats' loss on the party's support for trans rights. Shocking. Texas Democrats perennially claim to be on the brink of turning the state blue, but this latest beatdown ought to be the first that yields a true reckoning with why the party continually disappoints in elections in a state which, the party sages tell us, demographically ought to be shifting to their advantage. But given the recent tenor from the party's centrist wing, from Hinojosa down to his Gen Z heirs apparent, the lesson of Allred's loss, that no amount of money or online clout can paper over a candidate's weaknesses, could just as easily fall on deaf ears. In his concession speech last week, Allred stumbled through a Winston Churchill quote, "Courage is the first of human qualities because it is the quality which guarantees all others." It took courage, he said, for him and his supporters to participate in an American election, despite the odds against them. Yet his strategy reeks of cowardice. Mirroring the Harris campaign, Allred ran to the right on the border and threw trans people under the bus. Counter to Harris, Allred tried differentiating himself from Biden, even voting to condemn his open borders policies. It wasn't enough. The Democratic Party prefers candidates, particularly in red states, who can raise a lot of money quickly. Allred visited just 34 of Texas's 254 counties, signaling an aversion to public confrontation, but spent a mind-boggling $57.75 million on advertising and marketing to make up for it. How? He relied heavily on donation centers in other states, particularly the suburbs of Washington, D.C., receiving far fewer smaller dollar donations in-state and leaning on political action committees to make up the difference. When journalists and friendly critics pointed out the obvious risks to his strategy, Monique Alcala, the executive director of the Texas Democratic Party, said on X that they were spreading misinformation and should please sit down. As Brandon Rottinghouse told Texas Monthly, Beto worked from the bottom up. Allred worked from the top down. This is a very important thing for people to recognize. Okay? Beto O'Rourke's popularity came from not only his ground game, but also from the way he campaigned. He ran a pro-LGBTQ, pro-immigrant, and anti-gun campaign. He's got the closest a Dem has ever gotten to winning over a Texas seat since the party switch. Okay? Important to understand that. Now, Beto was far from perfect. But it seems time and time again that people respond positively. People respond positively when you go out and meet them where they're at. As early as the primary, fellow Texas Democrats were ringing alarm bells about a wayward campaign, but online, Allred's team seemed more interested in squashing inter-party dissent than winning in November. After Jen Ramos, a member of the Texas Democratic Party's executive committee, told the Texas Tribune in August that Allred was taking the party's liberal base for granted, a group of influencers and organizers went out of their way to discredit me, Ramos told me, adding that she was accused of aiding and abetting Ted Cruz. Wow. Shocked to find out, guys, that the method of yelling at people who are ringing the fucking alarm bells about not being, not doing enough to activate your base of support and relying on them to turn out without offering them any assurances that you will defend them was an unsuccessful strategy. Oh my God. Olivia Giuliana, a 21-year-old influencer who spoke at this year's Democratic National Convention and was advertising the Allred campaign on youth voter turnout, took a similar line to Alcala. Writing on X in the wake of the Tribune article, anyone saying Colin Allred hasn't intentionally engaged the base or traveled the state is spreading misinformation and frankly helping Ted Cruz's campaign divide the Democratic Party. Since last week's election, Giuliana has been ranting online against communism as if a tiny ideological milieu in the United States, let alone Texas, played a major role in their loss. These people would rather fucking fight imaginary communist demons in their fucking minds than actually run a normal campaign. What a frustrating reality. But it doesn't matter because the Democratic Party will always uplift fucking losers. That is just what it is. If your strategy relies on you to elevate graceful winners like fucking Jamie Harrison, for example, why would any of these careerist hacks actually get their shit in order? They're just going to keep failing upwards. That's why you have the likes of that Lindy Lee woman, okay, who was more predisposed with rat fucking the Bernie campaign, talking about how Bernie bros did online harassment towards her, and she was rewarded. She was fucking rewarded. These guys are the ones who get rewarded. Okay? There is no interest in winning. There's only an interest in losing gracefully and holding true to the ideological commitments that the Democratic Party has to third way neoliberal politics, even though it is very obvious that absolutely no one in the real world looks at that and goes, I want that. That's for me. Okay? You can read endless think tanks backed by big pharmaceutical corporations and the healthcare industry that tell me that it's actually bad to have Medicare for all. But when you go and talk to normal people in the real world and you go, hey, wouldn't it be nice not to worry about, in the words of Felix Biederman, a car payment style bill the moment that you visit a hospital? Virtually every single normal American is going to look at that and go, yeah, I like that. Actually, that seems insane that we have to do that. Okay? Mother Jones's Serena Lynn had asked the Allred campaign in October why they'd avoided larger rallies, but was directed to Juliana, who claimed it was a more strategic, targeted way of reaching people. Allred was focusing more on identity-focused coalition groups, Lynn wrote Lynn, including Republicans for Allred, chaired by former Representative Adam Kinzinger. Wow. Remember Adam Kinzinger and his assessment of what I was saying about the fucking leaning on the Republican shit, who he claimed was how to lose the election in 2028? Here, let me pull that tweet real quick. Let me show you what the fuck is really good, just so you understand the mentality of these generational fucking losers. Okay? These guys, once again, are more predisposed with maintaining their ideological commitments to third-way neoliberalism and inherently reactionary points of view, and they want to win by those standards. Let me explain something to you. This is that Adam Kinzinger. How to guarantee a loss in 2028, says Adam Kinzinger on November 6th. I don't want to say I told you so, but this run to the moderates looks like a spectacular failure, I said on the night of the election. Lethal military, muscular border policy, and parading Liz Cheney didn't swing votes in Dems' favor and only worked to normalize Republican positions. To which I responded with, brother, have you looked at the election results? She lost because she listened to people like you. But fear not. There is a metric ton of idiotic commentary on every fucking outlet that your grandparents and your parents listen to, priming them against these secret shadowy trans people that are the real reason why the Democrats lost. The left is the real reason why the Democrats lost. Okay? Fear not, everybody. Everyone is going to keep running the same idiotic route over and over again as the media deludes anyone over the age of 45 that still listens to fucking newspapers into a false narrative. Republicans for Allred, chaired by former Representative Adam Kinzinger, prominent anti-Trump Republican, also endorsed Harris. The more likely reason Allred wasn't more regularly found out on the hustings was because he was a snooze on the podium. The Texas Observer pointed out that his stage presence was underwhelming, that he lacked even basic charisma. Meanwhile, Allred's outreach to farmers, who make up 14% of the state's workforce and more than 12% of the U.S. total, by far the most of any state, was sporadic at best. Clayton Tucker, a rancher and a chair of the Lampasas Democratic Party, based in the 712 square mile county with a population of fewer than 24,000, said between the crowded Democratic primary and election day, there was quite a dry spell in communication. Tucker lobbied hard for Allred to appear before the farmers and lay out his vision. Finally, in October, what is this? Trump's Israel ambassador said, yeah, no, I know. What? Hope you're fucking ecstatic. Oh, Trump's Israel ambassador has said there's no such thing as a West Bank. It's only Judea and Samaria. Hope you're fucking ecstatic about your apathy to selection, bud. Glad you get to stay on your high horse while throwing Palestinians under the bus. Number one, I don't think you care about Palestinians. Clearly, you don't. Okay? And I don't know why you have to even try to act like you care because you think you're winning some fucking talking point. There was never a moment where I didn't say that Donald Trump would be worse for the Palestinians overall. Okay? But Kamala Harris also straight up lost the election specifically because she personally ran a strategy of actively pushing anyone who cared about Gaza away from the party. Not only did she not separate on Biden on a multitude of different issues, she certainly did not separate on Biden on this objectively unpopular policy of Gaza. And that is precisely why she lost. And liberals like you don't care about the truth at all. And that's why you're in here doing fucking, you're in here being an inhuman piece of shit. Now, what do I mean by you being an inhuman piece of shit? Donald Trump's Israel ambassador said there's no such thing as the West Bank. Meanwhile, Biden had said that there is a red line that will be enforced where Israel will no longer have weapons transfers unless they commit to 350 food trucks and humanitarian aid trucks crossing over the boundary into North Gaza. Israel never followed through on this, and the Biden administration, as of today, as the deadline has closed for this enforcement, has said it's okay. They violated it, but it doesn't matter. There was no real red line to begin with. So talk to me about why you actually care about the Palestinians. You clearly do not. Okay, show me a clip or a video of Donald Trump ever saying something that is a drop of empathy for Palestinians. My friend, you are so fucking stupid. I am openly telling you what I said time and time again. Donald Trump is no friend to the Palestinians is what I specifically said. But you know what Donald Trump did do? Okay, he took advantage of the fact that it was the Democrats that were funding and facilitating this genocide. He also then turned around and went to Dearborn and did the aesthetic posturing as though he actually cares about fucking Arabs or Palestinians at all. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris actively kicked Arab delegates that they had invited to the fucking campaign from the speaking engagements that she was doing. She sent Richie fucking Torres to Michigan, a person with zero name recognition, to basically say, no, do not worry. There is no real red line in fucking North Gaza, just like there was no real red line in Rafah. We're going to keep killing people. She sent Jeffrey Epstein's best friend, okay, William Jefferson Clinton, to Michigan to talk also about Judea and Samaria. So what the fuck are you talking about? Why is it so easy to find clips of Kamala saying she will give Palestinian voices a seat at the table, but Donald Trump, all she does is call Biden a Palestinian for not literally bending over to Israel? You are not going to be able to convince a single fucking person when obviously, if you're not recognizing the metric ton of harm Kamala Harris did to herself by not recognizing the uncommitted movement as a serious danger to her reelection chances, to the reelection chances of the Democrats, you're yelling at no one. Okay? There was never a moment where I said Donald Trump is going to be better for the Palestinians. Find me a clip where I said that and we'll have a discussion. Okay? You can't because that doesn't exist. Because I openly recognized that Donald Trump will be worse overall. I actually maintained the position that he will permanently annex the West Bank. Why did I say that? Because he got $100 million from Miriam Adelson to specifically do just that. All you do is pretend they're one-to-one, bro. It's sad. No, what's sad is your pathetic inability, your absolute fucking inability to recognize what is happening, what is unfolding in front of your fucking eyes. Notice how you're no longer talking about how Gaza is going to get wiped out under Trump, because it already did get wiped out under Joe Biden. So shut the fuck up. You do not give a single shit about Palestinians, and it's so unimaginably cruel that you could just turn around and use Palestinians as you champion their death and destruction as a simple talking point in an effort to cope for the dogshit campaign that your candidate of choice ran. Just be honest. Be honest with myself and be honest with yourself. Don't try to present yourself as a defender of the Palestinians, okay? You're saying they're already wiped out as the most white thing I've ever heard. Jesus Christ, you really think the situation can't get worse? How sheltered. The most white thing you've ever heard. Man, shut the fuck up. Your brat campaign sucked dick, okay? And now we have to live in the fascist reality of the United States of America. Go fucking chirp about how you were excited, salivating at the prospect of Muslims being deported more. This is not an area where you can do that, okay? Brat bombs, baby. Liz Cheney. Let's hug and kiss Liz Cheney. That'll surely win us the election. Suck my fucking dick. You and the dumbasses like you that don't even get paid by the DNC to repeat the DNC talking points and continue this fucking insane hallucination that the Kamala campaign did everything she fucking could, got owned, got her shit pushed in, specifically by a incompetent loser who is a direct fucking fascist. And now the country is worse as a consequence of that. And you're coming to the one guy who kept ringing the fucking alarm bells because in spite of my moral disagreements with a administration continuing to do genocide, I still understood that it would be far worse if Donald Trump was president. Stop yelling at me. Go and fucking read a goddamn book or something. Holy shit. It's so crazy to come in here after this ginormous electoral defeat and yell at the one guy who was like, don't do this. This is going to cost you the fucking election. You absolute dumbass. You monstrous scumbag piece of shit, dude. You guys love losing, okay? That's it. You love to lose. You love to lose because the Republicans are at least honest about their racism. You don't give a fuck. It's never going to harm you. You're most likely a white dude living in the fucking suburbs. All you love is just doing debates online. And this way, you get to stand as a morally superior being to Donald Trump's unimaginable cruelty, while it simultaneously doesn't impact you at all. And maybe deep down inside, you kind of like it. That's why so many dumb fucks are now chirping about how excited they are at the prospect of Donald Trump fucking flattening Gaza, as though it hasn't been fucking flattened already. That's the whitest thing you've ever said, bro. Saying Gaza was flattened is the whitest thing you ever said. No, it's just the objective reality. Gaza has been flattened. 2.5 million people displaced, and they're getting pummeled right now under the Biden administration. If you actually cared about that sort of thing, you'd be fucking smiling and dialing your congressperson instead of chirping the goddamn Twitch chat about the one fucking person that has not only been so restrained and so balanced in this analysis, but has also made an argument to convince liberals that this is an electoral defeat waiting to fucking happen. Racist fucking liberals, dude. You gross me out. You're disgusting. You're virulent little racist monsters, okay? That's why you fucking lose every goddamn time. You have no convictions whatsoever, and you're just a fucking bot that basically says whatever the DNC is saying, whatever the Democratic Party is saying, whatever MSNBC is writing about, I'm just going to repeat over and over and over again, no matter how fucking stupid it is. There's no better, there is no clearer fucking indication that you are just as delusional as these fucking QAnon losers on the right than coming in here after this massive fucking electoral wipeout and being like, you know why? I'm going to fucking sit here and flex. I'm going to be like, oh, look at you fucking Muslims for your apathy. I didn't even demonstrate apathy, you dumb fuck. I openly stated what was happening. If that frustrates you, then maybe, do some internal examination. Figure out why you have such cognitive dissonance. Yeah, these guys are like, you're the reason why we lost. Yeah, dude, I'm the reason. If they had listened to me, I think that they would probably have, unironically, a better shot at winning the goddamn election. So yeah, in that regard, I am the reason why the Democrats lost, because they wouldn't fucking listen to me. Yeah. Scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds. For years, Texas was seen as nothing more than the ATM for Democrats' national aspirations. The candidates will fly through Houston, Dallas, and Austin for a couple swanky donor parties and leave soon thereafter, knowing full well the state wasn't in play. But as other states such as Florida and West Virginia became less competitive and campaigns like O'Rourke showed outsiders that Texas could perhaps swing blue, donors' attention shifted. This has been a blessing and a curse. On one hand, candidates can potentially tap into a wider market, so to speak, to fund their campaign. On the other hand, it disconnects candidates from the prerequisite for local support. The more cynical among us might view this as a racket. Consider the case of Isaiah Martin, a centrist Gen Z Houstonian and a friend of Giuliano's who briefly ran for Congress. In September 2023, he posted a single ad that went viral, landing him on MSNBC to talk about his vision for the country. He acquired Anika Albrecht, almost got it, who previously worked for Blue Dog Representative Murray Glusenkamp Perez, also another fucking grifter, as his campaign manager, raised about $400,000, mostly from donors outside the district, and a couple months later unceremoniously dropped out. Despite his electoral faceplant, he became an influencer touring the country for the Harris campaign. The Texas Democratic Party is replete with organizers such as these, who always seem to fail upward. Other longtime Democrats have pointed to MJ Hagar as a similar problem. She's raised all that money, and where's she now? Far from the limelight, working for Deloitte. There's not much money to be made when you invest in grassroots, Tucker told the New Republic. I think we're too culturally obsessed with commercials and mailers. Speaking for myself, no mailer or commercial has ever convinced me of anything. But a conversation, whether that's over the phone or in person, has. Some have given up on the demographics of destiny argument, in which liberals assume the changing racial makeup of the state would inevitably mean Democrats will sweep into power. Tucker, for instance, said an emphasis on economic populism is popular in the rural counties that lie devastated to this day by NAFTA. But even as the Democratic myth lies dying, the next one has been born, that young people armed with technology or social media will connect with voters to drive a blue wave. A lot of these fucking influencers, all they do, and I'm no disrespect to the Harry Sassans of the world, but all they do is convince old people that they're doing youth outreach. That's it. And a lot of the motion that they have is within the confines of the Democratic Party, the establishment. That's it. DC guys look at a young person that sounds exactly like them and go, oh my God, this guy's killing it. Okay? This guy's fucking killing it. Holy shit. Turns out the youth love this. It's pure graft. That's all it is. Okay? But it doesn't matter, because here's why it does not fucking matter. Okay? The reason why it does not matter is because they will get elevated. They will develop a platform of prominence, even if that platform does not yield positive results, even if that platform does not yield any sort of electoral victories for the Democratic Party. It does not matter. We just keep elevating fucking losers. Okay? In late April 2023, Axios reported that Biden's 2024 digital strategy would entail an army of influencers, employing several staffers to focus specifically on young and suburban voters through content creators and offering the White House and Biden campaign on the road to hundreds of unpaid social media stars. 4 months later, the liberal super PAC Progress Now dropped $70 million on a project per Politico to make Joe Biden cooler online. Around the same time, Democrats' campaign tech companies were acquired by a private equity firm that laid off a quarter of its employees. A new emphasis on influencers was concurrent with a shriveling legacy consultant sector, effectively cutting out the middleman, but this didn't entail better results. After the election, the nation's Elie Mystal proclaimed that liberals need to build their own Joe Rogan. Perhaps a natural conclusion to this strategy, combating thick-skulled propagandists with thick-skulled propagandists. If there's a takeaway here, it's that the Allred campaign was more of a social media campaign than a Senate campaign. Like McGrath and Hagar before him, Allred and his team were relying on high-profile surrogates and an ungodly amount of money to flood the zone. This, in some respects, is not that different from the Trump method, by the way. The only difference, however, is that Trump at least engages in some level of populism, albeit a right-wing populism, okay? But some populism is a necessity. If you don't do that, then you're fucked, okay? He can come across as personable. He can come across as honest, even though we all know he's a dishonest charlatan and a fucking comment of the highest order, a person with multiple failed businesses, 6 bankruptcies under his belt. Okay? Yes, I know. Mike Fuckabee is the goddamn ambassador to Israel. I know. Why the fuck are people coming in here and spamming this shit? I know. I already covered it. Okay? I covered it 1,000,000 times over. Stop. I know.
And this is what's going on.
Here, look at how this conversation about how reassured they are by Trump's foreign policy appointments made me actually yell things I can't type here at full volume in front of the TV at my mom.
Incoming administration continues to build its cabinet, eyeing MAGA loyalists like Stephen Miller for Deputy Chief of Staff, former New York Congressperson Lee Zeldin as EPA Chief, South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem. She's going to head up Homeland Security, so watch your dogs.
Yes.
As well as Senator Marco Rubio for Secretary of State, who used to have a much different take on his future boss. Take a look.
We cannot allow a con artist to get access to the nuclear codes of the United States of America. He's always calling me Little Marco. And I'll admit, the guy, he's taller than me. He's like 6'2", which is why I don't understand why his hands are the size of someone who's 5'2". Have you seen his hands? They're like this. And you know what they say about men with small hands?
He hit my hands. Nobody has ever hit my hands. I've never heard of this one. Look at those hands. This guy is such a scoundrel. This guy is a disaster. On top of which, he's a choker.
No matter what happens in this election, for years to come, there are many people on the right, in the media, and voters at large that are going to be having to explain and justify how they fell into this trap of supporting Donald Trump. Because this is not going to end well one way or the other.
Oh, gosh.
It did for you. So, what do you think of all this?
You know, I've known Marco Rubio for a very long time. He and I grew up in Republican politics in Miami together. Haven't spoken to him in several years. He's changed a lot. He probably thinks I have too. But I will say this, Marco is qualified. He's been on foreign relations in the Senate for many years. I'm happy because he knows Latin America, which for me is a region that's often forgotten. He speaks Spanish. He knows who these leaders are. He knows what the issues are.
I wonder why she would be saying these things. I wonder why they are so reassured by Marco Rubio. I wonder if her personal attitude towards what must happen in Latin America are directly in line with Marco Rubio's. Someone send me the fucking tweet, please. This is Rhino, never Trump Republican. Ana Navarro. Okay. Ana Navarro, who gets to operate within the confines of the Institute of Politics at Harvard University, born in Nicaragua, okay, obviously aligns with Marco Rubio on foreign policy. Here's Ben Norton's tweet. Ana Navarro is from a rich family of Contras, a fascist CIA-run death squad who massacred civilians and burned hospitals in Nicaragua. She hates the Sandinistas because they overthrew oligarchs like her and gave housing, education, and health care to the poor. Contra-supporting CNN pundit Ana Navarro lobbied for corrupt right-wing Latin American governments as a Republican strategist. She also openly said, "My dad was a Contra. I'm grateful to RR for his support of freedom. You're kind of young to be a true Reaganite." Now, don't you think that's insane? Here's again. To my friends in New York, I still have some connections with old Contra leaders if needed. To my friends in New York, I have some connections with old ISIS members if needed. Some old Al-Qaeda members if needed. That's what the equivalent is. 1980 murders of U.S. missionaries in El Salvador. In December 2nd, 1980, 4 Catholic missionaries from the United States working in El Salvador were raped and murdered by 5 members of the El Salvador National Guard. From 1979 to 1990, the Contras were right-wing, far-right fascist paramilitary groups that the CIA backed and defended and gave money and arms to. Okay? During their war against the Nicaraguan government, here I'll use Wikipedia, there were numerous examples of Contras committing human rights violations and using terrorist tactics. Many of these actions were reported to be carried out systematically as a part of the strategy of the Contras. Organizations that supported the Contras, such as the Reagan administration, argued that the Contras did not deliberately use the attacks on civilians to advance their goals. The CIA, which was involved in the creation of the Contra groups, argued that the Contras' actions against civilians were a result of poor discipline characteristic of irregular forces instead of an official tactic. The CIA also reported that one Contra leader was executed by the group due to his excessive violence against civilians. The Global Terrorism Database reports that Contras carried out more than 1,300 terror attacks.
Because there's something about.
Here's Ana Navarro shitting on Marco Rubio. They've been outing themselves to kiss his ring. Marco Rubio is one of the worst. How dare Marco Rubio compare Trump to being a felon to communist Cuba? 5,600 Cubans at least were shot in front of firing squads. And another 12,000 in addition to that were shot and killed. How dare you use their names in vain so you can suck up to Donald Trump? Don't you dare compare our judicial system to that. She was mad that Marco Rubio was comparing the political persecution of Donald Trump to, the Biden administration of Fidel Castro. Her explicit purpose for being platform is to launder and sane wash the ever-shifting right-wing movement in the United States liberal mainstream media. Yes. Contras are what genocide supporters think Hamas is like. Yes. But they were our guys. So it doesn't matter. Okay? They were our guys, so they were good. Just like Ana Navarro gets to go on The View and talk about how Marco Rubio actually offers a sense of sanity to the current administration.
I think he's going to come in hot on places like Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua, which I care about enormously.
Yeah, we're going to do coups everywhere, dude. We're going to bomb them into oblivion, actually.
I'm surprised by the appointment because he and I agree on foreign policy, and I think he's considered a foreign policy hawk and kind of like a neocon, which is looked down upon by the MAGA folks. I'm also surprised because of all of this, stuff that's happened between them before, and Trump is putting such an emphasis on loyalty. I'm surprised because this will give Governor DeSantis the chance to make a Senate appointment, and Governor DeSantis is not one of Donald Trump's favorite people. And I'm surprised by Marco because Donald Trump had such turnover in his cabinet in 2016 that I think giving up your Senate seat where you're...
Anyway, I don't want to fucking hear the rest of this. This shit sucks so bad. We are such a fucking stain on humanity. I swear to God. I remember when Ana Navarro pivoted from being a Bush loyalist to a liberal commentator. I know. Anyway, yeah, Jon Stewart has a similar assessment to myself. But let's finish this fucking piece on how the Colin Allred campaign blew all of their donations that came from outside the fucking state, and what to look forward to, and what lessons the... Oh, yeah. Will never not be funny that Marco Rubio's parents left Cuba during the Batista reign, but he told people during his campaign that they fled Castro. I recently realized there are many Cubans whose parents and grandparents fled Cuba during the Batista dictatorship, but over time the family story became that they fled because of Fidel. Yeah, Bob Menendez is another one. Remember Bob Menendez being like, I learned how to... Remember when Bob Menendez, New Jersey Democrat, Bob Menendez, was caught for securing contracts for halal meat from his contacts in Egypt, and they were paying him in gold bars. So when asked like about the gold bars, he basically said, I learned to hide my wealth in gold bars when my family fled Castro's dictatorship. Okay? And the irony, of course, was that his family had not fled the Castro dictatorship. His family had fled the Batista dictatorship, the actual dictatorship. Okay? The Batista dictatorship was and forever will be infinitely more violent than the Cuban Revolution. Okay? That's another lesser discussed fact. In a short time frame, the US-backed dictatorship killed infinitely more people. Do Americans know Castro is considered a hero in most of the world? No, dude. Americans don't even fucking think about anything outside of their immediate neighborhood. Americans are some of the most selfish fucking people on the planet. What do you mean? Americans literally just voted, okay, including but not limited to Americans of Latino heritage who have immediate family members who are now slated for deportation, okay, for a guy who was going to engage in mass deportation because they thought that in the process, the egg prices would go down 50 cents, okay? Now, there's obviously a lot of issues with what the Democratic Party did not present as an alternative, but no, of course, most people don't know who the fuck Castro is. And Americans have eaten an unimaginable amount of fucking propaganda about Fidel Castro and Che Guevara. Cuba, for all of its faults and failures in governance, is basically a fucking beacon of like existing in the ass cheeks of the largest, most violent hegemonic superpower, and not being able to have its own autonomy ever, but still surviving nonetheless. Think about it. Island nation that's like basically swimming distance from mainland America, okay, that has been punished for having a socialist revolution since the inception of the socialist revolution, because we were mad that we couldn't have sugar plantations and a tourism destination for the fucking mob. We armed the goddamn dictatorship of Batista to the fucking gills. And then when they lost and got their shit pushed in, we just punished the island nation permanently and have never stopped. And time again, the United Nations has actually condemned the blockade that we have instituted on Cuba unjustifiably. Okay? The entire world is opposed by the United States and Israel. For the 32nd year, the entire world voted at the UN General Assembly to demand an end to the illegal U.S. embargo against Cuba. The USA and Israel opposed the international community with a vote of 187-2, with one abstention. Moldova is the one that abstained. Ukraine did not vote in 2023. Kyiv had abstained. What is this? Breaking: Mexico sent 400,000 barrels of oil to Cuba, stating that they've always condemned the U.S. siege on Cuba. I don't know if this is real or not. That seems like a fucking fake account. My grandfather left because of Batista, but blamed Castro for everything. He wasn't a slave owner. He just worked in a shop, got randomly arrested by Batista, then was released and left the country. Proximity to all the anti-Castro people in Hialeah converted him. Yeah. And it's not like, for the record, not every single fucking Cuban American is a slaver, okay? Calm down. But the cultural resistance against, mostly backed by a lot of the people who are anti-Castro, the cultural resistance has remained, okay? So it doesn't matter. It does not matter at all. Here's Fidel Castro on capitalism, consumerism, and the environment. I don't want to get into it right now, but it's fine. What does USA get out of sieging Cuba? I mean, it's the same principle behind endlessly punishing Haiti for having the Haitian Revolution. That's it. You can't ever give people a moment to ever think that a successful revolution can continue and can exist. It goes entirely against our goals in maintaining the system that we have. Okay, it is real, apparently. Holy shit, that's fucking sick. Mexican fuel flows to Cuba as the island faces blackouts and the loss of Russian and Venezuelan oil. Mexico has sent nearly 500,000 barrels of crude oil and diesel in just a span of days. That's fucking amazing. Keep the international community in line so any revolution against the existing order is unthinkable. Yes. Do I think a socialist momentum in Russia can achieve anything? No. Nothing happens in Russian politics that's outside of the immediate interests of Vladimir Putin. That includes, you're being anti-American by supporting Mexico and Cuba. I hope you know that. Fuck yeah, I am. This guy needs to be banned. This guy needs to be banned. We need to keep killing Cubans directly. What the fuck? That's against American interest. That guy's joking, by the way. That guy's joking. That guy's joking. Don't yell at him. Okay? Anyway. But also, the other side of this that I wanted to show you is that while the Republicans are like, we're going to make the entire planet scream. We're going to destroy every country. Okay. We're going to do whatever the fuck we can to destroy the current way of business and the current way of existence. We're going to do mass deportations. Here's Hakeem Jeffries on hopes for bipartisanship as Congress edges towards GOP control.
Thank you, Steve, our great majority
Here's what Mike Johnson is saying instead.
leader. Thank you to our whip, Emmer, our NRCC chairman, Richard Hudson, all three of these gentlemen, and our whole leadership team, Elise and all the rest, Blake Moore and McLean and Palmer and everyone, did everything possible to ensure that we could come to this moment. It is a beautiful morning in Washington. It is a new day in America. The sun's shining, and that's a reflection about how we all feel. This is a very, very important moment for the country, and we do not take it lightly. We did work really hard to bring this day about. The actual statistics are even harsher than you said, Richard. My team calculated, they told me last night, actually when it was all said and done, it did more than 360 campaign events, in over 250 cities across 40 states. And I logged enough miles to circumnavigate the globe 5.5 times. But it was worth it. It was worth it. And we got extraordinary candidates. We flipped blue seats to red as we planned, and we kept this majority. We expect that the majority will be larger than last time. We still have a number of races outstanding, but we're very optimistic about those. And we are looking forward to governing in unified government beginning in January. It's true that on Tuesday, voters rejected what they really felt was the misery of the last 4 years. We're moving on and we're turning the page, and this is something that the American people desperately need and deserve. We are going to raise an America First banner above this place. And you saw a demographic shift that I was talking about on the campaign trail for over a year, with new demographics, new groups of persons who had not traditionally been with the Republican Party, who came on board with us because they believed in what we were saying. They believed the answers that we were providing for all the great challenges facing the country. And we made them a commitment to do that. And we will. And as the new members return now, we lay the groundwork for the next Congress, and we usher in this new day in America. Republicans in the House and Senate have a mandate. It's true. It was a decisive win across the nation. The American people want us to implement and deliver that America First agenda. And we have to do that while we have that energy and that excitement beginning on the very first day of the Congress in the new year. It's clear the American people do want secure borders. They want to prevent terrorists.
Well, this guy, Laz, the speaker, the Tea Party caucus will, I assume that Republicans in their endless glory will most likely end up infighting again because they can't. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But there's usually a lot of naysayers because they're so primed towards obstructionism that they end up obstructing their own process regularly. So, I mean, that's kind of how they did. That's kind of why they obstructed the right-wing border bill. They were the ones who saved that from passing.
And criminals from entering the country. These things are common sense.
The Tea Party is still a thing. It's called the Freedom Caucus.
They want and deserve lower costs for groceries and gasoline. They want us to project strength on the world stage again and not the weakness that we have projected for the last 4 years. They want an end to the wokeness and the radical gender ideology and a return to common sense in our children's classrooms and corporate boardrooms and government agencies. And we're going to ensure all that's true. This leadership will hit the ground running to deliver President Trump's agenda in the 119th Congress, and we will work closely with him and his administration to turn this country around and unleash, as he says, a new golden age in America. That's not a campaign slogan. We believe that that is true. We believe in our hearts that America's best days are ahead of us, and we're excited to deliver upon that promise. The only way we're able to work quickly is because we have unified control of the Congress, both chambers now in the White House, beginning January. And I want to congratulate all our Republican incumbents who worked so hard to ensure their re-elections and our new members who helped us to keep.
Okay, I don't care. I can't listen to this fucking dumbass. All right, let's look at Jon Stewart being unbearable, dude. That's the one good thing. Chatters are asking for a silver lining. No more fucking text from the Democratic Party's campaign. Holy shit. Begging for money over and over again. 5 times? You only got it 5 times? Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Let me tell you, I'm begging on my hands and knees. I got that shit like at least at a minimum hourly. You got it 5 times a day. You got out good. Sometimes twice an hour, at least 24 a day. I love people going, you can opt out, right? Yeah, you opt out of one, 11 new ones show up. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? They know you're rich? No, because I fucking foolishly don't maxed out the Bernie Sanders. That's it. And ever since then, it's been hell for me. Yeah, good thing. Good thing that they had that ready to go, you know, because Trump was going to contest the results when he loses. Start the steal. You don't get to choose. Dems took the danger for democracy. Reps represented as a sure way. They didn't have to earn your vote. Like people owe them their voice. I don't think the Democrats understand something that is really, really important. Okay. If you tell the Americans, if you even lie to Americans that you're going to fucking lower the price of food, they will vote for Adolf Hitler. Okay. They will vote for Adolf Hitler. If Adolf Hitler was like, I'm going to lower your egg prices by deporting 20 million brown people, okay? They can be American citizens as long as they look brown enough. I'm going to deport them. Americans will be like, hell yeah. And by the way, that's not a hypothetical. That just happened, okay? That just straightforwardly happened. They did that. I don't know if you guys know, an election just took place, and that is a real quote from a Pennsylvania voter. But also, that's real. That's a very real thing, okay? Sounds reaching. There was one really sticky policy prescription that Kamala Harris had throughout this entire campaign, and that was, I am going to go after price gougers. I am going to go after the grocery stores. Okay, I'm going to go after them with by using existing law. They're price gougers. Okay. And everybody turned around and were like, that's communism, sweetie. We can't have that. New York Times wrote an article about it. We brought 12 economists to say Kamala Harris's price gouging strategies are stupid. And then Donald Trump was like, oh, that's Venezuela. That's Venezuela. Guess what? That shit was more popular after a month of attacks. Okay. Why the fuck did they drop it? She should have just literally been like, I am going to prosecute, not the transnational gangs. I am going to prosecute American corporations. I'm a prosecutor. I have worked in my career in California against people who were fucking you over. I'm going to do that. She even brought that up at certain points. She should have been like, I'm going to prosecute the real gangs in this country, the corporate oligopoly. Okay? Also here, in Scranton on Wednesday, Matt Wolfson, a 45-year-old former construction worker, looked around at poverty in the Rust Belt city and thought the nation needed a change in leadership. Wolfson said he didn't love the dictatorial aspect of Trump's personality, but thought it could keep the country out of wars and maybe bring peace to some other conflicts, including Ukraine. Once again, I'm vindicated because, as I said time and time again, Donald Trump is going to present himself as anti-war. Democrats are presenting themselves as pro-war, and nobody fucking responds to pro-war messaging. Everybody actually likes anti-war messaging. Americans see themselves as peaceful people. Okay, they don't even reckon with American imperialism. They don't want to think about it, and the entire media structure is designed for Americans to never think about it, to shelter from the immediate aspects of America's war. Okay, what did he follow up with? He's good and bad. People say he's a dictator. I believe that. I consider him like Hitler, Wolfson said, but I voted for the man. Check my last message. Only potential silver lining is that Trump's obviously not going to deflate prices, and if he does, the economy will actually fucking tank. So after 4 years, maybe people will see that Trump didn't do jack shit and have a far left swing and to stay in the same way. 4 years of Biden resulted in a far right swing, but I actually acknowledge this is 100,000% pure copium. Yeah, it's copium. Percent of people that mention Arnold Palmer's cock have actually been elected. So successful method, you know. Everything is so primed to the right. It just sucks so fucking bad. Like literally everything. Everything. They're just making this shit up. This was not a part of the campaign. This was how the Republicans were able to successfully present the campaign as, and it didn't even matter because the people didn't really respond to this shit. Okay? They didn't. They didn't respond to it at all. But in the absence in the absence of any sort of real policy that they could run with, yeah, the Republicans get to run the table and present you as whatever the fuck they want. An example I will give you is cancel culture. Every person that is apolitical that you've ever talked to thinks, oh, the left love cancel culture. The number one cancel culture warriors are on the right. They are successful. They are the ones who have literally successfully rewritten history. They've tackled CRT initiatives, right? Critical race theory, as though that was being taught in schools. They're the ones who fucking ban books all the goddamn time and openly get to do it. Okay? But also simultaneously, they get to say, no, it's the woke liberal leftists who want to do cancel culture, and everybody fucking believes it. Okay? Not only is cancel culture not necessarily real, it's just like the people that are quote unquote canceled are canceled by the federal government usually, okay, for doing crimes. Yeah. But as far as like cancellation, it's just not a real fucking thing. Both sides engage in it. It's fucking annoying. Everybody hates it. Or rather, they usually deny that their side does it. But at the end of the day, people think it's just a leftist thing. Okay? It's because the Republicans dominate the fucking field. It's so stupid. I say this as someone who has been not only quote unquote canceled a million times for crimes such as buying a house for myself and my family, okay, leasing a fucking dentist car, or just being socialist while also being rich because you guys subscribe to me to support the stream for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Last cancellation, having sex. Okay, that's the last one. It's not real. Come on, let's be real. No one fucking thinks that way. Anyway, like that person had 900 likes for being like, I got the ick because he fucks. Also, I don't have sex. So that's neither here nor there. There's also been active initiatives to try and get me deplatformed by the right and even some members of the left, liberals rather, engaging in this actual fucking silencing campaign, cynically smearing me as anti-Semitic for the crime, quote unquote, of covering Israel's atrocious war crimes. Speaking for the freeing, the emancipation, and the emancipatory struggle of those who are victims of American and Israeli imperialism and genocide. You know, stuff that you read as morally unconscionable in your history books until the Republicans cancel said history books. And yet, it still does not matter. Okay? Of a neck-bearded online culture warrior talking about like the latest Star Wars franchise. Get woke, get broke. It's crazy. I feel like I've lost my dang mind. I'm watching liberal commentators. I'm watching liberal commentators talk like fucking quarter chicken pounder, dude. The quartering. The entirety of the Democratic Party's media apparatus is literally now the quartering. What the fuck is going on? No, it's not like 2016 all over again. It's worse. Because reactionary liberals, instead of looking at the situation and then, reaffirming their beliefs for human rights or whatever the fuck, have decided we have to be just as racist and just as stupid at these fucking Republicans in an effort to save face, in an effort because we think they'll go for the diet racism next time. It didn't work this time, but they'll go for it next time. It's like, no, dude, you're annoying. You're condescending. You're gay. Okay? The people that respond to the bigotry are never going to be like, you know what was missing from my bigotry? Just the gay version of it. No one says that. Okay? No one's like, oh, I wanted a smug academic version of this same fucking unfiltered bigotry. No, they're going to be like, I want the bigotry. I like the bigotry. So dumb. Like, who the fuck is out there in the American heartland going, you know, I hate them. Okay? I hate all of them. I hate the trans. I hate black folk. I hate them all. But let me tell you, the Republican Party does not represent my interests. Okay? I'm terrified of the prospect of a Guatemalan coming in to fuck my daughter. But, you know, if there was more of an academic understanding of going woke and going broke, I would have really subscribed to the Democratic Party. I need some smarmy, smug, libtard elitists to explain to me that, you know, actually the they-thems are no longer a part of the Democrats. That's what I need, and that's it. I'll turn around and vote for the Democrats all the dang time.
Broke.
Ads is a free ad for the Republican Party. Every single one. And then we're surprised how everybody lost. Shocking. Why go for the diet Republican Party when you can get the full strength soda?
Suffolk County, make my day.
Damn. Why would the base feel a certain type of way? In spite of the obvious threat that Trump presented. Why should anybody ever vote for the Democratic Party when they can get the real thing in the Republican Party? Every single one of these issue-based campaign strategies basically reaffirmed everyone's commitment to the Republican agenda. This is why I kept saying Donald Trump has reshaped American politics in his own vision, whether he wins or loses. But go ahead. Cry to me more. Now that Jon Stewart is saying it, maybe all the people that were crying earlier about how you say there's no difference between the Democrats and the Republicans. That's not what I'm saying, dumbass. I'm saying that the Democrats should have a difference between the Republicans. And it's frustrating when they don't demonstrate that difference. Yeah, the Republican operative, Jon Stewart, once again, just like I'm a Republican operative, you know? Fucking idiots. Except that map is the reason why the Democrats have run this exact same right-wing candidacy over and over again, year over year, every single time since then.
Rob, can you pull up Kirk's TikTok account If you just pull up Crook's TikTok account,
Do you dance a lot on the TikTok?
I very rarely.
If you pull up his TikTok, I just want to show this real
the
quick.
TikTok story is crazy,
and I want you to talk about this, Rob. Just do me a favor. Let's go through some of the clips, okay? All right.
If
So
you go to
10 million.
If you go to popular, it's the best way to do because this is all recent election.
Go to the right. Go all the way to the right. Yeah. Okay. So check this out. Look at this here. Zoom in a little bit, Rob, if you could. 49,
50 million. Let's be honest. 50
40
million.
37. Keep going. 13.8, 22.6, 23. Keep going, Rob.
This is just in the last month.
22, 21.7, 23.6, 20, 16.4. Go a little lower. 9.2, 8.5, 14.3. 60 million views on a daily basis, okay, while you're going through this. Now, Charlie, there's Instagram. That's a different audience. There's YouTube, different audience. You got radio, syndicated, different audience. You got Rumble, different audience. X, different audience. TikTok. When you're in the streets or you go places and people say, hey, I watch your stuff on radio. I watch your stuff. I listen to your stuff on radio. I watch you on YouTube. I watch you on Instagram. How often do you hear TikTok?
TikTok is 80% of the
unbelievable.
And, I hang out in the streets a lot. That's what I'm known for. No, but let me say a couple of things on TikTok. I'm blown away by this. And look, we do a lot on social. We do a lot on podcasting, and praise God, the podcast is doing really well. So we were trying to get.
By the way, he's being modest. It's a top 5 podcast on Apple and Spotify right now while we're speaking. Right now, if you look at him, he's top 5 Apple and top 5 Spotify. Please continue.
Thank you. Yeah, and so we've been trying to get on TikTok for a while, and TikTok had a censorship regime that.
I'm so sad. I'm so discouraged. It's just, there is no, ugh. If one more fucking person asked me to move to Canada, I'm Brian Kill Me, dude. What the fuck am I going to do in Canada, dumbass? They have the same exact fucking problems. What are you talking about? Canada already adopted the IHRA anti-Semitism hate crime statute. I can't wait to go to Canada so I can be in prison and be cold at the same time. All of the worst, evil, monstrous pieces of shit are winning in this process, and it makes me so sad. It just sucks. We just keep giving the worst scumbags the greatest fucking platforms.
It was very sensitive to topics that we would discuss on campus. And we kind of just said, forget it. Well, it's interesting. And I have a whole theory that October 7th was the event that led to the end of the Democrat Party. And I could lead it through 4 or 5 different examples. And I think Chris would actually agree with this because it's just an objective analysis, not a partisan one. And the buried lead of the October 7th was that it got TikTok banned. And remember, the TikTok ban stalled based on just China concerns. But TikTok was the hub of a lot of the anti-Israel sentiment that was brewing with Gen Z. And then all of a sudden the TikTok ban got resurfaced. Mitt Romney said at a security conference, we are banning TikTok because it is sowing anti-Israel sentiment in the United States. So TikTok gets banned. And our team, we had this idea like, hey, TikTok is in a place where they don't want to get banned with an incoming administration. Let's send out a tweet saying, hey guys, let's do one more chance. If you treat us fairly, we'll become TikTok's like biggest right-wing fan, right? And I will talk. And they reached out and they were great. They said, here are our rules. We will transparently enforce them. Again, they're very, very sensitive. You could talk about trans stuff.
Oh my God. So TikTok gave them TikTok, out of fears that they were going to get banned, gave the right wing another faucet of propaganda. TikTok and Twitch has the same people. Dude, Republican cry bullying is why Meta is so fucking right wing. Republican reactionary right wing cry bullying is why how TikTok courted conservatives before Trump's win. God, what a spectacular fuck up. What a spectacular fucking failure. Republican cancel culture? What do you mean? This is what the Republicans do all the fucking time. They did this with Meta way back in the day. I debated Charlie Kirk on this in 2016. Facebook is so left-wing. It's so liberal. People still repeat that shit. Non-stop. Trump expected to try and halt the TikTok ban, allies say. God, he is going to win forever, dude. Well, not that there is going to be another fucking election. But if there was, he would win it. Philly D got you in the thumbo again.
Is the left starting to go partial or full QAnon? Blue anon, if you will. That is what some are asking right now, because election-related conspiracies are starting to become popular among Democrats who are still reeling from Kamala Harris's loss. The thing is, just like we saw in 2020, there are a lot of different theories, but the most important thing to note is that before diving into this whole thing, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency have already said, we have no evidence of any malicious activity that had a material impact on the security or integrity of our election infrastructure. But as far as what some are flagging as suspicious, you have one thing being voter turnout this year compared to 2020, or with people saying that in 2020, Biden got 81 million votes to Trump's 74 million. But now this year, and keep in mind, votes are still coming in, it shows Trump at 75 million and Kamala at just 71. It's currently a drop of around 10 million Democratic votes. And so you have people saying, millions of votes, quote, don't disappear on their own. Or writing things like, if anyone could fund a massive election fraud scheme, it's Elon Musk. He also has motive. But the thing is, the 2024 vote tally that people are using only reflects the votes so far. Like, yes, we have enough to know whether Trump won the presidency, but ballots are still being counted. And in the end, you have the AP right now estimating that the number of votes cast will only actually be around 700,000 less than in 2020. With Steve Kornacki, for example, also breaking it down on NBC News' TikTok.
There's still a lot to come here. So you're adding those two numbers together and you're saying it's a lot less than 20. Well, keep in mind, gigantic states like California, there's millions more votes to come in from California. Washington, too. There's more coming in from Illinois, all across the country. By the end of this, there's probably going to be a turnout about 10 million or so more than what you're seeing right here.
And even with all that aside, voter turnout fluctuates cycle to cycle anyways. And these are also fact checks that the conservatives should keep in mind as well, because tons of people on that side have also been using preliminary voter turnout data to try to prove that the 2020 election was stolen, that millions of votes then must have been fake, but no. Or the numbers people have been using and what 2024's turnout is expected to grow to is a significant difference. Also, another big conspiracy theory that people have been throwing out there has to do with Elon Musk's Starlink, with some claiming here that the Starlink internet provider manipulated vote counts. But as PolitiFact noted, major swing states like Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, the list goes on, they have protocols ensuring that voting equipment is never connected to the internet during ballot tabulation. And just kind of generally speaking, voting machines usually are not internet connected anyways. With the outlet also adding, even if Starlink had somehow been used.
What is this? Your debate with Charlie was popping off on TikTok and people were calling you a liar when you said you had a $60,000 salary. Absolutely no idea. The debate was from years ago when people pointed that out. Like 95% of people ignored it or doubled down saying you lie because of your $100 gorillion house. I want to quit so fucking bad. There's no purpose. How do you describe to someone any political thing, any of the ways in which these systems actually harm them, if they don't understand the passage of time? Okay? If you don't understand the passage of time, then I can't explain anything to you.
to modify the vote count, there are systems designed to catch tabulation discrepancies. And PolitiFact finding little evidence that Starlink was widely used in elections in the first place. Also with this, it's worth noting that there are some differences in the misinformation we saw this election compared to last. In 2020 and even this year, Republicans were really setting the stage to call for fraud, though after their victory, their fraud concerns just somehow disappeared. Also, a big difference is with 2024, it's largely just civilians online spreading theories and not politicians. Right? Like when you had Trump, people in his administration and elected members of his party claiming it was rigged. But so far, I haven't seen Kamala Harris out there holding a press conference at a landscaping company demanding a recount, which is also why you have a ton of people on the left saying just stop before it gets too deep. People like activist Olivia Juliana saying the election wasn't stolen, we lost, you sound insane, stop it. And the likes of HasanPiker also reacting to a bunch of the theories and saying,
these people are doing the same exact that Republicans do, which is not understanding a process. And then because of your own personal inability of understanding how this like regular process works, you are now imagining like an alternate scenario.
And personally, I will say there are a number of people out there that have me concerned right now. And if anything, it's given me, and it feels weird saying it because a lot of those people are just would say horrible things to me right now. It gives me a lot of empathy and more understanding for people who believed election lies back in 2020. Like imagine being shocked by the result. You're like, but I saw the rallies. There were so many people there. There was so much energy. Everyone around me thinks like I do. The election was obviously stolen. And then rather than being given time to go, oh, well, no, the world is not my bubble. The vote went a different way. The politician you support goes, no, it was stolen. How fast would so many people flock to that? Because they want to think that's true. That's the only way that everything makes sense. I mean, like I saw a huge viral post of like people in their bed going, did you see AOC, what she said in that video? They're dropping something huge tomorrow, get ready. And a lot of people are just misconstruing things that she's saying. You know, we'll see how things play out from here. Does it involve an increasing number of people going down conspiracy holes? Or is this something that's kind of short-lived? It's people in their bargaining stage of grief and or the denial part. But also, hey, with all of that said, I gotta pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts here? But then we got to talk about the updates and additions to the Marnie Washington.
Oh.
It's like incredibly, right? Even if you do it diplomatically. And we said, great. So again, this is all transparent. It's all public. There's no like backroom deal. And so we started posting my old college discussions there because I've been doing this for 12 years where we just have open dialogues. And we started to get 5 million views a day, 6 million views a day, and 10 million views a day. And so over the summer, I said, well, what if this election season, I do like 25 campus stops and we kind of create these open air discussions and they might go viral, especially on TikTok, that could influence a lot of people to view the election the way obviously I want them.
That's literally just what Steven Crowder did. And yes, Philly D is a HasnAbi head. That is confirmed. He literally posts shirtless selfies of himself before going live on Twitch now. Okay, he's doing the HasnAbi method through and through. It's tried, true, and tested. Just like the Steven Crowder change my mind method is tried, true, and tested.
To view it. And yeah, look, on TikTok alone, it was 1 billion views in 90 days. It's like 60 to 80 million views a day. And
Bro, you are legit so hard to find on Twitch now. Yes, dude. Yes. Okay. I know. I am. Because Twitch has actively caved and capitulated the fucking dildos. And it seems like I'm no longer a part of the algorithmic boost that you get for having fucking 38,000 viewers, which makes this all the more impressive regardless. It's ironic, of course, because if you log in, the first person you see doing political commentary on the platform is fucking Asmongold. Okay? They don't have an issue with Asmongold being the political commentator. And guess what? I don't either. If that's what they want, then that's what they want. There's not much I can do. The reality is, While Destiny and so many of these other people say that I am Twitch's golden boy, Twitch very clearly is not treating me like it's fucking golden boy. That's it. Having said that, however, I get really fucking annoyed when people are constantly like, "Oh, dude, you're being blacklisted." Dog, I have 40,000 viewers, okay? That means 40,000 fucking viewers are literally directly tuning in because they expect me to do political commentary. Okay? That's it. That's it. And a lot of people reported saying they couldn't find me on the front page of the election on mobile. I had 313,000 views, dog. It doesn't matter. Okay? It doesn't matter. I just hope that we can put to bed these idiotic fucking conspiracies that I am somehow Twitch's golden boy. No, I'm here to watch crying. Well, you're not going to get it. So I don't know what to tell you. This is the expected outcome. And everything I said, unfortunately, became true. It was funny when using your 300K live stream, I had to log in to find it was like stabbing themselves in the leg. Yeah, it didn't matter. Okay? It did not fucking matter. But that is yet another example of platforms being fucking stupid and responding to right-wing crybullying. That is how it works. So before you go, Hasan, I don't understand. How do these platforms become so right-wing? It's because Republicans do this very effectively. Conservatives do this very effectively. Reactionaries, even if sometimes they consider themselves a part of the Democratic Party, do this very effectively. They crybully and they get people banned, and then they say, oh, it's the left doing that. Okay? Conservatives will never stop until every single fucking conservatives will never stop until every single person that is doing anything that's like even remotely close to political commentary is at least center right. Okay? That's it.
That sounds like a number, but all of a sudden, here's what was amazing. It was the most effective way I ever reached the working class in my career. The muscular class, janitors, waiters, waitresses, Uber drivers, police officers, firefighters. Even more so than YouTube and Instagram, for whatever reason, something about TikTok really reaches people that Donald Trump was trying to win 10 or 15% more of. And final thought I'll make on this. It's the most diverse audience that I'm talking about Black, Hispanic, Asian, young. And I'll just tell one story. I was in Vegas about to speak, and there were a bunch of, waiters and waitresses coming up asking for pictures, all Hispanic, all Asian American, Pacific Islander, that saw me on TikTok, and they're like, thank you, you connected dots, I think. And it is a form of entertainment what we do on TikTok because it's ideas that are kind of colliding. And so praise God, if you would have told me a year ago that we'd have like one of the largest TikToks out there in conservative media and all politics, I would have said no way. And we can go whatever direction you want, Pat, but I believe without the horror and the tragedy on October 7th and the events that came subsequent.
This is why the HasnAbi Clips industrial complex must operate full tilt on TikTok. We got to do 1,000. We got to do 1,000 different accounts, all pumping fucking funk music with like short clips of things I'm talking about, pop off moments, shit like that. We must let a 1,000 flowers bloom. Okay. I don't mean thirst trap videos. He's mic dropping ethnic groups like he's a liberal and not a Nazi. Yes, he is. Look, it's good. The sexy fan edits are one thing, and that's fine. It works, right? It's great. It's one thing that they can't really undermine. They can't just be like, "No, that guy sucks. He's not hot at all." Right? Anyway, but we need more pop off moments from the stream. Can we conclude that the reason why the left doesn't pop off on social media is because the right has more money to support it? No. There are a million reasons. One of them is the fact that the right is unified in its message. Monetization on TikTok sucks though, so there's less incentive. Yeah, I know. There's a I mean, look, there's obviously shadow banning concerns, which is ironic because that's what conservatives run on all the time actively. But the reality of the matter is it's the left that gets consistently banned and shadow banned for supporting Palestinians, supporting America's like adversaries in general, supporting the humanity of people, no matter where they're from, and understanding their material conditions, their material realities. But outside of that, kind of hard to have a leftist pop-off moment when your people on your side will still call you out on things no matter how insignificant. I know, but that hasn't stopped me in the past, and it won't stop me now because I don't give a fuck. That's the thing, okay? You have to understand something. If you're already a leftist or you consider yourself a leftist, you consider yourself to be anti-capitalist, and you have minor disagreements with me that you consider to be the worst possible thing on the planet, I don't care. I don't need to convert you. I don't need to change your fucking mind. Yeah, okay, it's fine. Hate me all day, every day. As long as you're still fighting to defend undocumented migrants, fighting to defend trans people, fighting to defend black people, fighting to defend women and women's rights, then that's fine. I'm right there with you. I don't care. You can fucking constantly talk about how awful I am because you caught me doing a microaggression. All the while, what I do care about, however, is the much broader field at play, okay? Because there are a shit ton of people out there, shit ton of guys, who abso-fucking-lutely, like, see, change your stance on neopronouns and I will stand. No, I'm not going to, and you're a 25-month subscriber. I still think it's weird and I don't understand it, but I don't care. That's the reason why I don't talk about it, okay? The reason why I don't talk about it is because it's irrelevant. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's irrelevant in the sense that, like, this is not something that ever needs to be discussed, okay? If I wanted to present myself as a reasonable moderate, I would regularly fucking shit on certain aspects of, like, you know, trans advocacy, like neopronouns, to present myself as a reasonable guy. The reason why I don't talk about it is because I don't care. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's irrelevant. Oh, 80% of the public does not want trans women to participate in athletic endeavors with cis women, okay? 80%. It's over. It's a fucking mass majority. I know there are only 40%. I mean, not 40%, sorry. I know there are only 40 trans athletes in this fucking country up to the collegiate level. 40. 40. Not fucking 40,000. Not 400. 40. 40. That's why I don't talk about it at all. I don't give a shit. It's a non-issue. You will never convince me, because some Republicans decided to get mad about it, that this is a major problem. Shut the fuck up. Is it putting food on your table? Is it putting money in your pockets? If you were to stop all 40 trans athletes from participating in athletic competitions, is your life going to get better? No, it's not. It's a simple distraction. I don't care, and neither do you. Shut the fuck up. And a lot of people who come from this background routinely, a lot of people that come from these different backgrounds routinely will be like, please talk about this issue. Please talk about this niche issue. Please, 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 please. Or I don't like the way you're talking about this niche issue that is making everyone look at you with an inherently hostile attitude. Okay? The reason why I say this does not matter, you don't care about it, and neither do I, is specifically because it doesn't harm anyone. Nobody actually cares about it, and it's right-wing priming on the matter. Okay? That's it. If I were to spend every fucking damn day defending trans people, the 40 trans student athletes, and their right to fucking participate in athletic competitions, that would be an unnecessarily idiotic thing to do, because I'd be primed by right-wingers to talk about this thing, when the real way to talk about it is to say, this does not actually bother you at all. This is not a significant problem. There's only 40 trans people that do this. And even if there was 100 trans people that were participating in athletic competitions, it still would not fucking matter. Stopping them from participating in athletic competitions does not actually change anything in your life. You're just angry and you're primed to get fucking mad at this shit. Okay? That's it. Why the fuck would I be a goddamn dupe and fight on territory that my ideological opponents have created? Why would I do that? Why wouldn't I fight on solid ground? It's dumb as fuck. Anyway.
I don't know if we would have had the success on TikTok that we did.
There's a story that came out, Rob, if you can. Oh, there it is. So it's a Wall Street Journal story a few days ago.
I don't know, like, as a trans woman, I just want healthcare, college, housing, and not to get shot by a chud on my way home from church. Yeah, exactly. You don't understand. If I play sports as a trans woman, I'm actively making everyone in America broke and destitute. Exactly. It's so fucking stupid. It's so stupid. Even if you forcibly detransition less than 1% of the population, which would be an act of unimaginable cruelty for no reason. It would be costly. It would be cruel. It would be punishment for no fucking reason other than to soothe the interests of some of the most rabid sociopaths in American society. Even if you were to do that, would the fucking egg prices go down? Would the McDonald's value menu come back? Would you be able to buy a fucking hamburger for $1 again? No? Then shut the fuck up. That's it. You don't care about any of this shit. Republicans and Democrats alike cause you to hyper-focus on this stuff because they want to make you feel like they represent different interests when they are owned by the same corporate masters. That's it. That's it. And all these dumbass Republican Trump supporters are like, hell yeah, MAGA's back, baby. We're going to put men on the map. It's like, you're a fucking idiot. Immediately after he won the election, the richest people on the fucking planet, including but not limited to Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates, you know, those libtards themselves, put like $300 billion on their net worth, like overnight. Yeah, one day you're going to get your comeuppance, dude. I promise. Oh, I'm going to get mine one day. No, you're not. You have a 1994 Honda Civic. That's the only asset that you have to your fucking name that was handed down to you by your older brother. And unlike him, you've never even gotten pussy in that fucking car. And you never will. You are not a capital owner. Why the fuck are you defending this system, dumbass? It's so stupid.
Young voters helped fuel Trump's win. Okay. So, and this was kind of interesting because one day I get a call from Vanity Fair and they're asking me about, what do you think about the fact that Barron Trump is getting all these podcast bros for his father to get on? And what do you think about that strategy and all this? I said, you're talking as if it's a bad idea on what he's doing. I'll read this to you. Young voters helped Trump fuel Trump's win. Trump's win included a 14-point lead among men under 30, a drastic 30-point shift from 2020 when Biden had a 15-point lead. For women under 30, Harris led by 18 points, a drop from 32 points in 2020. Nationally, 16% of voters were under 30, up from 13%, so 3+ in 2020, with Harris's support among them shrinking to just six points over Trump, 52-46. Economic issues dominated young voters' concerns, with 39% of young women and 42% of young men prioritizing jobs and the economy. Trump's campaign reached young voters through college events, TikTok. They're talking about you right here, and popular podcasts. Following advice from his son, Barron, who recommended appearance on platforms such as Aiden Ross, drawn hundreds of thousands of views. Now, Aiden, sure, gamer, all this stuff.
Dem Socia, HasnAbi brother, I was one of those anti-trans guys who hyperfixated on this issue ever since it became mainstream, and you helped me realize that not only was I wrong, but that it was unfortunately effective distraction from the real issues. Yes, there are a shit ton of people like you in this community, which is also part of the reason. There are so many people like you in this community, people who are transphobic. I myself had transphobic attitudes in the past, something I've talked about a lot, okay? I had misogynistic takes. I had transphobic takes. Now, I still fancied myself to be a progressive, even if I did not fully subscribe to every aspect of social progressivism. But it didn't matter, okay? I took the time out and I learned and I changed my fucking attitude, okay? And that lived experience, unironically, is part of the reason why I think I can be a more effective communicator on these issues and talk people off the ledge of becoming this like hyperfixated monster who fucking loses their own sense of self as a consequence of that, okay? And that's also partially the reason why I pay no attention to all these dumb fucks who are like, Hasan is not sufficiently progressive enough, or my key issue is sex work and I don't really appreciate his takes on it, so I'm just gonna fucking write him out entirely and I'm gonna make it my life's mission to say he's a bad guy. Who cares? Shut the fuck up. You're a goddamn loser and nobody gives a shit about what you have to say. You can get a one fucking minor blip on TikTok for the day, but then it's over, okay? That's it. It's over. And as long as, the reality is, as long as you are still advocating for women's rights, for trans rights, advocating to uplift people of color in this country, advocating to help the entirety of the American working class, the global working class, across the board, unconditionally, then I don't care if you fucking yell and get upset about what my perspective is. Okay? It would be hard for a black person to change a white racist mind, but he may listen to a white person on it. I mean, that's it. That is the method. Okay. The method is, I know that people who are transphobic are going to be infinitely more resistant to listening to a trans person. That is just the unfortunate reality. Okay. Than they are to listening to a fucking white dude, especially a cis heterosexual white guy who's 6'4" and loves the fucking workout, play basketball, watches anime, and shares their same interests. That's it. And it's so funny that there are still these like incredibly fucking sheltered, like reactionary social justice attitude representers, all that should have been shelved all the way back in 2016, that are just still chirping. They're like, his aesthetics are too broy for me. It's like, yeah, dumbass, that's why I'm successful. Shut the fuck up. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, okay? I'm sorry. It might not be for you. There's a million different bread tubers out there who I love and respect that you can go get this kind of commentary from with a softer tone, okay? If you don't like it here, you shut the fuck up, you know? Stop chirping.
But a lot of this, if I was to hear someone, like for example, a celebrity gets on, oh, wow, he was on Aiden. Great. Oh my God, he was on Logan Paul and Mike Mallett. Great. Sure. Influence. Yeah. I can't believe Logan had him on. I get it. Jake actually broke down a 32-minute video to explain why he's voting. I think that translates. You get young voters to say, that's right. That doesn't make any sense. What are you talking about? This doesn't make any sense. Chris, again, the sport of politics. How big, you're in this space, you've been in.
Why do you yell so much? I think being calm in your delivery projects more confidence. Man, shut the fuck up. There you go. I yell because I get angry. That's the point, okay? I don't fucking censor myself. I will censor you for making a stupid point like that. I'm angry. Why the fuck would you not be angry? How the fuck can you be civil about the situation? Okay? Like, how? How are you not angry? I'm angry all the fucking time. It's so dumb. Difference is, if I'm angry and you're not, you obviously think the system's working for you. Okay? And that's why you simply don't understand. That's why you go, why is that guy so fucking angry? I don't get it. Because none of this actually impacts you or any of your immediate loved ones in a tangible way that you can analyze. So you're just like, it doesn't really matter to me. I don't really get it. I just wanted the Democrats to win because we wanted to preserve the institutions of democracy. Fuck that, dude. The easiest way to disguise yourself as a normie when you're leftist is to be edgy, bombastic. You genuinely don't woke scold or purity test people the way too many leftists do. No, but there is like a limit to it. You know what I mean? If there's anyone engaging in like harmful commentary, I'm going to stop them. I'm going to tell them you can't do that. That's unacceptable. You know? And as long as people are aware that those are my worldviews, there's a level of safety that comes from that. You know what I mean? I can make a similar joke sarcastically to what Charlie Kirk says on a daily basis, sincerely, and people understand I'm joking.
And your entire life, your father's a two-term governor, your brother's a governor, so it's not like you. How big of a deal was this for young voters to flip like this and be inspired to come out and vote for Trump?
So one of the rules in politics is do everything. Do everything. Be in yes mode. Go everywhere you can. Talk to anyone you can. That has become less and less popular as people seek their silo, right? Now, again, this is also evidence of underperformance. I'll start with saying bro vote, to me, I don't think is coming from a good place, by the way. I don't think...
We got to talk about that.
Defining it as bro vote, I see is
what does that mean? What does bro vote mean?
To me, I see it as a way of diminishing what resonates with young men. And I think it's a continuation of a very...
I would still like you to come cover more Canadian news even once a month. I know it's not the same numbers of the U.S., but the shift towards the right here is just as serious, and I can think no better person to spotlight our issues. Don't worry. I talked to the Canadian broadcaster literally today for an entire hour. That shit's going to be out by tomorrow. You can watch me talk about American politics and then draw your own similar conclusions into Canadian politics as the broadcaster brought forward when we were talking about those issues. So there you have it.
Overt, intentional...
Yeah, I'm on fucking CBC, baby.
...strategy of bringing down young men.
I don't get that.
Blaming them. Bro is, to me, it's
oh, you think it's a pejorative?
Oh, yeah, I think it's a pejorative.
Okay.
And I'm okay with it. Not,
sure. Okay,
I don't see who's called bros. I get called that. You know, I'm 54 years old, you know, and...
I see. So you think when people label that, they're trying to use it as a...
Oh, yeah. Because,
because
it's never one of them.
I got it. So when you're saying, when they say these bro podcasts he's going on, like almost like, why would you waste your time getting on this podcast? I got it.
And it's a disrespect. It's an extension of how people in the media, not to speak for a whole group, obviously. I think you're right. Yeah. But you never hear anything good about Joe Rogan except his reach. Now, do I see Rogan as any kind of functional equivalent to either of you guys? No, because... You're thought leaders. I may not agree with your thoughts. I may not, I may not want to echo your thoughts, but you're thought leaders. Joe has an amazing platform that you got to give him credit for having, where he has guys like you on it. That's the appeal. His audience is not independents. His audience breaks right, and that's fine. That's fine. But to be a pejorative and say these bros, like somehow it's bad to have young men wanting to vote for you, I think is a mistake. Trump did what you're supposed to do. He went everywhere. So should have Harris. Was Rogan going to be the same situation for her as for him? No. But that's the way it is. You know, when Donald Trump at some point decides to come on News Nation and sit down, it's not going to be like he's sitting down with Newsmax or Fox News. But you take it. The audience gets where you are.
He'll love it, though. That's the thing. He likes to be challenged if it's done from a good place in good faith.
Was he invited?
Oh, yeah.
No, as long as as long as it's not
all
cheap,
the time.
If it's not cheap shots, though, he likes it.
I agree. Although he likes,
I think
he likes to deliver a cheap shot. By the way,
fair enough. But I think you'd do a good job if you came from a perspective of you want to make sure the American people have clarity on what he believes.
Right. My point is, look, I think he needs to sit down. Here's my feeling about it. Okay, let's move on. The Democrats have to process. The Republicans had to process in the midterms. Process. Figure it out. Figure out what you want. Don't get overwhelmed with blaming things as some kind of battle of agendas, which is what the left is doing. But that's their problem. We have to be focused forward. Trump should be talking about.
Isn't it great that all the liberals are united with the far right and they're united in their hatred of the left? Guys, you know who the real problem is? The far left. The extreme left.
About what?
Which holds like zero motion in the Democratic Party.
What he's going to do all the time.
Can I stay on this topic? I want to stay on this topic. And
sure.
I want to get your expertise on this topic. So the reason why I'm talking young voters, and we're staying here with the young voters topic, is I watch, Super Bowl. Like right now, it pisses me off that Cincinnati Bengals are 3-5. And they've lost most of their games by less than a touchdown, whatever, 35-34. Tom tells me their cornerbacks suck, and I'm like, okay, he's a number one quarterback right now in yardage, touchdown to interception. I think he's number one or number two in that. But they're 3-5, and they're not, the way they're playing right now, they're not going to do anything major. Now, in NFL, you could still make it to the playoffs, and you could still be formidable later on. It's all about momentum. But one could watch a game, and it could say, well, the differentiator in 2024 is XYZ. It's the running game. It's this. NBA, Cleveland Cavs are off to a 12-0 record. It doesn't matter when it comes on to the playoffs.
It's crazy. I don't know how the fuck that's allowed. I don't know what the fuck's going on with the Cleveland's record this season. It just does not make sense. Okay, not to chime in on Patrick Bet-David and agree with him. I don't watch any football. I don't know enough about football, but like, what the fuck's happening, dude?
In politics,
drug test
right now, a lot of events happened last 12 months. I remember a year and a half ago, I'm bringing guests here, and we're having different conversations. And a lot of people were still DeSantis. Mm-hmm. They were even uncomfortable to be pro-Trump. Mm-hmm. I would go to events, and guys were kind of like, whoa, you got to be comfortable. Don't be too pro-Trump because you're even losing the conservative vote. This was about a year and a half, 2 years ago that was happening. So you had to kind of be like, relax a little bit when you're being too.
Yeah, in primary mode.
Bring it down a little bit, right? But then in the last 12 months, specifically, if this is a sport, in the last 12 months, to both of you guys, what would you say were the defining moment where it flipped?
The Cavs is the NBA, not the NFL. Dog. I don't know who you're talking to. I'm literally, every moment that I'm not on camera, I'm throwing it back for LeBron James. Okay? Akron's very own prodigal son. Yeah, I know the Cleveland Cavs are not an NFL team.
Flipped. And by the way, I'm not I'd like to see one from both of you guys.
He's going to say now, LeBron no longer plays for the Cavs. Watch.
But also reasons. For example, Bobby's walkout. Okay?
We hosted that event.
I remember that. That was turning point.
Phoenix.
I remember. Was it an Amphist or was it a?
No, but come on, if you see those kind of pyrotechnics, you know who's
Your
doing
AV is insane. Yeah. So, but
that doesn't come ex nihilo. That's
well, you.
Dude, Jokic will not have a better career. You cannot have a better career than LeBron James. It is statistically impossible. Maybe in the future, where someone has LeBron James's level of recovery and level of fucking dude, it cannot happen. It cannot be recreated. Okay, 20 years of domination is not a real thing. Maybe in the future, with medical science improving, potentially someone will be able to get to that level. Okay? Maybe. But it's going to take a while. Yeah, Jokic also hates basketball. The funniest part about that is like he's not even interested in playing ball. He likes his horses. He likes being in Serbia. He does not like playing in the NBA. Look at him. And I say this as someone who loves seeing a dude, a fat Serbian man, absolutely fucking dominate the league, okay? It's just not going to happen. The fact that he doesn't care makes it more impressive. I know. Jokic treats the NBA like a 9-to-5. Yes. He does. And it is extra impressive that he gets to dominate so hard despite treating the NBA like a 9-to-5 job. Okay? Having said that, however, LeBron James is a dominant force who invented the game of basketball and then reinvented it over the course of 2 fucking decades, season after season. Okay? Rings or not, does not fucking matter. This man has never had a non-dominant season. Like, it's just crazy. No one has been as good, as consistently as LeBron James. No one will ever be as good, as consistently as LeBron James until medical technology improves. That's it. Oh my God, shut the fuck up. Y'all are a bunch of white supremacists if you don't recognize this reality. Okay, I'm done. I'm done with this. Let's move on.
You
come on, Pat. You know that's a turning point.
You realize we've been in the business of doing events for a while, and I would expect nothing less from a guy like you. I've been at your event. I see you in the back. The guy works like.
Bro, Curry had way more impact on the game than LeBron. That's undisputable. Yeah, I mean, that I don't even disagree with, but I'm talking about his legacy, okay? I don't disagree with that. Why the fuck is... First of all, there's no more mid-range. Like, the mid-range jumper has been destroyed, okay, systematically. It's not revisionism. I think that, yes, Steph Curry's NIMBY ass absolutely played a role in this, okay? He did. He did. Steph Curry loves taking threes, hates poor people moving into his neighborhood because it's going to ruin the neighborhood aesthetic. Okay? Understand. Does not want, he is the number one hater of homeless, of anti-homeless initiatives. Dude, you're so wrong. The media's coming back. Kawhi, PG, come on, not a ball knower. I'm not a ball knower. I'm a ball fondler when it comes to LeBron James. That's all I know, and that's all I need to know. Okay, let's move on. Let's get back to Patrick Bet-David.
It's like 24/7 at his event, running the whole show. He's phenomenal. But Bobby coming out, that alliance. Tulsi, Musk coming out. Musk's 2.1 billion impression on X. Rogan's podcast. Assassination attempt. The younger voter going out there getting the TikTok folks. If you were to say a few of the events in 2024 that led to Trump making the greatest comeback of all time, what would you say that was?
I have to pick a couple. The first of which was Elon Musk's purchasing of Twitter. And I believe that for many reasons, because it allowed for...
You put that as one?
Yes.
I think I agree. I agree.
Yeah. I do. And the reason being is that you saw a national popular vote tilt a certain way, which is indicative that the entire country is consuming information differently.
Right.
This was not just a regional tilt. It's not just that Trump ran a better campaign in Pennsylvania, which he did. It's not just that we chased more votes in Arizona, which we did. It's that the whole country is consuming information that makes them view things differently.
I do not agree. Say I'm wrong all day, every day. This is the Republican version of we need to podcast our way out of this problem. It doesn't matter. Okay? You are getting duped by the Republican method of what you see from every fucking liberal outlet writing articles about, think pieces about how, where is the left's Joe Rogan? I'm here, and I'm fucking telling you right now, that's dumb. That is dumb. You cannot podcast your way out of this issue. They did podcast their way out of this? No, they didn't. No, they did not. The only reason why the podcast circuit worked in Trump's favor was because he can come across as personable, and that was where all of the remaining voters that he could capture were at. But most importantly, Biden was tremendously unpopular. Americans were suffering. Americans wanted to blow this shit up once again, just like they did in 2016. And the unaddressed, unexamined material harms that they were experiencing were utilized by Donald Trump. All the while, Kamala Harris depressed her own voter turnout by constantly hugging and kissing Republicans and saying she's going to be the gay Nikki Haley Republican Party. How could this have happened? You look at turnout, Donald Trump didn't hemorrhage his base of support all that much, whereas Kamala Harris did. Blaming Biden, lol. Well, yes, of course I'm blaming Biden. What the fuck? His brain was leaking out of his ear. What, are there Biden defending Republicans out there? What the fuck? I'm blaming Kamala Harris and I'm blaming Joseph Robinette Brandon. The fuck do you mean? Wait, so you're blaming Biden's body? I'm blaming his obvious delusions. Biden will be the scapegoat. Biden is not just a scapegoat. He directly was the problem. Biden was a problem when he picked Kamala Harris early on, knowing full well that he did not want a VP that could outshine him because he wanted to, one, and he openly said this, oh, I pick a black woman as my VP. I'm not racist. Vote for me. That was number one. He chose Kamala Harris from a field of even more qualified black women that he could have probably gone after. Two, he put Kamala Harris to task in the shittiest jobs possible. Basically sanitation, running side quests. Like forcing her ass to go to fucking Guatemala to be like, do not come. Made her the goddamn border czar. That's number two. He made Kamala Harris do all the shittiest jobs possible. Because, and I repeat this once again, he did not give a fuck about being a transitional candidate, despite the fact that many voters believed that he was the transitional candidate. I remember telling you before he dropped out that Kamala was the wrong choice because she was pushed by the DNC and was going to be way less progressive than Biden, who would have won, by the way, but you didn't listen. Yeah, I said at the time that Kamala Harris is the best possible route here, and because there was no other fucking alternative. And there wasn't enough time to run a fucking open primary. A lot of people fantasize about an open primary, and maybe it could have been successful. Maybe there would have been a stronger candidate. There definitely would have been a stronger candidate from the open primary. I will admit. I just don't know if a better candidate from the open primary would have been able to defeat Donald Trump in such a short period of time. Because at the time, the Democrats were offering some level of, stability and being the adults in the room. Turns out people didn't give a shit about that too much. You're smoking crack if you think Biden would have won? No, Biden definitely would have not won. What the fuck? Anyone who says Biden would have won is delusional. Good luck to them. Anyway, listen. It's not about having an open primary. There should have been a primary. That's it. Biden shut that off real quick. Then, foolishly enough, they did an early-ass debate where the entire world found out, oh my God, the leader of the free world is brain dead, like medically brain dead. He still refused to drop out. Then he dropped out and tanked Kamala Harris's chances every step of the fucking week. Every step of the way. Did everything in his power to make sure that, Donald Trump won, basically. Kamala Harris could have separated herself from Biden's administration and presented a different pathway forward. Kamala Harris was far from the best candidate. I agree. I, was very critical of Kamala Harris in 2019. I ripped into her quite a bit. But she's a goddamn adult. Okay? What is this? Al Jazeera Gaza team stops broadcasting over unpaid bills. Some of Al Jazeera's correspondents covering the war in Gaza are protesting what they believe is Muslim mistreatment and missed paychecks from the organization. How the fuck? Dude, this is Qatar's number one outlet to the Western world. This is the best possible way that they can maintain a vision of looking different than the rest of the fucking Gulf states and shit. You ripped into her in 2019 I did. Yeah, I did. Rip that pussy. See, this is what I mean when I say there's a lot of unrestrained, unrestricted misogyny in this community sometimes, and I ban them adequately. Okay? There you go. What are you, fucking 12? What the fuck? Come on, dude. Jesus Christ.
Now you could say, oh, because it's inflation, all that. Sort of. But national public polling shows that there was this moment where...
Bro, what do you mean Kamala ran as an Indian in 2019? No, she didn't, dumbass. The fuck are you talking about? She literally said, I was that black girl to Joe Biden on the stage. It was her most telegenic moment.
The country started to care more about immigration. The country started to care more about what's happening in Ukraine. Public attitudes were changing, and I believe that is because we had a platform that finally allowed freedom of speech, because all the other ones were clamping down on it. So I think that's number one. And then
she announced her campaign at Howard University, and people are still like, oh, she's an Indian. You don't understand. When did she choose to become black? It's just like bots, all of you. Okay? You hear fucking Donald Trump say some shit, and then you immediately are like, that's funny. I'm going to repeat it. Bot! Make up your own damn mind. The free thinkers, dude. The independent fucking thinkers of America over here. Oh, you don't understand, brother. I'm a free thinker. I will not be taken out by the Democratic Party's libtard propaganda. I'm not an NPC.
Number two, I think it would be the indictments of Donald Trump, starting when the Rubicon was crossed.
No. Shut up. Oh, God. Oh, my God. It's actually wonderful hearing at least different takes from what the fucking dumbass liberals are saying. Oh, what a breath of fresh air, dude. That's amazing. I'm glad that I'm at least hearing something different. Fareed said the same thing. Yeah, dude. People were really, really invested and tapped in to the fucking comings and goings of Donald Trump. They actually thought, oh, he's coming after, he's not coming after, they're not coming after Trump. They're coming after us, but he's in the way. That's what they thought. Trump named Pete Hegseth as the Secretary of Defense. He has been on a host on Fox News. Let's go. Let's go. Trump says he's poaching Fox News host Pete Hegseth to serve in my cabinet as the Secretary of Defense. Yeah, it's like saying Roseanne Barr endorsements were what really moved the needle in Trump's direction.
Alvin Bragg indicted Donald Trump in New York for this ridiculous, just concocted pile of garbage that no one could explain. And Donald Trump was then viewed correctly as a martyr by his supporters and a sympathetic figure to the people who couldn't afford groceries. And for a regular person, the equation, the formula is built. I can't afford stuff that I used to, and the guy I've been told to hate is now facing prison time. That doesn't make sense to me. And so then what happened is that regular everyday people would go turn on the networks. They say, okay, help me understand this, MSNBC. Help me, because a lot of people would give the benefit of the doubt. They said, okay, and they heard nothing but he's a Nazi, he's a threat to democracy, and he must be locked up. And regular people didn't buy that. And then where did they go, PBD? X. To Twitter, and they saw a different story. And so I could keep on going, and then finally, the day, what day did...
Dog, people didn't even give a fuck that Trump got shot. Shut the fuck up. They literally don't care. They were like, one party is saying we got to preserve these institutions. The other party is saying we're going to blow up the institutions, but it's going to lower your prices. And they were like, okay, institutions haven't helped me. I'll go with the blow up the institutions guy. That's it. That's it. People didn't even fucking swing in Trump's favor after he got shot. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Yeah, they were like, dude, the way he tried to tie the grocery prices thing back to Donald Trump is just the hallucinations of a pure sycophant, okay? That's it. He straight up was like, oh, we're trusting the polls now? What the fuck do you mean? The polls were correct. What are you talking about? Are you a polls were wrong guy? Is that what it is? Why? He only saw one poll. He only saw the Jen Seltzer poll, and he's like, oh, the polls are so wrong. What are we talking about? Getting shot deaf helped them? No, it didn't, dude. Wait, what? Getting shot was such a fucking non-issue that Ben Shapiro stopped talking about it. Like, immediately after. Okay? Getting shot did not end up swinging this in Donald Trump's favor. People do not like Donald Trump. Also, nothing really moves the needle that much in today's discourse anyway. Like, that's the other reality. It's just our news cycle is so primed, is so fast, that multiple world-changing events happen over and over again. And it barely made a blip. Hasan is still shilling for the polls. Not saying it's the largest factor, but felt huge. Can disagree, okay. Some did predict it was going to be a blowout one way or another. I did. And it would have been if Joe Biden stayed in the race. But that still would have been more so on Joe Biden than Donald Trump getting shot. It's a big factor when it's remembered. What? No, it's not. No. Kamala only lost because she didn't go on The View enough. Yeah, definitely. To be fair, his approval ratings were the highest ever in the months after, and I think the attempts helped with that. I think his approval ratings increased. Getting shot might have played a role in this, but I think his approval ratings increased because he was just more prominent. And I think his approval ratings absolutely increased because he kept showing himself as a personable figure on every avenue that he could go on. when the disapproval rating of the sitting administration is so high, okay? When the disapproval rating of the sitting administration is so fucking high, the alternative to that is going to understandably get more popular.
Did Elon Musk endorse Donald Trump? July 13th, the day that Donald Trump got shot in Butler, Pennsylvania. And I believe the hand of God was on Donald Trump. I really do. I believe that it was 1 millimeter that, saved his life. But then Elon Musk going all in. You know this. I mean, I'm read Elon's book, the Walter Isaacson one. It's unbelievable. He's like a laser beam. When Tesla's not hitting its objectives, he sleeps on the floor of the Tesla factory, the Gigafactory, until it's done. If the rockets aren't getting up on time, he dedicates his whole life. If he wants Donald Trump to go to the White House, what did he do? He lived in Pennsylvania for 45 days straight. And
I can't believe the JFK still alive guy was right behind him when he got shot. That's even crazy.
Dedicated his fortune, his time, his energy like a laser beam. Nothing else mattered. And when you had that kind of focus from obviously the highest capacity person on the planet,
was the New York Times poll right? Like they had it tied when he was going to win the popular vote. I think state polls overall, and a lot of these polls were within the margin of error. And I kept telling you Donald Trump is gonna win the popular vote, and everybody said there's no fucking way. I thought foolishly that the swing state blue wall was going to still remain in the Democratic side. I was wrong about that. That's why I said Kamala Harris has a marginal chance of success, winning the Electoral College potentially, but still losing the popular vote. Also, the popular vote will be closer once Cali finishes count. I don't know, man.
Coupled with Donald Trump, you're talking about a force multiplier, the likes of which that literally, in my opinion, saved civilization.
Chris, what would you say?
I like the phrase force multiplier. That's absolutely what social media is. I agree with your analysis about people using social media as much as any media now.
I saw a tweet that basically addresses what you're saying right here perfectly. The Democrats' strategy this entire process since the Trump era has been there's no rules. A dog can't play basketball over and over again as the dog keeps dunking on them. And that's basically this. Fox News can lose $787 million for lying and get away with it. Trump can get away with sexual assault and election fraud. The January 6ers are going to get pardoned. The civil guardrails are completely gone. Yeah, that's it. There's nothing. And people don't care. People do not fucking care. You understand me? They do not care. Why should they care? Why should they fucking care when they've given up on these institutions defending them entirely? Yeah, this is it. This last decade has been the Democrats clinging on to the rule book going, but a dog can't play basketball while a dog fucking dunks on us over and over. And that was in fucking 2018.
Now, there's a problem with that because social media is not as reliable on a lot of levels. Independent media depends on the outlet, what the vetting is, what the structure is. But yes, that was a big factor. The social media component of the dialogue is very important. Chris Wallace leaving CNN to go start a podcast and people saying, oh, this is a watershed moment. Well, no, it is. It depends what he does with his podcast.
And by the way, he's probably not going to do very well.
But I'm saying, right, because it could fade into, because what it has done very well. Well, fringe and dissenting voices have done very well in that space.
Fringe don't as a pejorative.
Not as a pejorative.
Yeah.
People on the outside of the spectrum of thought.
Correct. Yeah.
Non-main party people.
Yes.
Okay. So what do I think? If I had to pick it, and I get why you mitigate it because it's more than this, but if I have to.
Bro, I love this. I love this, dude. They were like, hey, guys, our medically brain dead guy was so deeply unpopular. What's the solution? Another medically brain dead guy. That's good, man. That's the method right there. Fuck it. Roll Jimmy Carter up there, dude. Fuck it. He's still alive.
To pick a pivot point, it was the inflation narrative. Because what happened was the left got caught in a space of trying to convince you that you weren't paying more for things and that wasn't.
He's right. This is right. I can't believe I'm saying this. Chris Cuomo's on the money on this.
Really a problem. And that's a very tricky space. I would have a famous conservative come on every week named Bill O'Reilly. And his analysis would begin and end with the gas pump in the grocery store. And I'd say, yeah, but what about this? He'd say, gas is higher than it was. Groceries are higher. Rent, mortgage, higher. There's your nut. That's your nut. And we haven't even included healthcare costs yet, which also went up. So when all of those things are worse now, and they're telling you that the guy where they were better is the problem, it doesn't compute. That's what I thought was a big pivot point. And of course, there are 100 other things that went into it. Jordan Peterson's right. There's never a single factor explanation for a complex situation. That to me,
but we can pinpoint causes set in motion for sure.
They couldn't get away from that reality.
Thanksgiving's around the corner. Christmas.
Whoa, this is a great take. I just threw 2 pennies at a homeless guy, making him objectively better off than he was before, and he got mad at me. He said he'd rather have nothing. When the data shows a 2-penny increase, I'm a moderate liberal, and I can't figure out why the data isn't resonating with him. Oh my God, what a banger. What a fucking banger. Holy shit. Oh, that's so perfect. That's so fucking perfect. Oh. Wow. I'm trying to help you. It's perhaps because the homeless guy is an irredeemable, racist, white supremacist, sexist. That's probably what it is. And he deserves to be homeless. Actually, we should deport him. We should deport him. He's ungrateful. That's what liberals sound like, okay? Why does the homeless guy not care about $50,000 in tax cuts for startups? I don't understand it. Are you telling me, as a homeless guy, you don't care about the opportunity economy? CNN layoffs today and MSNBC being sold. Thoughts? The media is in a horrible state. And that is partially because they are so out of touch with normal people, and they just routinely present a false narrative over and over and over again. Okay? I mean, there is no better indication of how out of touch the fucking media is than the last week of content. The last week of content has been on every outlet, CNN, MSNBC, every single one. Okay? President-elect Donald J. Trump promised to appoint HasanPiker as basketball czar. Okay, chill. Why'd you have to put my fucking shitty-ass performance? Your next defense secretary.
As I told you, my 2019 resolution is to say things on air that I say off air. I don't think I've washed my hands for 10 years. Really, I don't really wash my hands ever.
Help me!
No, I inoculate myself It's just not. Germs are not a real thing. I can't see them, therefore they're not.
That's not the guy, is it? No, that's not the guy. It's, I think, this guy. By the way, it's so funny that people are like being like, "Oh my God." No, he is. No, that's not the right guy. This guy on the right is not my Wait, is that the guy? Wait. Oh my, wait, that's the guy with the crazy tattoo? Oh my God. Oh my God. This guy literally had a flannel on, putting a microphone to every fucking diner's face like last week. He's now the defense secretary? Dude, what the fuck? This is Trump's pick to lead the Department of Defense.
Alma mater. I have a new rule. The more elite the university and advanced that a graduate is, the dumber they are. The less likely I am to trust them. If you went to the Ivy League, prove to
Okay, I agree with this though. Okay, he's cooking here.
me that you have any common sense at all. Because you're most
He's kind of cooking here. I'm not gonna lie. He cooked.
Yes, and I sent one of my degrees back
I'm
for
just-
a alma mater.
Yeah, this is literally what Bill Clinton said when he was campaigning for Harris in Michigan law.
I think Israel would only be acting on the property it already owns. I think Israel has title deed to Judea and Samaria.
This is verbatim what Bill Clinton said in Michigan. And then we're like, how did this happen? Why did the fucking stupid Arabs not vote for the guy that said this?
There are certain words I refuse to use. There is no such thing as a West Bank. It's Judea and Samaria. There's no such thing as a settlement.
You're a new ambassador to Israel, by the way. I know, dumbass. I know. I never for a moment said that the Republicans were going to be nicer, okay? I never did. The problem was Democrats were letting the Republicans portray themselves as nicer, okay? A lot of people say, bro, go to fucking Canada, but I think I'm going to go to Mexico, dude. I'm a Claudia Scheinbaum truther. China is overtaking Mexico at a rapid clip. I'm going to go down there and fucking drive my sweet-ass BYD Yangwang 9, you know?
Their communities, their neighborhoods, their cities.
I can't believe this is the fucking guy that they... Neocon Don, the Fox host with Trump's ear on military issues, urges him to bomb Iranian culture sites and rewrite the rules of war to be advantageous to us.
2019 resolution is to say things.
I can't believe he doesn't wash his hands. Maybe the guy doesn't believe in germ theory, dude.
Deemed an extremist because of a tattoo by my National Guard unit in Washington, D.C. And my orders were revoked to guard the Biden inauguration. Jerusalem cross tattoo, which is just a Christian symbol.
Is that the
This is the one.
Is that the tattoo?
Yep, right here. This one is what got me disinvited. I'd never had orders revoked before. I mean, listen, it's a standard deal. You remember after January 6th, everyone was in Washington, D.C. Like Nancy Pelosi had the parking garages full of National Guardsmen. My commander called me a day before tepidly and was like, Major, you can just stand down. We don't need you. We're good. I'm like, what do you mean everybody's there? He's like, no, he couldn't tell me. When I was writing the book, I reached out to somebody in the unit who could confirm with 99.9% certainty because he was in the meetings and on the emails. Nope, someone inside the DC Guard trolled your social media, found a tattoo, used it as an excuse to call you a white nationalist, an extremist, and you were specifically by name orders revoked to guard the inauguration because you were considered a potential threat.
How was that? It's a cross.
I was
Damn. Counterpunch. Pete Hegseth's Mein Kampf. I spotted Pete Hegseth's latest book, The War on Warriors, Behind the Betrayal of the Men Who Keep Us Free, while I was shopping at my local Costco. Intrigued, I bought a copy. Published by Fox News Books. Is shot to the top of the New York Times bestseller list soon after publication. His name was the one I recognized as Fox's Talking Heads. The back flap of Hegseth's book describes him as a husband, father, patriot, and Christian. He's a U.S. Army veteran. He was a guard at Guantanamo Bay and served in Iraq and Afghanistan. During his time in the National Guard, he was deployed in Washington, D.C. During the national uprisings against racism that followed the police murder of George Floyd, Hegseth is also a former failed candidate for the Republican Party U.S. Senate from Minnesota, and he's led several veterans groups, including the Koch brothers-backed Veterans for Freedom. The War on Warriors, like Hitler's Mein Kampf or My Struggle, is a contrived nightmarish vision of society where true patriots are persecuted by a twisted and evil political establishment motivated to sell out their country. He's also a shameless self-promoter and bloviates about his alleged martyrdom. To get a taste of Hegseth, here's the opening lines in the book. I joined the army because I wanted to serve my country. Extremism attacked on 9/11, and we went to war. And in 2021, I was deemed an extremist by that very same army. 20 years and the military I loved, I fought for, revered, spit me out. While I was writing this book, I separated from an army that didn't want me anymore. The feeling was mutual. I didn't want this army anymore either. So it's his own personal, because he got a fucking like Jerusalem cross tattoo. Okay. He got a Jerusalem cross, also, you know, an iron cross, I guess. Oh, he has a Deus Vault tattoo as well. Oh, he's just straight up. Oh, dude. Deus Vault are the last two words of my book. Out today. Find out why. Yeah. We know why, brother. Because you're a fucking Nazi. Oh, my God. That's so sick. America is in the shitter, dog. Holy fuck. Google his other tats. I believe he has a black sun. This guy is a straight Christo-fascist. Which department is he in charge of? What do you mean? The Department of Defense. That's who. Pete Hegseth, the incoming Secretary of Defense, spoke ahead of Israel's invasion into Gaza. Israel's about to do real war. Israel will be stacking bodies because Netanyahu isn't messing around. He's clearly not a fan of the pro-Palestinian camp. Buckle up. Well, hey guys, I just want to say congratulations to Kamala Harris. She wanted a more lethal military, and it seems like we're going to get it. Republicans in the cabinet, a more lethal military, a more muscular border policy. Wow. With the exception of Liz Cheney in the cabinet, I feel like she's getting everything she wanted out of this race. Maybe that's why it's such a joyous time for her. Wow. In November 2024, Trump announced that he intends to nominate, his personal life. First wife divorced in 2009. Second wife, Samantha Deering. They have 3 children. 2017, while still married to Deering, Hegseth has a daughter with Fox executive producer Jennifer Rochett, with whom he was having an extramarital relationship with. He and Deering divorced in 2017. Hegseth and Rochett, who has 3 young children from her first marriage, married in August 2019. Controversies. June 14, 2015, Hexet accidentally hit a West Point drummer with an axe while filming a live TV segment in honor of the Flag Day. According to the drummer, he sustained only minor injuries. The drummer was seen cheerfully speaking to camera as if an accident never took place. In May 2018, Hexet mocked the New York Times for ostensibly not covering a story about the capture of 5 ISIS leaders, referring to the paper as the failing New York Times. But the New York Times had already filed a report on the story. Okay, these are like not that great controversies. 2019 was reported that Trump was considering pardoning several U.S. military service members who had been charged with war crimes, including a veteran who set to stand trial for shooting indiscriminately at civilians, hitting a girl and an elderly man, as well as fatally stabbing a captured teenage ISIS member while he was receiving medical treatment. The Daily Beast and CNN later reported that Hexet had for months sought to oh my God, he's the one who got Trump to pardon the guys. At the same time, Hexet was discussing these cases on Fox News without disclosing that he had advised Trump to pardon them. In November 2019, Trump pardoned 3 service members accused or convicted of war crimes. Shortly before Trump announced his decision, Hexet suggested that Trump was about to take imminent action in the cases. Oh shit, the drummer hit with the axe is a colleague of mine. That's hilarious. In July 2019, Hexet said one of the Muslim members of Congress, Rashida Tlaib, had a Hamas agenda. In August 2019, he lamented that young kids voting are worried about the adverse effects of climate change. Hexet also criticized universities for teaching students about environmentalism and radical environmentalism rather than a real threat such as Islamic extremism. In January 2020, Hexet expressed strong support for Trump's decision to kill Iranian General Qasem Soleimani. He also called on Trump to bomb the Iranian homeland, including cultural sites if they were storing weapons. In February 2020, amid the spread of COVID-19 pandemic in the United States, Hexet said the Democrats were rooting for the coronavirus to spread. They're rooting for it to grow. They're rooting for the problem to get worse. Hexet suggested that the Omicron variant was made up to help them win the 2022 midterm election, saying count on a variable every October, every 2 years. So I need to explain something to you guys. A lot of people over this past year that have just found out about like all the crazy shit that Israel gets up to and has asked me like, Hasan, how did this happen? How did we get here? Well, don't worry. You're having your own version of Israel in the United States of America right now. Okay? This is how it works. Liberals cave and capitulate the right-wing framing. The only thing that hasn't happened is like, I don't know, one guy who was maybe more marginally moderate than the rest getting assassinated by a group of fucking freaks who then take over the goddamn government in its entirety. Okay? Like, this is how it works. Oh, speaking of Israel, U.S. House voted 256-145 to pass H.R. 9495, short of the 2/3 required. Would empower Treasury Secretary to revoke nonprofit status of orgs based on judgment they're terrorist supporting. Concerns it'd help government, especially Trump's attacks against pro-Palestinian groups, but not just pro-Palestinian groups. 52 Democrats voted in favor. 52 Democrats. This, by the way, for those of you who don't know, okay, is a bill that allows the federal government, the Treasury Department, to basically declare any 501c3 to be a terrorist organization or funding and facilitating terror. Okay? And they don't even have to show any proof for it whatsoever. They can literally just go, oh, nice 501c3 you got there. I'm saying it funds terror. Boom. It's now no longer a 501c3. You will no longer be able to have a nonprofit status. Every climate change group, every climate change initiative, every climate change nonprofit, boom, terrorism. Now, what's really crazy about this is that the Democrats know that Donald Trump is president. The Democrats know that Donald Trump is president. If they think that Donald Trump won't use this against, if they think that Donald fucking Trump won't use this against like any and every, you know, ostensibly progressive liberal group, they're delusional. So the very fact that 52 Democrats voted in favor of this is insane to me. Is Planned Parenthood a 501c3? Yes. Donald Trump is now announcing that he is appointing Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy to the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. Oh my God. In the early 2000s, they did something similar with the Ford Foundation, bring in the ADL to vet NGOs. Like Planned Parenthood is an example that comes to mind, okay? Pete Hegseth on Fox and Friends defends white nationalists in Charlottesville. Oh, this guy is so bad. Like, he's optically bad too. With friends like these, why would anybody need enemies, you know? What about the ACLU? Yes. Yes, every single movement organization that you can think of is most likely a charity. Every single charity. Every single group that I've fundraised for. Can Elon still take government subsidies even though he's part of the government? What do you think? That's cute that you guys think that there's even some semblance of normalcy here. Oh man, what a conflict of interest, right? Yeah. Conflict of interest, right? But the rules say a dog can't play basketball. Anyway, 94-95 still got defeated, despite the fact that obviously 52 Democrats voted for it. What the fuck, dude? It's just shocking to me. I want to know which of the Democrats actually voted in favor of it. Stripping the nonprofit status of any charitable organization, the Trump Treasury declares a terrorist org without any evidence necessary. Hold on, I'm going to put the name of the Democrats. All because they wanted to strip Palestinian advocacy of their non-profit status. Luckily, it failed. 52 pro-Israel dumbass Dems. No different than Genocide Joe. Yeah, I got the names. Hold on. "52 pro-Israel dumbass Dems voted in favor of stripping the nonprofit status of any charitable organization that the Trump Treasury declares a terrorist org without any evidence necessary. Luckily, it failed." Yes, Pete Hegseth does not believe in germs. It didn't pass. The surprise here is that Elon is not chairing it himself. It will become potentially the Manhattan Project of our time. Republican politicians have dreamed about the objectives of Doge for a very long time. Ugh. Oh, hey, by the way, of course, Richie Torres was there, for the record. I mean, but you knew that already without even knowing that he was there, right? Obviously. Obviously, you knew that Richie Torres was one of the fucking Democrats who voted for it. You know, and my fucking piece of shit, Adam Shit. Nice. Dumbass. Dude, this country is so fucked. I don't know what else to say anymore, dude.
I have a new...
The Doge office thing is so stupid. But here's the thing. The reality that these guys are basically pushing for all the things that they said they would do means that the mass deportations is possibly a likelihood as well, like a real likelihood. They've spelled it out over and over again that they're going to do it, and they're probably going to do it.
So now that Democrats have had a few days to reflect on their election day losses, we're joined by pollster and communications strategist Frank Luntz with his analysis. And Frank, I know that soon after actually in the final week of the campaign, you talked to voters about their...
Chatter, stop telling me the Dems who voted for the bill. I know. I already literally copy-pasted that list onto my fucking tweet.
Greatest hesitation against voting for Vice President Harris. What did you find?
Look, chatters who keep spamming the fucking Dems who voted for the bill. Look, you see this? I know.
Two things. Number one is they weren't sure about what exactly she would do in the first hour, the first day, the first month. She never articulated exactly what she would do and how she would do it. And you can't expect to get elected president just by slamming Donald Trump. You have to put something out yourself. And second is that she never really convinced voters that she wasn't the Harris of 2019 and 2020 because her politics were different in 2024. But if you're not telling people what they need to know, they're not going to vote for you.
There was also, we spoke with Jasmine Wright from Notice, who wrote a really interesting piece pulling back the curtain on what happened with the Harris campaign. And one of the things that she reported was that the campaign may have misread certain issues that were animating the public. Like there was a top Harris campaign aide who said the issue of how Harris had responded in the past, and it was the target of a Trump ad, to a transgender issue was something that was really finding an audience, and yet they thought it wasn't. What did you find?
Because they weren't listening to the American people. Someone needs to go back to the polling to understand what they were thinking Can you name anything that we learned about Donald Trump in the last 100 days? Anything that was different? We know what he is, good and bad. We know who he is, good and bad, and there's nothing there. But we did not know the same thing about her, so I did not understand. And in fact, you can pinpoint her rise. It peaked at exactly when she turned on Trump. Up to the point when she was talking about herself, the joy of her events, the convention where everyone's dancing and happy, and she's talking about the future, awesome. And then she goes dark against Trump, and that's the end of the climb, and in fact, she goes back further and further and further. And one other point, men. I know the gender gap, everyone focuses on the female vote, but the truth is she did so badly among middle-aged, middle-income, moderate men. They found the Democratic Party having moved so far to the left, and these were among people who voted for Biden and voted for Clinton. And they felt this is not the same Democratic Party. I hear the recriminations. I'm getting calls from Democrats all the time over the last 72 hours. And they want to know, how do we avoid this in the future? What did we miss? And the answer is they missed common sense. They missed efficient, effective, and accountable. They missed the center of the American public, the center of the issues. They became ideological, and they should have been personal.
I wonder what you make of the argument from some Democrats, and specifically talking about Latino men in general perhaps as well, that misinformation and disinformation played a huge role in swaying those voting blocs. Did it really play an outsized role?
I don't accept that. And I recognize that there was some of that online, and it's a challenge we're going to face, and it's going to get worse as we move further and further into the AI age. But in the end, the Latino voters, despite what had happened in Madison Square Garden, despite that horrific joke about Puerto Rico, Trump still did better than any Republican ever.
Why do all these motherfuckers like Frank Luntz and Alan Lakeman have a weird obsession with looking like they're 13-year-olds with these haircuts? Like, you're just old, just embrace it. I don't even know if that's a haircut. I think that's a hair piece, right? I assume that that's what's going on. Like, that's not a haircut. That's a hair piece. These motherfuckers are going to create so many leftists over the next months and years. I don't know, man. You missed the trans part? I don't care.
On the Latino vote. To me, that's the most significant story of the campaign. The left tried to demonize him and tried to focus on his language, and in the end...
Yo, what's up? Let's get to Brianna Chicken Fry and Zach Bryan's relationship and breakup. The short and sweet of it is, I assume this is Brianna Chicken Fry. That's her name. She's a Barstool content creator. Okay? So is Josh Richards, who's been on the show before, alongside Bryce, what's his name? Bryce Hall, who is now, Bryce Hall is now a right-wing content creator for Donald Trump. To the right of them is Dave Portnoy, also known as Dave Porkboy. He is the owner and founder of Barstool. Why am I talking about this? Because we all like to take a little break sometimes, okay? We all like to take a little break from the insanity of the awful nature of American politics. Okay? There's also the Cutie Cinderella drama surrounding the Streamer Awards allegations. We'll talk about that. Kai Cenat drama. Oh, wait. Before I even talk about that, hold on. I forgot. Tim Pool covering this Wired story where they shit on me, apparently.
They say it was these podcasts and streams that Trump spent a disproportionate amount of time in the final weeks of his campaign for a good reason. That list above.
And then we'll do the dramas. Okay? And then we'll watch this Canadian video. Okay?
Boys and girls, welcome.
Oops.
Tucker Carlson includes the four biggest podcasters on Spotify. Trump sat with all of them, often for hours, reaching millions of conservative or apolitical people, cementing his status as one of them, a Sigma guy, a guy with clout, and the apex model of masculinity that prioritizes fame as a virtue unto itself. Certainly not the message that was delivered, because nobody looks at it that way. But what I love about this is they mention his podcast appearance, and then they have this. They say what Trump and his team understood is that the disclosure, to whatever extent that means anything anymore, no longer happens in op-ed columns or The Daily Show. Kamala Harris seemingly did not. She did appear on Call Her Daddy, a stratospherically popular podcast with an audience primarily comprising young women. And her campaign enlisted a number of influencers as surrogates. But she skipped Rogan, Lex Fridman, and other mainstream adjacent marathon podcasts. And even if she hadn't, the world of conservative influencers dwarfs their liberal counterparts in both follower size and impact. In the same way Democrats never found their own Rush Limbaugh, they don't have a Steven Crowder or a Ben Shapiro or even, so help us, a Tim Pool. There are Democrats with followings online, but the cumulative gap in people paying attention to what they say is several orders of magnitude wide. Reflect, please. Reflect on this.
Yeah,
my neighborhood in Chicago flipped for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
I want to say this.
It's MAGA
and Seamus too.
Yeah, that's right. When I was a little kid, I lived there.
Garfield Ridge boys right here. And this is blue Chicago. In 2016 was blue. It started to turn red in 2020. And now Garfield Ridge and Clearing are red.
Yeah.
Not the entirety, but in the westernmost portion, there's a gigantic red square of my entire neighborhood. Everyone's like Trump.
It's because of you and the manosphere that you lead, obviously.
Yeah,
so help us.
I love that they're talking about how there's like no Tim Pool or whatever, and they totally ignore the communists. Totally. The Twitch communists. I'm not even going to say his name. Everyone knows the Twitch communist that I'm talking about, the himbo.
Right, yes, but I want to say this because a point was made. Mehdi Hasan.
Damn, I live in this dude's mind, dude. God damn.
Hasan was talking to some guys on some show, and he was like, they said Kamala should have gone on Rogan, and he goes, no, we Democrats needed Joe Rogan. And the response was, they had one. His name was Joe Rogan.
That's right. That's right.
That's right. Well, I also just want to point this out. This term manosphere is hilarious because it just turns being a man into a political opinion. What do these podcasts actually have in common with one another? What they're saying is we have failed to secure the male vote. So what we're going to do is tie together a coalition of things in podcasts that men happen to.
You have more than twice as viewers, Law. I know, but hey, it's all good, baby.
Enjoy, and then say this is a dangerous political movement that was working against us.
I need to stress this real quick because they're saying we don't have a Tim Pool. You did have a Tim Pool. His name was Tim Pool. Mm-hmm. My neighborhood in Chicago, which has been...
What the fuck do you mean? You were... Dude, come on, dude. This guy, he's still doing the... I guess at least he's admitting that he's no longer... He's left the left now.
Democrat my whole life, which had the mayor come down, a Democrat mayor that everyone cheered for, is now voting for Trump. It's not that you don't have one. It's that Democrats want to live in a world where the only...
Remember when Tim Pool did a... did a whole ass video about how I was going to kill myself because I'd fallen off when I was in Australia. And it was because he got duped like everyone online from Destiny's Orbiters somehow finding a way to clip me out of context in my Discord when I was living my life with my fucking friends, not having a care in the world, not online at all. And people were like, dude, what the fuck? I heard you wanted to kill yourself. Are you okay? I was like, what are you talking about? These motherfuckers clip me out of context on Discord, dude.
Only thing that makes you a Democrat is choosing to be a...
Yeah, I fell off so hard, dude.
Democrat.
They're like, we don't have a Garfield Ridge.
They're thinking, what they're saying is, we need a podcaster who, no matter what happens, no matter what the policies, they will always just say they're a Democrat.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The liberals have ostracized everything masculine and
Wait, wasn't I mentioned in this article? They literally move on from reading it. I'm literally in the article. Am I not? I think I'm straight up in this Wired magazine article. Which is kind of funny that they're like, oh, this guy, they never even mentioned him in the article. No, they do. I'm pretty sure. That's funny. Anyway. Aren't they kind of right that the establishment left has ignored the material needs of young men for too long? Not the other stuff, though. Yeah, they have. And... they've ignored the needs of everyone, not just young men. Oh, this is the Donald Trump Manosphere 1 article. Maybe I wasn't in this one. I got a Wired magazine piece all together though. Maybe this is probably a different article that they're reading. I'm glad that they voluntarily brought me up as the Joe Rogan of the left though. But the man called me a himbo. That's crazy. Democrats are already talking about 2028. Josh Shapiro is already fielding calls from Democratic Party leaders in Pennsylvania urging him to run for president. Gavin Newsom held a Friday call. I told you guys. I told you that these three were going to be the dumbass picks from the dumbass Democrats. And they're already on their dumbass shit. What is this? Admin getting fired? Did Twitch actually post this? Is this a real tweet that Twitch actually posted? Because that is fucking insane. That is fucking insane. It's sort of a Kai quote. No rap, no go to the league, stream like Kai Cenat. If I recall correctly, it was directly referencing something he said on stream, but yeah, it didn't play out of context. He says exactly that in the clip the screenshot is from. They should not have done that. Me looking for the community quote note to say this is cap, but there ain't none. It was quoting what he said in this clip.
Knew we was gonna break it fast, but 11 days and for everything to be already going how it's going, it's a blessing, bro. It's a blessing. Like literally, talking to every streamer out there. Yes, we have a new way that nobody gotta play basketball, nobody gotta rap, nobody gotta do shit. Everybody getting PCs, everybody could stream. Like, check, everybody from the Bronx, I'm talking to everybody from New York, y'all know how it is in New York. Streaming is.
They should have just not said that and instead posted this clip. This is why you hire black people, honestly? No, 100%. How the fuck did nobody, not a single black soul touch this tweet before it was sent? That's a crazy tweet out of context. I mean, I don't know what to say. Wait, so they replaced the first post, the clip of him literally saying it, and people are still dunking on the new post? Just watch the clip. First of all, this is, you have to remember, this is being presented by a guy who was literally paid by Stake, personally, Stake.com, which is the crypto casino that funds Kick. So, of course, Twitch slander is the name of the game. Having said that, however, this is obviously a massive fucking mistake. All the white chatters being like, well, that's a 2 Chainz album. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? It doesn't matter that Kai Cenat personally said that. That's still a ginormously bad look. They posted it on LSF and it's somehow your fault already? Wait, what? No, I gotta see how this is my fault. Hold on. The mind of a fucking Redditor. So goddamn warped. Twitch delete their newest tweet. Some poor intern is crying. Kai said it himself. He's going to try to rap and go to college. We could just get a PC and start live streaming. They're just referring to his tweet. No, they didn't. Blame me. Okay, you guys are wrong. The Redact account trolling someone for deleting a tweet is kind of weird. The Redact account is owned by the guy going on a crusade against Twitch law. He's just milking this right now because it helps his movement. Wait, what's the account? Whose account is this? Redact dev. What did Twitch mean by this? Notice how it was deleted. What is redact? A free software that lets you mass delete your posts, tweets, and messages from 30 plus sites. Dan made it. Oh, this is Destiny's. That's funny, man. Okay. Yeah. I guess they stopped with like the Twitch's anti-Semitic stuff, and now they're saying Twitch is anti-white. That's the new method. They're saying Twitch is anti-conservative, anti-white, and anti-Semitic. They're trying to bring Republicans into the fray because they couldn't get enough motion with Richie Torres. So now they're going to try to get like Republicans on board. That was a meta already? Yeah. Well, now that it's now that it's a Donald Trump's America, maybe they will actually succeed in getting Republicans on board. They're going to need a lot of busy work. Remember though, they're liberals that love the Democratic Party. Don't you mean anti-black? No, they're hitting it from every avenue. They're saying it's anti-black. They're saying Twitch is anti-black. They're saying it's anti-conservative. They're saying it all. Whichever sticks. This is what Twitch gets for doing the stupid trivial stuff they cried about. They reap what they sowed. What do you mean? What does that even fucking mean? What the fuck are they supposed to do? They're just getting fucking mercilessly. Like, I'm mad because they cave to these guys. Okay? I'm mad. Like they caved to Hummusgate and shit. But you also have to understand, like, it's a great moment to run HasnAbi. This is supposed to be a fun stream. Man, shut the fuck up. Okay? Nothing fun is happening. Okay? Suck my dick. Stop crying. That is not fun enough for you. Okay? My bad. I'm sorry that, like, everything sucks. Okay? Kaya, spit it out. She loves eating the plastic stuff inside of the toys. If we are doomed, shouldn't we just party into the void? Yes. I'm going to say this one more time. The streamer awards about bringing everyone together. They called. Oh, there was another Kai Cenat drama. Kai Cenat said that apparently Kick offered him $66 million or $60 million for a subathon to be half streamed. For the subathon to be half streamed on his on Kick, and then and then they would unveil that he's like joining Kick. Explain the drama first. And now Train is saying he didn't. Hold on, where is that? That's on LSF, isn't it? Let's see. Let's go. What is Asmongold teases spoilers for Twitch's anti-Semitism finale? I'm gonna look at that too. Where is the fucking Kai Cenat dethrones Iron Mouse and is now the #1 all-time Twitch streamer? Does anyone have the link for Kai saying that he got 60 million? Please stop. What? right there. You scroll past it. Just send me the link. I don't want to fucking go back into this dumb shit. Oh, that's Train's response. I want to know what the original tweet was. Oh, here's the original tweet.
The first Mafia-thon, Kit called me on the phone. Like, this is all live, going on live. And it was like, yo, we'll give you 60, I think it was like 60 million or however much millions it was. I think it was, I'm pretty sure it was 60. And they were like, if you stream half of the subathon on Kick, and then at the end of the subathon, you reveal.
No disrespect to you, bro. Why are we watching this bullshit? Because it's like the space that I'm in, and it's like related drama. You know what? Because I want to. How about that? What am I doing? Like, what the fuck am I doing? Why am I responding to people being like, why are you not diving into the intricacies of the federal government collapsing? Like, I did that for the past 6 hours, man. I want to fucking Brian kill me. Shut the fuck up. It's okay to, back away from that every now and then. Okay? Calm down. And it's not like, this isn't even like real drama. I'm just fucking memeing when I say it's drama.
That you have to join Kick, right? But I hung up the phone, and I realized real chat. This is real. I literally got down on my knees and I prayed, and I asked God to, like, if this is the right decision and I want to follow my heart, let me just make the right decision here, and please let me regret it. Amen. And chat, I still feel like if I went, I wouldn't be here right now.
Oh wow.
He's right. He made the right choice in my mind. I think he made the right decision not going to Kick.
Like, no cap. Like, chat, I feel like
he wouldn't have the same opportunities. I think he wouldn't be as remember, there were a lot of instances where like people are talking about. There were a lot of instances where people were talking about how like fucking, what do you call it? People were talking about how like, oh, Kai could go to Kick, and at the time I remember talking about how like Kai is even above Twitch, really. Like, he has already penetrated mainstream popularity in a way that like many Twitch streamers have not been able to do. So for him, it would be taking an L. Like, yeah, sure, he'd get a lot of money, right? He would get a lot of money, but the reality is he would no longer be brand friendly. You're talking about someone with a Nike deal, right? It is like, for someone like Kai, he needs to be on like somewhat of a normal platform to be able to generate this kind of like positive media coverage. Like, you can't do that. You can't do that on a platform next to like a dude having a mental breakdown every other week. 11 people tasked with like accruing child sexual abuse material and circulating it through their fucking Discords. Aiden Ross, who is the guy that connects all of that, and crypto casino gamblers who are degenerates, right? It's just not going to happen. It would have nerfed him for no reason if he went on Kick. These are the categories on Kick. So revolutionary. Oh, and pedo hunters. So, yeah, instead of going on the fucking playground of degenerates where Nicholas Fuentes makes an appearance every other fucking week, he stayed on Twitch and continued carving mainstream prominence. Are you saying that pedo hunters are not good? It is the filthiest type of content. If you were to make the dumbest argument and be like, oh, I guess you like pedophiles, you're the biggest idiot on the planet, okay? It's just degenerate shit. Straightforwardly, the most degenerate shit possible. And evidenced by the fact that they have no interest in actually stopping pedophilia, considering that, there's a shit ton of people who, once again, spend every waking moment on the platform, which was a meta on Kick for the longest time, collecting child sexual abuse material by going on these like chatterbait style websites and talking to underage people and getting them to undress without telling them that they're filming the process, only to circulate the footage through paywall Discord servers. It is the most insane level of like illegal activity I have ever seen, serialized and turned into content. So suck my fucking dick. Why don't the pedophile hunters actually hunt those pedophiles for once, you know? Anyway. Yeah. Even the most professional version of pedophile hunters oftentimes ended up flubbing investigations that threw out like straightforward pedophilia cases. And I mean like Chris Hansen, right? He was the OG. He was the method. And even he, despite following protocol to the best of his abilities, routinely caused actual active pedophilia cases to be thrown out. Look at all the prominent pedophiles that have been caught, like EDP and shit. Fuck's he doing, you know? He's still operating. Anyway. That's not the point, regardless. The point is, the point is that Kick has a bad rap, and much of it is deserved because of their lack of moderation, lack of interest in moderation. And if someone wanted to be a guy with a Nike deal, like that would make it much harder if they were a Kick streamer.
Trainwreck reveals that Hasan lied about Kick offering him $60 million for the first Mafia-thon, $22 million was for a year.
Here was, I guess, Trainwreck's response to Hasan. Let's look at that first, and then we'll look at Kai's response to Trainwreck's as well.
I saw a clip. I think Scuba Ryan posted it, talking about some deal that Kai got. Like, man, like I really want to like ignore it because I really love Kai. I support him in so many ways. You know, he's mentioned it on stream as well. And, you know, I have his back always, right? I think Kai, I'm very happy it's Kai in the position he's in and not one of these, you know, brand-friendly, absolute pussy motherfuckers, right?
Can't be talking about me, I suspect, when he's brand-friendly.
But I saw that it said like 60 mil for the subathon.
Wait, I recognize this name. It's Silent Kev. Am I crazy? Never mind. They've never chatted in this channel.
Just for the record, okay, I know the deal. And just for the sake of, you know, everyone, I kind of just have to specify it. The deal, right?
Yeah, by the way, Kai is literally brand friendly. Like, what? Kai has a McDonald's sponsorship. He's at a celebrity every fucking day of the week. The fuck do you mean he's not brand friendly? He is objectively more brand friendly than someone like myself. In Train's eyes, though, of course, I'm the brand friendly one. And you know, the guy who's in fucking T-Mobile ads is not. He has his own goddamn burger, man. What are you talking about? It's not a bad thing to be brand friendly. He is literally a brand.
It wasn't 60 mil for a subathon. It was 22 mil for a year, right? It was 22 mil for a year. And then the first 3 months would be non-exclusive. And then after that, the next 3 months would be exclusive. And the 22 was for a year, right? And obviously that was declined and a little bit more was asked for. But it was nowhere near 60 mil for just a...
He means Ludwig. There's a lot of Ludwig hate recently for some reason. Critical support for Lud.
A subathon. I really hate like, getting into that kind of stuff. I hate it. But like when, you know, when people start throwing those numbers around, it like really fucks Kick over. It really fucks us over, right? Because then you have other creators looking at that saying, well, if that's that, then I deserve this, right? So, like, unfortunately, I really hate getting into that kind of shit, but unfortunately, that had to be clarified.
I never said lie. There was most likely just miscommunication between his management who do all his dealings on his behalf. Kai has no reason to lie. He's one of the good ones. In my opinion, it was absolutely miscommunication between managements.
Which obviously that was declined and a little more was asked for, but it was nowhere close 60 mil. First of all, oh my gosh. Hold on, let me see what Train said. I never said he lied. There was most likely a miscommunication between he and his management do all his dealings on his behalf. Kai has no reason to lie. He's one of the good ones, in my opinion. It was actually a miscommunication between managements. Chat. Watch the clip. Dog with the 5.
They're fuckers, right? I saw a clip. I think Scuba Ryan posted it, talking about some deal that Kai got. Like, man, like I really want to like ignore it because I really love Kai. I support him in so many ways. You know, he's mentioned it on stream as well. And, you know, I have his back always, right? I think Kai, I'm very happy it's Kai in the position he's in and not one of these, you know, brand-friendly, absolute pussy motherfuckers, right? But I saw that it said like 60 mil for the subathon. Just for the record, okay? I know the deal, and, right?
First of all, I had like it was literally like a 3. First of all, I said... It was either 60 or however much millions. I forgot how much it was.
Yeah, that is funny. Train wrecks literally sound like a big corporation telling their employees to not disclose their salaries, even though it only benefits the corporation. He's like, yeah, I hate when people talk about how much money they're making on the platform because then all these other fucking content creators want more. Welcome to the world of HR, baby. HR Rex TV.
But I'm pretty sure it was 60, chat. It was like a 3-year deal where they get this subathon because I remember it. Look, chat, I would not even lie. First of all, I have no reason to lie. You feel me? For anybody who thinks I lied. Chat, I literally didn't. In the moment of time, they wanted the subathon so bad that I literally denied it multiple times to where they just kept rising and rising and rising. You feel what I'm saying? And then after...
How does Trains know so much? I thought he wasn't part of the team and was just there at the start. Yeah.
It became a 3-year thing, and then after it became a half of the subathon on Kick, and you got to reveal. But
I believe Kai Sinan on this over Trainwreck.
Shit, I don't fucking know. I don't give a fuck. Chad. I ain't gonna lie. Hold on.
22 mil for a year, and then the first 3 months would be non-exclusive, and then after that, the next 3 months would be exclusive. And the 22 was for a year, right? And obviously that was declined and a little bit more was asked for. But it was nowhere near 60 mil for just a subathon.
Hell no. It wasn't 60 mil just for the sub. Hell no. It was for like a full-time agreement. And it had and it was like the max, like with gambling and shit and all that in it.
Yeah, I know for a fact that Kick will offer 2 different contracts. One, they'll be like, let's say, let me just throw out a random number out there in the wild. They'll be like, oh, it's a 10 million contract. And then they'll be like, but if you gamble, that contract is 40 million. Okay? And if you say fuck Hasan on top of that, unlimited money. No, I'm kidding.
And all that.
I really hate like, getting into that kind of stuff. I hate it, but like when, you know, when people start throwing those numbers around, it like really fucks Kick over. It really fucks.
Nah, yeah, Train Rex, we good. Train Rex, Trust me, I know we good. Train wrecks, trust me, I know we good. All that, train for real, that it be like, you know, it's always difficult. Everything is train. I ain't gonna lie. Trust me, we good, bro. Train is my brother, bro.
Also, Kai gambling on stream would immediately pigeonhole a lot of future prospects for him. Maybe, probably. I don't fucking know anymore. I think every up is down, bad is good, good is bad. You know. Yeah. This might be the first confirmed leak of gambling in the contract. Come on, dude. Everybody knew that that was happening. What are you talking about? It really fucked Felix over, I think. I mean, I think he's fine. I think that he isolated himself further from everyone and just like ran directly into the throes of like the Aiden Ross people. But when you get $100 million, like, yeah, I mean, he got the bag, so who cares? You know what I mean? That's it.
What would happen if they don't ban for a month? I'm going to. Empty threat. We're going to get to that. So I went and I said that if this guy doesn't get banned for 2 weeks, I'm going to bring Dan Saltman, who is the guy who has been talking about all of the anti-Semitism. And by the way, I don't want to spoil a whole lot, but he and I have had extensive conversations about this.
Damn, dude. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Maybe not extensive, but we've talked for a bit about this. All of the information that's going to come out has not come out. And in fact, some of the most damaging information has not come out yet. I'm not going to talk about any spoilers or anything like that, but that's what's going on. And so anyway,
yeah, Twitch has had a
massive problem.
Twitch has an anti-white, anti-conservative slant and also an anti-Semitism problem. I think these guys are playing with fire. One, they're playing with fire because like this straightforwardly is being conducted by people who don't give a fuck about any of these things. And they're just running this Gamergate style campaign directly against Twitch. And this platform has, not only does Twitch employ hundreds of people, but outside of hundreds of people being employed, you might not like them, but you're also quite literally fucking over thousands, if not tens of thousands of content creators that have a direct lifeline here, you know? Because of one man and his rabid sociopathic cult's crusade, it blows my mind. Like, it's so crazy. These are the same people who are like, oh, Gamergate, or not even necessarily Gamergate, but it was like, PewDiePie and all the adpocalypse that happened. They were very mad at the media for launching this crusade against YouTube in the PewDiePie era. And now they're trying to do the adpocalypse, ironically enough, to themselves. And it doesn't make any sense. They're talking as if it's a drama rather than actually possibly taking Twitch to the courts. Well, yeah, because it is just drama for the most part. But so he's saying Dan didn't show all the evidence he has because he's holding back for an Asman collab. I call bullshit on that, Chief. I'm sure there's more extra stuff. The problem is it's over, dude. You're cooked. They found the emails between you and the CEO. Yeah, I'm done. It's over for me. It's Jover. The problem is for every like one real thing, like for example, Twitch, for some reason unbeknownst to me, unbanning fucking Sneeko or Fresh and Fit and then subsequently banning them quickly. There's like a million different things that they're slamming onto it in an effort to draw the attention of whoever the fuck they can. Like, you know, Twitch purposely was IP banning. Twitch was purposely IP banning. What do you call it? Twitch is purposely IP banning like people from Israel, you know, because they're secretly anti-Semitic or some shit like that. And it's insane. It's insane. And no serious person is ever going to fucking, you know, get invested in this, which is why the only thing that you'll be able to get out of this is like maybe a New York Post article, right? This time, if Asman gets involved in any drama, don't call him the tank for the hate again, please. First of all, I didn't call him the tank, the hate. Dan will 1000% bring you and the community into whatever stream they do, by the way. I cannot believe Twitch is allowing it. Yeah, this is just like purposeful brigading for the most part. I don't know how like anybody doesn't consider this to be a scourge on the platform. And I also don't know. A congressman was interested. Yeah, dude, it's Richie Torres. And it was 5 days before the fucking general election. Like, get the fuck out of here. What is this? FaZe Kason has been demonetized on Twitch due to the fact that he had Iran in his stream tags. He's also originally from Iran and says, I was receiving $0 of ad money for the entire month. I've never talked about politics on Twitch before. With this logic, Hasan should be banned indefinitely. Wait, what the fuck? How do you not understand that this is like dumb as fuck? Yeah, this is a great example of like random people getting caught in the fucking in the crossfire. Bro, why does everyone hate you, Lamafau? Everyone does not hate me, my friend. But in the areas that we're in, I think a lot of people think that people have my same opinion. Like, because you're in this community, you assume, and because this is a pretty big fucking community, you falsely assume that other people have the same perspective that we do in here. Okay? That's not the case. The unfortunate reality is that, especially online, a lot of fucking right-wing content pops the fuck off, especially for a lot of younger people. It's easy to consume. It feels like it upsets and offends, you know, your teachers and your principals. Asmongold is trying to turn Twitch into Twitter. In his eyes, he's not fucking the bag for everyone. He thinks he's doing them a favor. Yeah, it's crazy. They will see a bad thing happen, and instead of wanting it fixed, they just want it done to you. I know. Nah, but every random Reddit, Twitter, TikTok post you always catch a stray and mention for zero. Yes, I have a lot of people who are extremely online who fucking despise me. That's it. But in the real world, they virtually do not exist. Problem is, the internet world is becoming increasingly more important than the real world. It is what it is. Literally, most of the other streamers love you. It's a very loud minority of psycho streamers and a lot of nerds in their basement that hate you. Exactly. That's why a lot of people, that's why it doesn't actually work when people go, why are you collaborating with this guy? And then the streamers will be like, because I like him. You know what I mean? Complete case on clip with his question for you.
Dashboard, right? This month. And I noticed that I was receiving $0 in ad money.
That's really fucked up, by the way.
While running ads this month, right? Well, I ended up messaging my Twitch rep, who I'm not going to name. And I asked her, I said, hey, this has to be a mistake. I go to my activity and it says that I'm running 180-second ads every 8 minutes, which is strange, right? I see it. It's on my activity. It's on my activity.
Just because he had the Iran tag, they fucking like they slapped him on the politics category. That's wild, dude.
I messaged her. I say, hey, do you mind looking into this for me? This is a little strange. She came back and told me that essentially I got demonetized because I had Iran as a tag. You guys know on the bottom, it says FaZe English D10 FaZe Clan Call of Duty. And I got demonetized because I had Iran as a tag. As you guys know, I am Iranian. And I've had that same tag for about 2 years. And as you guys know, I don't speak about politics. I don't come on here and speak about politics. I'm actually very curious to know if streamers like HasnAbi have been demonetized for talking about politics. But now I'm not gonna sit here and blame Twitch necessarily because I don't know the facts, but I do know that she said
that's so fucked up. That's so fucked up, dude. That's crazy. Like, yeah, sorry, buddy. Your existence is political now. Is an insane thing to do. And a lot of this, for the record, a lot of this is coming from the fact that, like, these guys, you know, Destiny and fucking Dan Clancy, or not Dan Clancy, Dan, what's his name? Dan Clancy's the CEO. Fuck. The other guy, Destiny's guy, Dan, okay, have basically, there's too many fucking Dans, man. They've basically launched this like campaign to just be like, oh, these guys are doing anti-Semitism. They're doing anti-Semitism. And they're just like, and when platforms respond to that even a little bit, okay, which is completely rooted within no real ambition to tackle any sort of like bigoted sentiment whatsoever. It is just cynical as fuck, right? The very same people that have launched these campaigns are openly talking about how funny it is that they're doing this, that they don't even give a shit about it at all, right? And now you got random content creators getting screwed over, dude. It's crazy. This whole campaign was disgustingly Islamophobic from the start. I can't believe you Americans don't see it as such. Americans love Islamophobia, okay? I work for a major ad serving company. Iran is embargoed. It's against the law to target ads to Iran, Syria, etc. To me, this is an overkill application of the law. It's supposed to be based on IPGO. At least that's how we handle it where I work. It's the end result of new policies. Their goal was to get you permabanned, and Twitch's compromise choice ends up fucking people over. Yeah, I mean, it's insane.
Said that it was the advertisers who have been steering away from quote unquote politics, I think because of the election. So I guess advertisers didn't want to run ads on my stream because I had Iran as a tag. I thought it was a little weird. I would have appreciated though if Twitch
That is weird. That's weird as fuck, dude. That's so messed up.
Probably reached out beforehand and told me, hey, it's politics season, it's election season. If you want to make money on ads, you should probably take this out. I didn't receive any message. So the whole month of November when I was streaming and whatnot, and I was running my ads properly and it was on my activity, I made no money. I got demonetized because I simply had Iran as a tag. And you know what disappoints me, chat, is I have to remove the tag to make money, bro, to run ads. Isn't that crazy, bro? It almost feels like I'm selling out.
That's so fucked up. What is this? Happened to my dog too? I'm about to go live right now. I just found out I was demonetized on Twitch for representing my country, Venezuela, for the past month. I didn't make a single penny on ads. I had Venezuela in my tags for the longest. This is absurd. I'm missing thousands of dollars. So what are they doing? They're just like, they just added like every official America's enemy list onto the fucking same category. Like, what the fuck? What an incredibly stupid thing to do. Oh yeah, they're gonna do they're gonna start doing this to China too. Fuck it, add Haiti on there too. I just want you to understand, by the way, when Asmongold is making threats like this is the result, okay? When you partner up with cynical fucking assholes who just simply want to see the fucking world burn, and they force platforms who are terrified of offending anyone, okay? Even if their purpose is utterly and so clearly to troll, okay? Platforms that turn around and capitulate and cave against that sort of thing are going to hurt other content creators, you know? This is the list of OFAC countries that you can and can't target to. Yeah. OFAC administers a number of different sanctions programs. The sanctions can be either comprehensive or selective, using blocking of assets and trade restrictions to accomplish foreign policy and national security goals. Office of Foreign Assets sanctions control. So I guess if you have like, if you probably had like a Cuban flag or the Cuban tag, you probably would still get cooked in this situation. Kason wants to talk to you. I don't know how to reach out to him. This is giving 2016 when people would troll by claiming something was racist or mass reporting over it, and companies would panic and take it down for no fucking reason. And then the media would run X's racist stories. Yeah. Tell him to add me on Discord. He said Insta. I don't see it. I don't see his DM. On Instagram. Kason followers. Sorry, my streamer is old. Bitch, Kason is old. What the fuck do you mean? We're both boomers, dog. The HasnAbi community phases up, no question. Yeah, we do. We phase the fuck up around here. What? No, Donald Trump. There's no way he appointed. What? He did not actually. You have to accept the DM, he says. On what? On Twitter? Because I don't have any DMs on Twitter. I thought he DM'd me on Instagram. I don't think. Oh, I got it. Hold on, I got it. Hold on. I got it. This is a joke, dude. There's no fucking way. Y'all are crazy. Even though having a Fox News guy be the fucking Department of Defense, leading the Department of Defense, is pretty crazy. I know. Yes, Doge. I know. Department of Government Efficiency. Okay, I know. Oh, it's such an epic meme, dude. Doge to the moon. Le epic meme, dude. Le epic meme. Straight up. Here, I'm gonna call Case on. All right. According to Bill Ackman, Yale is Hamas. Yeah, these guys are fucking nuts.
Hold on.
Yo, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, 1 second. Let me turn my cam on. 1 second. I'm a little slow.
Case on, how old are you?
I'm about to be 30, 29.
Okay. All right. Thank God. All right. You're a fucking boomer too. All right. Good.
Wait, how old are you?
I'm 33.
Oh yeah, no, you're way older than me.
Bro, you're 30. It's over.
I'm just saying.
over.
I'm not 30 yet. I'm not 30 yet. Hold on.
It's over.
Boom.
It's over.
Boom.
Bro, what is this right. Nick Merckx camera angle, dude? Oh, there you are. Okay.
Okay. Boom. How you doing, bro? You good?
I'm doing all right. I mean, I'm doing as best as I can be doing, all things considered, you know?
Yeah.
It is what it is. So I heard you got demonetized because you had the Iran tag on your channel.
I wanted to talk to you, bro, because obviously I know you've been streaming up for a long time, and you've obviously you're very opinionated when it comes to politics, of course.
Mm-hmm.
So as I don't know if you know much about me, but I'm Iranian, but I was born and raised in LA in the US, but my parents are from Iran, born and raised, and I visited there before. And literally I have had an Iran tag under my Twitch for a very long time. It's since I started streaming a few years ago. It says Iran and Persian because I'm Iranian. So to attract Iranian viewers, I would obviously,
Yeah.
But yeah, it's normal. But
yeah, no, I understand. Yeah.
Yeah. So I realized that I'm running ads and I'm fully demonetized. So I reached out to my Twitch rep, and I'm not gonna say her name, but I reached out to my Twitch rep. I just said, "Hey, this has to be a glitch in the system or whatever." She obviously responded to me and told me I was not making ad money because advertisers were choosing not to give me ads because I have Iran as a tag and avoiding quote unquote political, whatever the case may be. Which, in my opinion, in the moment I read that, I was like, this cannot be real. This is insane because it felt racist in a sense.
No, I mean it is. That is what it is. They're like, oh, you're Iranian, so automatically, if you put that as a tag, that means your existence is like political. That's ridiculous.
And bro, I don't know if you know much about me, bro. Regardless of anyone's political stance, regardless of whatever their ethnicity is, whether you're even Republican, Democrat, Israeli, from Palestine, from Iran, whatever the case may be, bro, I've always preached world peace. Always, no matter what. That is the one thing if you know me and in my chat or whatever, I've always preached world peace. I stay far away from everything. Everything. Like, I really do. I genuinely just stream, I vibe, I chill, whatever. I used to be a little more outspoken a few years ago, and I've really calmed down. And all I simply had was Iran as a tag, and I somehow get demonetized. So I wanted to ask you, as someone who is extremely opinionated, and obviously you've made an incredible career in what you do, I am curious to know if you have ever been demonetized for anything you've ever spoken, or till this day, do you
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in the past and even like even now, like not only have I been demonetized, I had the reason why that happened to you is partially a response to this like never-ending smear campaign that's been going on, I think. Led by this dude who used to be on the platform, who's like permanently angry that he's never unbanned from the platform. So he just kind of made it like his life's mission to get the platform taken down now, basically. they've been like applying pressure. Like they've been doing this like vicious smear campaign non-fucking stop with the hopes of triggering. Do you remember the adpocalypse?
No, what was that?
Like during the PewDiePie era on YouTube, like all the advertisers pulled out because the media was like, what the fuck? This guy's like saying, this guy is, the PewDiePie, the largest YouTuber, is like, you know, saying a whole bunch of stuff online. And then there was like, I think, like all these creepy videos that were targeted towards kids. And then people started writing articles about it. And you know, advertisers started getting worried and they pulled out, right? They pulled out and so many content creators like lost a shit ton of revenue. It was known as like the adpocalypse, basically.
Okay.
There was, and at the time people were very mad. I think Logan Paul with the Suicide Forest contributed to it too, if I'm not mistaken. It was a long ass time ago. I don't fully remember all the details, but basically, at the time, like everyone was really mad at mainstream media for, you know, covering YouTube as a competitor in this like really negative fashion, right? And it caused a lot of content creators, random content creators like yourself, catching strays for no reason and like losing out on revenue.
Right.
And now these guys are basically doing the same shit.
Without warning, by the way, without no message, warning, nothing.
Yeah, I think Twitch is just responding to like pressure that's coming from outside groups being like, oh, these guys are anti-Semitic. Twitch has an anti-Semitism problem. And, you know, Twitch has a problem with like political content. It is extremist. And they haven't gotten a lot of motion overall, but I think platforms are very careful whenever stuff like that happens, and they get very worried whenever stuff like that happens, and they turn around and take action immediately. They're like, oh shit, we got to nip this in the bud. And in that process, they get a little bit ahead of themselves and they end up doing insane stuff like what just happened to you with the Iran tag, where they're like, oh, if you have a tag, they overcompensate out of fear. If you have a tag for any of like America's sanctioned enemies, I guess, like Iran or Venezuela or Cuba, then you're not going to get monetized. And one thing that they took was like they created a new content classification system. Like right now, when I'm talking to you, I have a content label: politics and sensitive social issues. Discussions or debates about politics or sensitive social issues such as elections, civic integrity, military conflict, and civil rights in a polarizing manner. Now, I put that content classification label on voluntarily, and that's a new thing. And they did that in response to like all of this pressure, right? They did that in response to all this pressure. And, you know, I'm abiding by that standard. But I think that it automatically, and now there's a link that, or there's a warning that says like, this is intended for certain audiences. And I think in the process, they also took me off the front page as well. Like even on election night, when I had 300.
I'm sorry, 300.
Yeah, I had 314,000 live concurrent viewers on election night. I wasn't on the front page. Asmongold was, Jinxie was, and every other content creator that was covering the election was, but I wasn't. So unless you went directly to my website, twitch.tv/HasnAbi, or I guess if I was on your following list already, then I would show up. But there was no other way for a not logged account unless they typed in twitch.tv/HasnAbi to actually, I would not appear in front of them.
Because you're politically opinionated.
That was, I think, deliberate beyond being politically opinionated. I think they straight up shadow banned me because they were worried about all of this extra pressure that was surmounting on the platform.
Okay.
And the pressure is coming from Destiny and his community. Now, it didn't matter in that process. Like, who knows how many people would be watching if I also was in the algorithm as normal. But it didn't matter at the end of the day. I still had 314,000 live concurrent viewers. But the problem is Yeah, people are in my chat are saying not even for subs. I had to manually search for you. Like people were manually searching to find me, and they still did. But it was basically to try and withstand all of the outside pressure that's coming in, to make it seem like, you know, we're moving in the direction where we're cleaning up the website, you know, that sort of thing, because they are obviously afraid of like advertisers pulling out. Now, I think it's really stupid to respond to this kind of like cynical smear campaign, but I understand why corporations do it, because they want to protect their bottom line at the end of the day without rocking the boat too much. But I think you and others exactly like you get they lose monetization.
Catch a stray in a sense.
Yeah, people like yourself lose monetization in the process because the platform is overcorrecting.
Yeah. I mean, I can read you her message. It was. I reached out, sent the screenshot. I said, "This can't be right." My activities showed everything was running.
Mm-hmm.
I was just like, "What's going on?" Had to message her a good amount of times. Say, hey, I know she was streaming with specific tags that advertisers may find political, which could be impacting your ad revenue. We are noticing advertisers avoiding political tags right now. Are you streaming political content or using tags like Iran or Venezuela, for example?
That's crazy. So yeah, the Venezuela thing is real too.
Yeah, removing these type of tags and or not producing political content will likely fix this issue for you and increase ad monetization. And I responded saying I was in disbelief. I was just like, I don't think that's correct. That makes no sense, because in my head, I'm like, that's racist. So, whatever. We talk a few times. Yeah, we talk a few times. She comes back. She says, here's an update. We're 100% sure that this is related to the Iran tag, and I performed all the tests needed to figure it out. However, we highly recommend I run a test stream before your event. If you can't do that, could you please send me a list of tags, blah, blah, blah. So essentially doubled down to let me know that that is the case. And obviously, as an Iranian, it's very disappointing because I simply had to tag to, I'm Iranian, and to attract more viewers of my ethnicity. So I'm not gonna lie, it's crazy. And it is very disappointing for the fact that I had to take it off to make money, which in a sense, it's kind of feels like I'm selling out right now. I don't know what to do. And it's also like, here's the thing that sucks about, with Twitch is in no questions asked is like the mainstream platform. So it's like you speak up, you don't want to get banned. You don't want to get shadow banned, right? So it's like you're in this lose-lose situation of like, well, you guys aren't letting me attract Iranian viewers or represent Iran. At the same time, now that I'm speaking about it, I'm putting myself in essentially a horrible position of Twitch can silence me whenever they want. Which I don't know if they will, because Twitch is claiming it's the advertisers, of course. So I'm just in this very weird position. And again, as a man who never speaks about politics, ever. So I don't know what you think. I mean, you obviously told me you were speaking on it, but it's kind of shitty.
No, I 100% agree with you. I think you should be able to fucking put the Iranian tag on there proudly and not suffer any sort of penalties for it whatsoever. I think it's straightforwardly racist. Same with Venezuela as well, or even Cuba if that's one of the official. Because like these are all, on the America's enemies list. It's like so insane. America's a diverse nation with a shit ton of Iranian, Venezuelan, Cuban people. Like that's what's supposed to make America fucking awesome. That you can be from a different country and say whatever the fuck you want, even things that you wouldn't be able to say back home, right? Like I'm Turkish. I would not be able to say 90% of the things that I say right now in the United States of America in Turkey without facing severe repercussions. And it's not only completely unacceptable, but it's straightforwardly un-American,
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think it's fucking crazy. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure they'll fix it, and I'm sorry that it's like impacted your revenue for the month. And like I said, I apologize. It's just it's a direct consequence, like I said, of outside groups that are like falsely fucking attacking the platform nonstop. And I think that a lot of content creators that engage in this and play fast and loose with this shit in order to be punitive towards the platform because they're angry. Because like I was just talking about this with and then they brought up your case because Asmongold is like, oh, I'm gonna go and talk to one of the guys that's been leading this initiative. His name is Dan Saltman. He streams on Twitch too. He's like a streamer on Twitch. He's Destiny's podcast co-host. Like they've been attacking the platform viciously, trying to get like coverage and trying to get motion on the story that like Twitch is an anti-Semitic platform. They have like they're breeding. It's a hotbed for extremism, and they're breeding like extremist radical politics or whatever. And they're taking like clips out of context, and they're trying to blast it in the media, and it's not really working, and it hasn't really worked at all in their favor. But in the process, people are like losing revenue, right? And at least I can't tell what a person's motivations are beyond what I've seen them openly say. And I mean, they work with the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, to try to get like a bunch of content creators banned for doing a tier list, which they did successfully ban them. They've been banned for a month. And yeah, now a lot of content creators, big and small, are suffering from the impact of like one community's cynical attempts to not only try to get me deplatformed. They like went to a fucking congressperson and he wrote a letter to Twitch. Like it's to that degree. It's pretty insane. So you know, it is Islamophobia as well, which is like totally seen as permissible. I don't know if you're Muslim or not, but it doesn't really matter. You're okay. So yeah, you're Iranian. And even if you weren't Muslim, it still wouldn't matter. But like, you know, everyone automatically is like, oh, you're Muslim. You must be anti-Semitic automatically. Like it is what it is. But that is like the reception for the most part. Like I doubt, and this shouldn't exist either. I'm not saying that this is appropriate, but I doubt that there is like demonetization if you have a tag Israel on your profile.
Curious to know if someone did have that, if they would.
Yeah, and they shouldn't. Like I have Israeli chatters in here. Like if they're content creators, if they're Israeli content creators, like why the fuck should they get demonetized? Like that's ridiculous.
Listen, I've said this many times, guys. There are great people in all these countries, as there are bad people. But I'm not going to judge someone based on who the country I'm from is at war at because of that reason. I'm going to judge you based on the person you are, not the.
No, I 100% agree. Yes.
And I've always preached that. And I feel like this is just, it's really fucked up. And it's not about the money as much as it's the premise of what is happening and why I was essentially demonetized, right? You know, the money is unfortunate is what it is. But it's totally fucked up. It's totally unacceptable.
It's the principle.
And I hope Twitch fixes it ASAP. No, for sure.
Yeah.
Like
but
you shouldn't.
listen, yeah. I appreciate you taking my call. I know we've never really spoke before. But I appreciate you talking to me. I wanted to obviously ask you about it.
No problem.
It's your world,
when am I gonna beat your ass in the courts is the real question.
I mean, if we're doing 3 dribbles basketball, I'll play you, but you're like 6'5".
Uh-huh.
And I weigh like 140 pounds. You might have at least
3 dribble basketball. You know I got a fucking clean jumper.
Okay, I've seen you play. Whenever you're in LA, right?
Yeah, I am. I'm just saying, okay. 3 dribble. I'll still cook you.
All right, we can set it up, man. We're locked in now. So let me know, man. Whenever you're
whenever
you want.
100%. Now that I got you dialed in, I got your Discord. You can't run away like fucking like Mark Phillips. Okay, let me just say right now, RDC's very own constantly ducking me. Okay, I even went and did his creator basketball league and everything, but it's all good.
You're beating Marcus ass.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll see. I've heard that you're good, so
we'll see. We'll see what happens on the court. But I'm down whenever. Just
and Rage too. Rage ducks me too.
Rage has no knees, so Rage is not playing anyone.
I know.
He's got to.
There's plenty who are ducking me, but I'm glad that you're brave enough.
Yeah, but you're cool. I'm sorry. I feel like I misjudged you in the past, but that I'm gonna openly apologize for. So
no, I mean it's all good. Listen, I don't fault people for misjudging me. There's a lot of fucking. I speak for 8 hours a day on a lot of hot button issues, and I have a lot of people who sit in my chat and specifically wait for me to say something that they can clip out of context and be like, look at this guy, he's a real piece of shit.
What it was. I think you were getting clipped out of context a lot, and I would see that out of context. I'd be like, what the fuck?
No, that's what I mean. No, 100%. That it is what it is. I don't even fault people at this point for it, because it's like, I would fucking hate who people present me as. If I didn't know, most people have 9 to 5s. They don't fucking give a shit. They're just clicking on Twitch or clicking on Twitter, and they see like a 17-second clip, and they're like, well, I made up my mind about this guy. Fuck this guy. And I don't fault people for that at all. I get it. So it's all good. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I think there was one clip I seen a long time ago about one of my friends who I think maybe you jumped the gun on. His name's Zuma. I don't know if you heard of him. He's a great human being.
I don't know who that is.
It was a long time ago over some no pixel shit. I don't know what it was, but he's a great guy. You probably don't even exactly. You don't even.
No,
remember.
I haven't. Yeah, I have no idea. Damn, brother, I haven't played no pixel roleplay in almost a decade at this point.
Years ago. But listen, man, I appreciate
RP drama runs deep.
I think this was years and years ago. But listen, it was great talking to you, bro. I appreciate you taking the call. And whenever you want to do this baseball shit, I'm around. I'm in LA.
I'll hit you up. All right,
bro.
Peace,
all right,
brother.
So take it easy, bro.
All right, Murat, your food is here. The good thing for you to know is that there's Ukrainian, Russian, and many cultures of music streamers who I talk to all the time about hot button issues who express their situation with art by sharing their music over streams. Yeah. Notice how much more normal it is when you have a normal conversation with people instead of fucking jumping down their throat. Chatters. I think this perfectly illustrates why you being normal in the streaming space is important, like we talked about earlier today. Chatters who will cry about phase collabs, but it's necessary to build these relationships, have this conversation. Exactly. Most people are not like the way you think they are because you saw a clip of them and it rubbed you the wrong fucking way. And I think a lot of people basically do that. A lot of people do that to me, but also oh my God, Kaya, your farts are literally unpredictable and also unacceptable. Look at this fat ass just laying there. Just farting away, dude. Not even moving, not a care in the world, just farting up a storm. You know what's really funny? That's one thing I've always talked about, and it kind of goes unnoticed, but like FaZe has always been so insanely diverse. Did you ask the vet about it? No, I did not. Like they always have been. I mean, guys, I've talked about this early on, but like one of the OG FaZe guys, okay? One of the OG FaZe guys is a man by the name of FaZe Apex, okay? He's OG, straight up, one of the old guard of FaZe. And FaZe Apex was the person connecting me to Norm Finkelstein, okay? Which sounds like a fucking meme, but it's not a meme. It's true. Yeah. FaZe Apex, he's Palestinian. And he was the guy who was linking me with FaZe Finkelstein. Wait, as an OG FaZe watcher, I need you to explain how. Wait, what do you mean? FaZe Apex brother was adopted from Gaza. Here's the Dan guy admitting that he's doing it for fun. Yeah, I know. I know. We already covered this.
You know, it's sad because I've dedicated the last like 2 weeks of my life basically to Steve.
It's so fun. It's so fun that so many people are like losing revenue. You know what I mean? Tens of thousands of creators and their fucking lifeline. You know, it's so fun.
Steve's cause.
What? Which one? You're talking about the Twitch thing?
Yeah, destroying Twitch.
I thought that was more your thing than.
Why the fuck do I care about Twitch? I'm not banned there.
I thought you cared because they were like anti-Semitic and being weird.
Nah, it's just fun.
Oh, okay. I care. I thought you cared, bro.
I mean, like, I care that I want to win. I care that it would be fucking awesome and funny if I won.
It would be awesome and funny.
It would be fucking hysterical.
Yeah, his friend is literally helping him maintain a facade of plausible deniability. He's like, I care. Well, come on, you care, right? And he's like, nah, I don't give a fuck. It'd be great to win, to troll a CEO out of a job.
If a company, imagine if we trolled a CEO out of his job.
And then that's why it's like, it's a dangerous game that Asmongold is playing, being like, oh yeah, I'm going to have these fucking guys on my stream to finally take down Twitch once and for all. You know what I mean? It's crazy. You know, they're saying this clip is a joke. I know, dude. I know. It's not the only clip. There's other clips where he's openly fucking stated when they originally were like talking about the mass letter writing campaign that they were conducting. These guys have been unimaginably anti-Semitic a million times over. This guy has been a fucking 4chan troll. I mean, Destiny himself is like the edgiest person on the planet. He gets in his own way on a regular basis. He can't fucking stop himself from saying something insane every 3 minutes. You know? It's just crazy. Brianna Chicken Fries interview sponsored by Raising Cane's is crazy. This has 3.4 million views since November 7th. I'm sorry, I don't care what you think of Brie Chicken or Barstool. Never listened to or ones of either before the tour. But I worked for Zach Bryan on his tour this year, and he was the worst. Huge fucking immature baby man. 0 out of 10. Terrible guy to work for. Yeah. So the short and sweet of it is, oh, I was going to talk about the fucking one last drama. Hold on. Not even drama. But I still keep dodging this fucking Brianna Chicken Fry shit. This is like when Train was using sexual assault allegations as nukes. They don't care about the actual problems. There's drama. I know, it's fucking gross. Problem is, if you care about stuff, you will always get punished. Okay? Caring about things means you fucking lose. All right? Caring about things means you lose. You can never be genuine. You must be disingenuous. There is no, you know. The fuck is this? Dan even got libs of TikTok and against Twitch. Yes, who cares? It's because Dan never forgave you for not going on that Hawaii trip with him and Mr. Mooten back in 2019. Yeah. What's Asmongold deal? He was banned for 14 days for genocidal shit, and Frogan and others were banned for a month for making a hummus joke. What the fuck does he want? I mean, I don't know. I'm always going to be open-minded to someone and their path towards changing, and it doesn't seem like his apology was genuine. I don't know. I don't watch him. I'm live at the same time that he's live, so I never get to see. But I think he's pissed that Mike got a 3-day ban. And he's like, oh, he should be banned for longer. And for a lot of these guys, they just don't give a shit. His dad is cool, though. Yeah, I love Asmongold's dad. Dadmongold, OG HasnAbi head. His friends I'm friends with, you know. People in his immediate orbit are friends of mine. But like, you know, Wake Wilder, also AKA Woke Wilder. We're in an election year. Political commentary is hot. A lot of people like to meta chase a little bit, you know. Maybe he had personal perspectives that align with certain things. I did see something though. I mean, Asmongold is now officially the largest political content creator maybe on the planet, literally. Here, let's look. He could be. Asmongold TV is his main channel, right? 4 hours ago, 600,000 views. Trump guy does not fuck around. You know? Legacy Media realizes is dead. 70,000 views through. Migrants flood New York City to avoid Trump deportations. Asmongold reacts. 2.1 million views. Trump's plans for the next 4 years are getting crazy. 1.5 million views one day. This is literally in a sea of like, you know, how DEI is ruining games. Fuck around and find out. Bernie Sanders of the Democrats. We saw this on stream. We clicked on this on stream. Trump will end this war on free speech. 1.6 million views. Trump has more plans for these next 2 years. 2 million views 3 days ago. Left-wing YouTuber. Why are people unsubbing? Come back. I wonder why. 1.2 million views. 3 days ago. Trump is Hitler. She's losing it. 1.3 million views 3 days ago. Trump has a wild plan for the next 4 years. 2.3 million views 4 days ago. It is now officially overtaken his content on Dragon Age, The Veil Guard, or even the likes of the West is forcing Japan to censor all anime, or how DEI is ruining games even. Right-wing political content makes you relevant. I don't think Asmon gives a shit about money. I will openly state that. I think he cares about, you know, being top of mind. He cares about being relevant. He cares about winning. It's like I definitely don't think he cares about money. You will never convince me that he gives a shit about money. The man only lives to stream. And I get that as someone who also lives to stream. You get this, people leave when gaming treatment is you? No, that's not true. He's just playing to his audience. His white boy basement dweller audience wants something to justify their sad existence, so blaming immigrants and women and people of color is exactly what I want to hear. I mean, yeah. But this is what I mean when I say that there's an organic audience out there, right? And I think a lot of people lean into this kind of stuff when the algorithm gives you that sweet, sweet taste, even if you don't personally believe it. And then maybe you do start believing it. You see what I mean? Asmongold now is officially a much larger content creator in the political arena than myself and Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder and Tim Pool combined. Think about that. Now tell me once again that it is not a cushier gig to ultimately be on the right, center right, or on the right. All right? I mean, these numbers don't lie. Ball don't lie. These numbers don't lie, chat. In the last week, he's gotten like, what, 10 million views? In the last like 5 days, he's gotten like 10 million views. Most of it is not over video games are woke and ruined, or anime has been ruined by woke. It's directly political commentary. The Trump's guy does not fuck around. Thomas Homan, things of that nature. Like, what? So why are quote unquote liberals working with him to take down Twitch? Because a lot of people are mercenaries and don't give a fuck. Okay? That's it. What is this? Yeah. I mean, dude. Ball don't fucking lie, dude. Kaya. Paul, don't lie. Try it, please. This is organic. The inorganic aspect of this stems from maybe the algorithm boost that you get when you start doing right-wing shit, okay? When you start doing overtly right-wing content. But it's usually organic. Like, you have organically right-wing positions. You don't really examine them, right? But you get a big boost. You get a big bump when you go right-wing like this. There's a reason why there's no singular case, at least that I know of, where a motherfucker's been canceled and was like, I'm a leftist now. You know what I mean? Quote unquote canceled. There's no instance where someone's been like, you know, numbers are looking a little dry right now. I'm going to fucking start talking about socialism. iDubbbz? Are you fucking kidding me? iDubbbz has been absolutely demolished by his own fan base for organically moving to the middle, moving to the left. His own fan base despises him now. He got so much fucking hate. AKA Jimmy Dore. No, Jimmy Dore is a great example of someone who went right wing. That's the funniest part about this process is that, and I think it was Liv Agar who pointed this out with the Chapo stuff, right? And I'm another person who has regularly been hit with this shit, right? Where is it? So many people constantly would say, like, you know, I guess she deleted it. I don't know, but there was a tweet about this exact same thing, like this particular phenomenon. But so many people always are like, Hasan is going to go right wing. People on the left, liberals, are always like claiming that big prominent content creators like Chapo or myself, we're going to go right wing. We're going to go right wing. We're actually secretly right wing. There's a fascism pipeline or whatever. And we're still here. Meanwhile, the Democratic Party has firmly planted their toes in the fucking right. Yeah. I'd say you've even grown in the recent years and will continue to grow. I will, but that's not because the type of stuff I talk about. That's not because the type of stuff I talk about is like, you know, great for the algorithm. That's my point. When you're a leftist, and you grow in spite of all of the avenues. Everything is designed to fuck you over. And on top of that, you have a shit ton of people, even who are also on the left, who go, nah, he's fake. He's not sufficiently leftist. He's not sufficiently progressive. We're fucking annoying. There's no one that the left hates more than another leftist. All the while, the Republicans and everyone that's like apolitical but firmly planted on the right is running away with it. Wait, did Liv predict Chapo Boys pivoting right? No. Liv was making a joke about how there were so many people that claimed that myself and Chapo were actually secretly invested in a right-wing pipeline, and that we were reactionary, and that we would inevitably cave to the right-wing grift and openly admit that we're right-wing. You know? So many fucking people said that we were going to pivot right, but that they were going to pivot right, that they were already secretly right wing. The post-left watch crowd, exactly. But what happened? Do you think this type of content is too boring to normies? Whenever I show clips of yours to my coworkers, they yawn or get bored when I'm lamowing. People say our content is niche homework, not gonna lie. Yeah. That's why I gotta do more diverse content. I used to watch Jimmy Dore back in 2015, 2016. Can you explain to me how he went right wing? That's surprising to me. I don't know. Who did he support in this last election? I'll tell you. His name is Donald Trump. That's why we got to do the fucking funk edits, okay? We got to do like the fast-paced funk edits. We need it. We need some of my best hits. We need some of my best hits. Some of my best takes with like some funk music pronto. Yeah. Worst outcome of this election is now I kind of respect Hasan. I looked at this yesterday. There were so many people. I've seen many right-wing 18 to 22-year-olds saying the left doesn't speak to me or address me, but just make me a villain because of my grandparents or whatever. I obviously don't agree, but what do you say to that? Yeah, dude, if you're 18 years old, you're a villain. That's what I say. I'm like, yeah, you're a villain, dude. What the fuck is this? Why do I click on this dumb shit, dude? I swear to God. Who are these DEIs ruining everything guys gonna blame when Trump is president and liberal media stays the same? No, they're gonna run the same route. They're gonna run the same. They're gonna left bash. I'm just letting you guys know. Because when the Democrats and Republicans align, they're just gonna keep fucking yelling at the left. That's the only appropriate venue where everyone can unite, you know? What is this? There's a Chopper clip where they talk with Sam Cedar about what kind of right-wing grifters they would base their personalities around.
Right. And becoming a YouTuber. Because, like, this is what we were thinking. If we did it, I'm convinced that we could have a huge percentage of their market share in about 3 to 4 months.
Just by being able to, like,
just by
talk
being-
to
yeah.
people.
If I could actually, like, just empty out on this table how much brain power and plotting I've spent contemplating that over the past 10 years.
Why would you put Destiny as a racist Twitch streamer? He's one of the most liberal Twitch streamers out there in 2017. God, I can't believe I went on Chapo. Not the last time, but the first time I ever went on Chapo, I defended Destiny. Oh my God. Ugh. How fucking embarrassing. Not gonna lie, you took the L on this? Yeah. Look at my goat. Look at how young he looked. Does this count as a Fonk edit of you? Probably not. One Fonk edit already? Thanks, man. Take a day off. I'm a real sucker for someone who presents themselves as like earnest and is like change their perspective. You know what I mean? That is my biggest weakness. When I got a dude who's like, you know what? properties on the left are myself and Chapo Trap House. So what the fuck do you mean? It's very obvious that people still are like, no, we like to have fun. You can be a progressive person and you can be a leftist and still have fucking fun. There's obviously always going to be a lot of smarmy people who are just like, who will come up with the most insane take. Laughter is bourgeois decadence. Okay? Laughter is bourgeois decadence. That always is my favorite one. But that's how it is. Oh yeah, Matt Christman is one of the goats on talking about specifically disability, modern disability politics. This is going to disrupt and upset a lot of people, but I mean, Matt ultimately says something that you will also probably recognize. But
modern disability politics, Matt. Wow, I'll end on that one. I won't say too much. I don't want to. I mean, anyone who listens to this understands. I'm not going to get canceled.
Even you can't resist punching left. This isn't punching left. Like, I will always ride for you no matter what the fuck happens. I will always ride for you, okay? But, you know, I'm going to make fun of anarchists. I'm going to make fun of fucking MLs that get out of line. I'm going to make fun of trots. It's just how it is, okay? Shut the fuck up. But if you're a rad lib, I'm definitely going to make fun of you. All right?
I just don't want to insult people. But I do think that a lot of disability politics is people desperately seeking a subaltern status. And I say that as somebody who is, I'm sorry, way more disabled than many of the people who I see make it the fulcrum of their political identity. And, you know, like they pitch it as like, well, I have to be the defender, you know, because of how of the trauma that my life has been trying to be disabled in this country. It's like, not really. And you can't argue that you're part of a community because due to the incredible variety of what it counts to be disabled, I mean, my God, by certain definitions, you could say everybody is fucking disabled in one way or another. That there is no community to speak for. I sure as shit don't feel like I'm part of some community. And yeah, it's like, it does feel like it's an online phenomenon more than any expression of the real experience of people. Like, yeah, obviously, you know, capitalism is at war with anybody who is not able to fit as a cog within it. That's true. Yes, read Caliban the Witch and all that. But as with most things, the way to fight that is to fight capitalism. And trying to play gotcha with people for being discriminating against your disability of whichever one you have it's a recipe for the opposite of that.
He's just speaking to the unnecessary divisions that that go against intersectionality. Like, I would say that I'm a more libbed up than a lot of the Chapo boys are on this issue. But like, ultimately, everything still comes back to class violence, and that any matter of violence is still dished out on the virtue of class, and the ultimate solution is still to try and tackle capitalism rather than unnecessarily fighting with one another about not being sufficiently, not catching your not getting caught in the fray of like boycotting Kellogg's is ableist ass discourse, exactly. Or when you're advocating for people to work out, you're engaging in body fascism, right? And that's just one aspect. That's one simple aspect of how certain identity markers within the progressive movement have caused unnecessary tension and division within the progressive movement, where people will say, oh, well, we were all there. We were like, where were the Palestinian protesters at the Black Lives Matter protest? You know, that type of shit. And it's like, that one was obviously created. Okay. That one was That one was obviously created by, an intelligence operative, I think. But people still do it to themselves, right? People still do it to themselves, and there's no reason to do that.
It's really just a way for you to be the center of attention and for you to have a cudgel against other people. Point of me. And I feel like that is where we are now. Everyone is, and they're not doing it on purpose. There's nothing else to do. So focused on ourselves as the only point of meaning in the world that we're compelled to relate everything to ourselves.
Yeah.
And that makes all communication and interaction a fucking minefield. But then again, maybe I'm just an Uncle Tom of disabled people. Maybe I'm the Candace Owen of disabled people.
So yeah. I think Americans are just very selfish, American the American consciousness is so primed towards hyper individualism where they just cannot even recognize the class interests of people who have the exact same material conditions as themselves. We're so atomized and we're so alienated and we're just so personally invested that a lot of people will go me, and people do that in here too. And I try to rail against that regularly, right? People will be like, I misunderstood what you said and it offended me personally. And now I need you to center this conversation that has taken place in front of 30,000 people on my own personal misunderstanding. And that's an incredibly selfish act, right? That is an incredibly selfish act. But because we on the left always are sensitive to the needs, especially of those who use the right language, right? We notice that and we're like, let me squash that real quick. Let me address that real quick. Okay? And that's how it is. We routinely get duped. As long as someone comes in and uses emancipatory language, they can successfully demand attention and center themselves in the conversation as though we have to talk about you. And in most circumstances, your gripes just simply stem from a lack of understanding, like a misunderstanding. Dog, turn around. No, she can eat the fucking toy. I know. She's eating the shit out of the toy. That's what she does, okay? Let the queen eat the toy. Which is what D is doing with his war on Twitch? No. What Destiny's doing is purely selfish. He's just a madman. He is a troll. He's nihilistic. He doesn't give a fuck about anything. He doesn't care about any of the things that he advocates for. He just wants to aesthetically win an argument. Oh, and you aren't nihilistic? Bourgeoisie, noise canceling propaganda. Oh, and you aren't nihilistic? I mean, if I was so nihilistic, I probably would have given up on what I'm doing here a long ass fucking time ago. And I would have, pivoted to the right wing grift. Apolitical, normie right. I'm nihilistic, but I don't push a gun to my mouth. What do you mean? I don't know what I'm doing right now, talking about this person. Anyway, that's all for today. No chicken fry song. No chicken fry situation. I'm not covering that drama. Maybe tomorrow. All right. I'm tired. I'm gonna go hang out with my brother. I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. We have Rashida Tlaib on the stream tomorrow. We're gonna talk about immigrants' rights and what to do next. Okay? That's right. Peace.
Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.